Section 13 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 3, Return to Durbellière. When Adolphe Denot left his friend Henri in the street of Saumur and ran off from him, Henri was so completely astonished by his parting words, so utterly dumbfounded by what he said respecting Agatha, that he made no attempt to follow him, but returned after a while to the house in which he, Charles, and Adolphe were lodging, and as he walked slowly through the streets, he continued saying to himself, "Poor fellow, he is mad. He is certainly raving mad." From that time no tidings whatsoever were heard of Denot. He had never returned to his lodging, nor been seen anywhere except in the stable in which his horse had been put to stand. He had himself saddled his horse and taken him from the stall, and from that moment nothing further could be learnt of him in Saumur. De Lescure and Henri made the most minute inquiries, but in vain. Had he destroyed himself or hid himself in the town, his horse would certainly have been found. It was surmised that he had started for Paris on some mad speculation, and though his friends deeply grieved at his misconduct, his absence, when they had so much to do and to think of, was in itself felt as a relief. After remaining about a week in Saumur, the army was disbanded, or rather disbanded itself, for every effort was made to keep together as great a body of men as possible. An attempt was made to garrison the town, and for this purpose the leaders undertook to pay about 1,000 men, at a certain rate per day, for their services, while they remained under arms in Saumur. But the idea, after a very short time, was abandoned. The men would not stay away from their homes, and in spite of the comforts which were procured for them, and the pay which was promised, the garrison very quickly dissolved. Cathelineau succeeded in taking back with him to Saint-Florent nearly all the men who had accompanied him. His next object was the attack of Nantes, and as Saint-Florent is between Saumur and that town, his men were able to return to their homes without going much out of their direct way. He marched through the town of Angers on his return, and took possession of the stores which he found there, the Republican garrison having fled as soon as they heard of his approach. Many of Bonchamp's men accompanied him, and some of those who had come to Saumur with de Lescure and Henri Larochejaquelin, young men who had no wives or families, and who literally preferred the excitement of the campaign to their ordinary home employments. All such men joined Cathelineau's army, but by far the greater number of the peasants of the bocage returned with de Lescure and Larochejaquelin. Charette had been invited to assist Cathelineau in his attack on Nantes, and he had promised to do so. De Lescure found it absolutely necessary to go home on account of his wound, and Larochejaquelin went with him. They had already heard that the Convention had determined to invade La Vendée on every side with an overwhelming force, and it was necessary to protect the southern portion of the province. This duty was allotted to our two friends, and they therefore returned home from Saumur without expecting to enjoy for any length of time the fruits of their recent victory. A litter was formed for de Lescure, for at present he found it impossible to bear the motion of riding, and Henri, the little chevalier, Father Jerome, and Chapeau accompanied him on horseback. Many of the peasants had started from Saumur before their party, and the whole road from that town through Doux and VIII to Durbellière was thronged with crowds of those successful warriors returning to their families, anxious to tell to their wives and sweethearts the feats they had accomplished. They were within a league of Durbellière and had reached a point where a crossroad led from the one they were on to the village of Échambron, and at this place many of the cortège, which was now pretty numerous, turned off towards their own homes. Monsieur Henri, said Chapeau, riding up to his master, from among 2 or 3 peasants who had been walking for some time by his horse's side and anxiously talking to him, Monsieur Henri. Well, Jacques, what is it now? Said Henri. I have a favor to ask of monsieur. A favor, Chapeau. I suppose you want to go to Échambron already to tell Michael Stein's pretty daughter of all the gallant things you did at Saumur. Not till I have waited on you and Monsieur de Lescure to the chateau. Momont would be dying if he had not someone to give him a true account of what has been done, and I do not know that anyone could give him a much better history of it than myself. Of course, not meaning such as you and Monsieur de Lescure, who saw more of the fighting than anyone else. But then you know, Monsieur Henri, you will have too much to do, and too much to say to the Marquis and to Mademoiselle, to be talking to an old man like Momont. Never fear, Chapeau, you shall have Momont's ears all to yourself. But what is it you do want? Why, nothing myself exactly, Monsieur Henri, but there are 2 men from Échambron here, who wish you to allow them to go on to Durbellière and stay a day or 2 there. They are 2 of our men, Monsieur Henri, 2 of the red scarfs. 2 of the red scarfs, said Henri. Yes, Monsieur Henri, 2 of the men who went through the water and took the town. We call ourselves red scarfs, just to distinguish ourselves from the rest of the army. Your honor is a red scarf, that is, the chief of the red scarfs, and we expect to be especially under your honor's protection. I am a red scarf, Henri, said the little chevalier. There are just 200 of us, and we mean to be the most daredevil set in the whole army. Won't we make the cowardly blues afraid of the Durbellière red scarfs? And who are the 2 men, Jacques? Said Henri. Jean and Peter Stein, said Jacques. You see, Monsieur Henri, they ran away to the battle just in direct opposition to old Michael's positive orders. You and the curé must remember how I pledged my honor that they should be at Saumur, and so they were. But Michael Stein is an awful black man to deal with when his back is up. He thinks no more of giving a clout with his hammer than another man does of a rap with his 5 knuckles. But his sons are brave fellows, said the little chevalier, and dashed into the water among the very first. Michael Stein can't but be proud that his 2 sons should be both red scarfs. If so, he must be a Republican. He is no Republican, Chevalier, said Chapeau, that's quite certain, nor yet any of the family, but he is a very black man, and when once angered, not easy to be smoothed down again. And if Monsieur Henri will allow Jean and Peter to come on to Durbellière, I can, perhaps, manage to go back with them on Sunday, and Michael Stein will mind me more than he will them. I can knock into his thick head better than they can do the high honor which has befallen the lads in their chancing to have been among the red scarfs. Well, Chapeau, let them come, said Henri. No man that followed me gallantly into Saumur shall be refused admittance when he wishes to follow me into Durbellière. We were cool enough, weren't we, Henri, when we marched into the town, said the chevalier. We'll have a more comfortable reception at the old chateau, said Henri. At any rate, we'll have no more cold water. I must say, Arthur, I thought the water of that moat had a peculiarly nasty taste. They were not long in reaching the chateau, and Henri soon found himself in his sister's arms. A confused account, first of the utter defeat of the Vendéens at Varennes, and then of their complete victory at Saumur, had reached Durbellière, and though the former account had made them as miserable as the latter had made them happy, neither one nor the other was entirely believed. De Lescure had sent an express to Clisson immediately after the taking of the town, and Madame de Lescure had sent from Clisson to Durbellière, but still it was delightful to have the good news corroborated by the conquerors themselves, and Agatha was supremely happy. "My own dear, darling Henri," she said, clinging round his neck, My own brave, gallant brother, and were you not wounded at all? Are you sure you are not wounded?" "Not a touch, not a scratch, Agatha, as deep as you might give me with your bodkin." "Thank God, I thank him with all my heart and soul, and I know you were the first everywhere. Charles wrote but a word or two to Victorine, but he said you were the very first to set your foot in Saumur." "A mere accident, Agatha, while Charles had all the fighting, the real hard, uphill, hand-to-hand work. I and a few others walked into Saumur, or rather we swam in, and took possession of the town. The Chevalier here was beside me, and was over the breach as soon as I was." "My brave young Arthur," said Agatha, in her enthusiasm, kissing the forehead of the blushing Chevalier, "you have won your spurs like a knight and a hero. You shall be my knight and my hero, and I will give you my glove to wear in your cap. But tell me, Arthur, why have you and Henri those red handkerchiefs tied round your waist? Chapeau has one too, and those other men below there." "That's our uniform," said Arthur. "We are all red scarfs. All the men who clambered into Saumur through the water are to wear red scarfs till the war is over, and they are to be seen in the front at every battle, siege, and skirmish. Mind, Agatha, when you see a red scarf, that he is one of Henri Larochejaquelin's own bodyguard, and when you see a bald pate, it belongs to a skulking Republican." "Are the Republicans all bald, then?" said Agatha. "We shaved all we caught at Saumur, at any rate. We did not leave a hair upon one of them," said Arthur, rejoicing. "The red scarfs are fine barbers when a Republican wants shaving." "Is Charles badly wounded?" asked Agatha. "His arm is broken, and he remained in action for 8 hours after receiving the wound, so that it was difficult to set. But now it is doing well," said Henri. "I should have offered him my services before this. At any rate, I will do so now. But Henri, I have 1,000 things to say to you. Do not expect to go to bed tonight till you have told me everything, just as it happened." And Agatha hurried away to give her sweet woman's aid to her wounded cousin, while Henri went into his father's room. "Welcome, my hero, welcome, my gallant boy," said the old man, almost rising from his chair, cripple as he was, in his anxiety to seize the hand of his beloved son. "I have come home safe, father," said Henri, "to lay my sword at your feet." "You must not leave it there long, Henri, I fear. You must not leave it there long. These traitors are going to devour us alive, to surround us with their troops and burn us out of house and home. They will annihilate the people, they say, destroy the towns, and root out the very trees and hedges. We shall see, Henri, we shall see. So they made a bad fight of it at Saumur?" "They had 2 men to 1 against us, besides the advantage of position, discipline, and arms, and yet they marched the best part of their troops off in the night without striking a blow." "Thanks be to the Lord, we will have our king again. We will have our dear king once more. Thanks be to the Almighty," said the old man, eager with joy. "And they fled, did they, without striking a blow?" "Some of them did, father, but some fought well enough. It was desperate, sharp work when poor Charles was wounded." "God bless him, God bless him. I didn't doubt it was sharp work, but even with valor or without valor, what could sedition and perjury avail against truth and loyalty? They were 2 to 1. They had stone walls and deep rivers to protect them. They had arms and powder and steel cuirasses. They had disciplined troops and all the appanages of war, and yet they were scattered like chaff, driven from their high walls and deep moats by a few half-armed peasants. And why? Why have our batons been more deadly than their swords? Because we have had truth and loyalty on our side. Why have our stuff jackets prevailed against their steel armor? Because they covered honest hearts that were fighting honestly for their king. His Majesty shall enjoy his own again, my boy. Vive le roi! Vive le roi! "I trust he may, father, but as you say, we shall have some hard work to do first. Cathelineau and Charette will be before Nantes in a week's time. I should have been with them had we not heard that a strong body of Republican troops is to be stationed at Parthenay. They say that Santerre is to command a party of Marseillais commissioned to exterminate the Vendéens. What? Santerre, the brewer of the faubourgs? The same, Danton's friend, he who used to be so loud at the Cordeliers, and Westermann is to assist him, said Henri. Worse again, Henri, worse again. Was it not he who headed the rebels on the 10th of August, when our sainted king was driven from his home? Yes, the same Westermann is now to drive us from our homes, or rather to burn us, our homes and all together. Such at least is the task allotted to him. God help our babes and our women, said the old Marquis, shuddering, if they fall into the clutches of Santerre and that other still blacker demon. Do not fear, father. Have we not shown that we are men? Santerre will find that he has better soldiers to meet than any he brings with him. Fear, Henri? No, for myself I fear nothing. What injury can they do to an old man like me? I do not even fear for my own children. If their lives are required in the king's service, they know how to part with them in perfect confidence of eternal happiness hereafter. But, Henri, I do feel for our poor people. They are now full of joy and enthusiasm, for they are warm from victory, and the grief of the few who are weeping for their relatives is lost in the joy of the multitude. But this cannot always be so. We cannot expect continual victory, and even victory itself, when so often repeated, will bring death and desolation into every parish and into every family. I trust, Father, the war will not be prolonged so distantly as you seem to think. The forces of Austria, England, and Prussia already surround the frontiers of France, and we have every reason to hope that friendly troops from Britain will soon land on our own coast. I trust the autumn will find La Vendée crowned with glory, but once more at peace. God send it, my son, said the Marquis. I do not doubt the glory, but I do doubt the peace. We cannot go back now, father, said Henri. Nor would I have you do so. We have a duty to do, and though it be painful, we must do it. God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb, and give us strength to bear our sufferings. But my heart shudders when I am told that the Republic has let loose those wolves of Paris to shed the blood of our poor people. The prospect of a prolonged civil war, of continued strife and increased bloodshed, somewhat damped the joy with which the victory at Saumur was discussed in the aristocratic portion of the chateau. But no such gloomy notions were allowed to interfere with the triumph which reigned in the kitchen. Here victory was clothed in robes all couleur de rose, and it appeared that La Vendée, so happy in many other respects, was chiefly blessed in being surrounded by republicans whom she could conquer, and in having enemies who gave her the means of acquiring glory. And our own young master was the first royalist who put his foot in Saumur, asked Marmont, who had already received the information he required 4 or 5 times, and on each occasion had drunk Henri's health in about half a pint of wine. Indeed he was, said Chapeau, the very first. You don't think he'd have let anyone go before him. Here's his health, then, and God bless him, said Marmont. It was I first showed him how to fire a pistol, and very keen he was at taking to gunpowder. Indeed, and indeed he was, said the housekeeper. When he was no more than 12 years old, not nigh as big as the little Chevalier, he let off the big blunderbuss in my bedroom, and I on my knees at prayers the while. God bless his sweet face, I always knew he'd make a great soldier. And don't you remember, said the laundress, how he blew up Mademoiselle Agatha, making her sit on a milk-pan turned over, with a whole heap of gunpowder stuffed underneath, and she only 6 or 7 years old. Did he, though, said the page, blow up Mademoiselle Agatha? Indeed he did, and blew every scrap of hair off her head and eyebrows. It's no wonder he's such a great general." "And the Chevalier was second, wasn't he?" said the cook. "Dear, darling little fellow," said the confidential maid, "and to think of him going to the wars with guns and swords and pistols. If anything had happened to him, I should have cried my eyes out." "And was the Chevalier the first to follow Monsieur Henri into the town?" asked the page, who was a year older than Arthur Mondion, and consequently felt himself somewhat disgraced at not having been at Saumur. "Why," said Jacques, with a look which was intended to show how unwilling he was to speak of himself, "I can't exactly say the Chevalier was the first to follow Monsieur Henri, but if he wasn't the second, he was certainly the third who entered Saumur." "Who then was the second?" said one or two at the same time. "Why, I shouldn't have said anything about it, only you ask me so very particularly," said Jacques, "but I believe I was second myself. But Jean Stein can tell you everything. You weren't backward yourself, Jean. There were not more than 3 or 4 of them before you and Peter." "I don't know about that," said Jean, "but we all did the best we could, I believe." "And was Chapeau really second?" said Momont, who was becoming jealous of the distinction likely to be paid to his junior fellow servant. "You don't mean to say he went in before all the other gentlemen?" "Gentlemen indeed," said Chapeau. "What an idea you have of taking a town by storm, if you think men are to stand back to make room for gentlemen, as though a party were going into dinner." "But tell us now, Jean Stein," continued Momont, "was Chapeau really second?" "Well then," said Jean, "he was certainly second into the water, but he was so long under it, I doubt whether he was second out. He certainly did get a regular good ducking, did Chapeau. Why, you came out feet uppermost, Chapeau." "Feet uppermost," shouted Momont, "and is that your idea of storming a town, to go into it feet uppermost?" "But do you really mean to say that you were absolutely wet through when you took Saumur?" said the laundress. "Indeed we were," answered Chapeau, "wringing wet, every man of us." "Lawks, how uncomfortable," said the cook. "And Monsieur Henri, was he wet too?" "Wet? To be sure he was as wet as water could make him." "And the little Chevalier, did he get himself wet?" said the confidential maid. "Poor little fellow! It was like to give him his death of cold." "But Chapeau, tell me truly now, did you kill any of those bloody Republicans with your own hand?" asked the housekeeper. "Kill them?" said Chapeau. "To be sure, I killed them when we were fighting." "And how many, Chapeau? How many did you positively kill dead, you know?" said the confidential maid. "What nonsense you do talk," answered he with a great air of military knowledge, as if a man in battle knows when he kills and when he doesn't. "You're not able to look about you in that sort of way in the middle of the smoke and noise and confusion." "You don't mean to tell me you ever kill a man without knowing it," said the housekeeper. "You don't understand what a battle is at all," answered Chapeau, determined to communicate a little of his experience on the matter. "One hasn't time to look about one to see anything. Now supposing you had been with us at the taking of Saumur." "Oh, the Lord forbid," said the housekeeper. "I'd sooner be in my grave any day than go to one of those horrid bloody battles." "Or you, Momont, supposing you'd been there?" "Maybe I might have done as much as another, old as I look," replied the butler. "I'm sure you'd have done well, Momont. I'm sure you'd have done very well," endeavoring to conciliate him into listening. "But supposing you had been there, or at the camp of VIII, we'll say VIII, for after all we had more fighting there than at Saumur. Supposing you were one of the attacking party, you find yourself close wedged in between your 2 comrades right opposite the trenches. You have a loaded musket in your hand with a bayonet fixed to it, and you have 5 or 6 rounds of cartridges in your belt. You know that you are to do your best, or rather your worst, with what you've got. Well, your commander gives the word of attack. We'll suppose it's the good Cathelineau. 'Friends,' he will say, 'dear friends, now is the time to prove ourselves men. Now is the moment to prove that we love our king. We will soon show the Republicans that a few sods of turf are no obstacles in the way of Vendéan royalists. And then the gallant fellow rushes into the trenches. 2,000 brave men follow him, shouting, "Vive le roi!" And you, Momont, are one of the first. All of a sudden, as you are just in motion, prepared for your first spring, a sharp cutting gush of air passes close to your face and nearly blinds you. You feel that you can hardly breathe, but you hear a groan and a stumble. Your next neighbor and 3 men behind him have been sent into eternity by a cannonball from the enemy. Do you think then that the man who fired the cannon knows or cares who he has killed? Well, on you go. Had you not been in a crowd, the enemy's fire, maybe, might have frightened you. But good company makes men brave. On you go and throw yourself into the trench. You find a more active man than yourself just above you. He is already nearly at the top of the bank. His feet are stuck in the sods above your head. He is about to spring upon the rampart, when the bayonet of a Republican passes through his breast, and he falls at your feet, or perhaps upon your head. You feel your heart shudder, and your blood runs cold, but it is no time for pausing now. You could not return if you would, neither can you remain where you are. Up you go, grasping your musket in one hand and digging the other into the loose sods. Your eyes and mouth are crammed with dust. Your face is bespattered with your comrade's blood. Your ears are full of strange noises. Your very nature changes within you. The smell of gunpowder and of carnage makes you feel like a beast of prey. You do not think any longer of the friends who have fallen beside you. You only long to grapple with the enemy who are before you. "Oh, mercy me, how very shocking," said the housekeeper. "Pray don't go on, Chapeau. Pray don't, or I shall have such horrid dreams." "Oh, but you must go on, Chapeau," said the confidential maid. "I could never bear that you should leave off. It is very horrid, surely, but as mademoiselle says, we must learn to look at blood and wounds now, and hear of them too." "Do pray tell us the rest," said the page, who sat listening intently with his mouth wide open. "I do so like it. Pray tell us what Momont did after he became a beast of prey." Chapeau was supremely happy. He felt that his military experience and his descriptive talents were duly appreciated, and he continued, "Well, you are now in the camp on the enemy's ground, and you have to fight every inch till you drive them out of it. 6 or 7 of your comrades are close to you, and you all press on, still grasping your muskets and pushing your bayonets before you. The enemy make a rush to drive you back again. On they come against you, by 20s and by 30s. Those who are behind push forward those who are in front, and suddenly you find a heavy, dragging weight upon your hands, and again you hear the moans of a dying man close to you, almost in your arms. A Republican soldier has fallen on your bayonet. The struggles of the wounded man nearly overpower you. You twist and turn and wrench and drag your musket to and fro, but it is no use. The weapon is jammed between his ribs. You have not space nor time to extricate it. You are obliged to leave it, and on you go unarmed, stumbling over the body of your fallen enemy. Whether the man dies or lives, whether his wound be mortal or no, you will never hear. And so you advance, till gradually you begin to feel, rather than to see, that the blues are retreating from you. You hear unarmed men asking for quarter, begging for their lives, and the sound of entreaty again softens your heart. You think of sparing life instead of taking it. You embrace your friends as you meet them here and there. You laugh and sing as you feel that you have done your best and have conquered. And when you once more become sufficiently calm to be aware what you are yourself doing, you find that you have a sword in your hand or a huge pistol. You know not from whom you took them or where you got them, or in what manner you have used them. How can a man say then whom he has killed in battle, or whether he has killed any man? I do not recollect that I ever fired a shot at VIII myself, and yet my musket was discharged and the pan was up. I will not say that I ever killed a man, but I will say that I never struck a man who asked for mercy, or fired a shot even on a Republican who had thrown down his arms." Henri's voice was now heard in the hall, loudly calling for Jacques, and away he ran to join his master as he finished his history. "It makes my blood run cold," said the housekeeper, "to think of such horrid things." "Chapeau describes it very well, though," said the confidential maid. "I am sure he has seen it all himself. I'm sure he's a brave fellow." "It's not always those who talk the most that are the bravest," said Maman. Henri and his sister sat talking that night for a long time, after the other inhabitants of the chateau were in bed, and though they had so many subjects of interest to discuss, their conversation was chiefly respecting Adolphe Denot. "I cannot guess what has become of him," said Henri. "I made every possible inquiry, short of that which might seem to compromise his character. I do not think he can have returned to the bocage, or we should have heard of him." "He must have gone to Fleury," said Agatha. "I am sure you will not find that he is at his own house." "Impossible, my love. We must have heard of him on the way. Had he gone round by Montreuil, he must still have passed over the bridge of Fouchard, and we should have heard of him there." "He must have ridden over in the night. You see, he so evidently wanted to conceal from you where he was going." "My own impression is that he is gone to Paris," said Henri. "But let him have gone where he may, of one thing I am sure. He was not in his right senses when he left the council room, nor yet when he was speaking to me in the street. Poor Adolphe! I pity him with all my heart. I can feel how miserable he must be." "Why should he be miserable, Henri? The truth is, you mistake his character. I do not wish to make you think ill of your friend, but Adolphe is one of those men whom adversity will improve. You and our father have rather spoilt him between you. He is too proud, too apt to think that everything should bend to his wishes. He has yet to learn that in this world he must endure to have his dearest wishes thwarted. Until adversity has taught him that, his feelings will not be manly, nor his conduct sensible." "Poor fellow," said Henri, "if adversity will teach him, he is likely to get his lesson now. Did he part quietly with you, Agatha, on the day before we started to Saumur?" "Anything but quietly," said she. "I would not tell you all he said, for on the eve of a battle in which you were to fight side by side, I did not wish to make you angry with your friend and companion, but had a raging madman, just escaped from his keepers, come to offer me his hand, his conduct could not have been worse than Adolphe Denot's." "Was he violent with you, Agatha?" "He did not offer to strike me, nor yet to touch me, if you mean that, but he threatened me, and that in such awful-sounding and yet ridiculous language that you would hardly know whether to laugh or to be angry if I could repeat it." "What did he say, Agatha?" "Say? It would be impossible for me to tell you. He swung his arms like a country actor in a village barn, and declared that if he were not killed at Saumur, he would carry me away in spite of all that my friends could do to hinder him." "Poor fellow, poor Adolphe," said Henri. "You are not sorry I refused him? You would indeed have had to say, 'Poor Agatha,' had I done otherwise." "I am not sorry that you refused him, but I am sorry you could not love him." "Why, you say yourself he is mad. Would you wish me to love a madman?" "It is love that has made him mad. Adolphe is not like other men. His passions are stronger, his feelings more acute, his regrets more poignant." "He should control his passions as other men must do," said Agatha. "All men who do not are madmen." She remained silent for a few moments and then added, "You are right in saying that love has made him mad, but it is the meanest of all love that has done so. It is self-love." "I think you are too hard upon him, Agatha, but it is over now and cannot be helped." "What did he say to you, Henri, when he left you in Saumur?" "His name had been mentioned, you know, in the council as one of the leaders. Bonchamp, I believe, proposed it, but Charles objected and named Charette in his place, and Cathelineau and the rest agreed to it. This angered Adolphe, and no wonder, for he is ambitious and impatient of neglect. I wish they would have let him been named instead of me, but they would not. And when the list was finished, he was not on it. He got up and said something, I hardly know what, but he complained of Stofflet being one of the generals, and then Charles rebuked him, and Adolphe in a passion left the room. And you followed him? Asked Agatha. Yes, I followed him, but he was like a raging madman. I don't know how it was, but instead of complaining about the generals, he began complaining about you. I don't know exactly whether I ought to tell you what he said. Indeed, I had not intended to have done so. Nay, Henri, now you have raised my woman's curiosity, and you positively must tell me. I hardly know how to tell you, said Henri, for I really forget how he said it. I don't know on earth how he introduced your name at all, but he ended in accusing you of having a more favored lover. Agatha blushed slightly as she answered, He has no right whatever to ask the question, nor if I have a favored lover should it be any ground of complaint to him. But to you, Henri, if you wish a promise from me on the subject, I will readily and willingly promise that I will receive no man's love, and as far as I can master my own heart, I will myself entertain no passion without your sanction. And you, dear brother, you shall make me a return for my confidence. You shall ask me to marry no man whom I cannot love. Don't for a moment think, dearest, that what he said made me uneasy as regarded you. But whom do you think he selected for you? Of whom do you think he is jealous? I cannot attempt to guess a madman's thoughts, Henri. I will tell you then, said he, but you will be shocked as well as surprised. He is jealous of Cathelineau. Cathelineau, said Agatha, blushing now much more deeply than she had done before. Yes, Cathelineau, the postilion. No, not Cathelineau the postilion, but Cathelineau the saint of Anjou and the hero of Saint-Florent and of Saumur. He at any rate has linked my name with that of a man worthy of a woman's love. Worthy, Agatha, had his birth and early years been different from what they were. Worthy as he is of any woman's love, said Agatha, great deeds and noble conduct make birth of no avail, to give either honor or disgrace. But, Agatha, surely you would not wed Cathelineau were he to ask you. Why should you ask that question, Henri, said she. Are the words which Adolphe Deneau has uttered in his wild insanity of such weight as to make you regard as possible such an event? Have I not told you I would wed no one without your sanction? Do you not know that Cathelineau has never spoken to me but the coldest words of most distant respect? Do you not know that his heart and soul are intent on other things than woman's love? I too feel that this is not the time for love. While I live in continual dread that those I most value may fall in battle, while I fear that every messenger who comes to me in your absence may have some fatal news to tell, I do not wish to take upon me a fresh burden of affection. Am I not best as I am, Henri, at present? And she put her arm affectionately through his. When the wars are over and the king is on his throne, you shall bring me home a lover, some brave friend of yours who has proved himself a gallant knight. I would have him be a gallant knight, certainly, said Henri, but he should also be a worthy gentleman. And is not Cathelineau a worthy gentleman? Forgetting in her enthusiasm that she was taking the cause of one who was being spoken of as her lover. Oh, indeed he is, if valor, honesty, and honor, if trust in God and forgetfulness of self, if humanity and generosity constitute a gentleman, then is Cathelineau the prince of gentlemen. But do not, pray, do not mistake me, Henri. A lover of scenery admires the tops of distant mountains, and gazes on their snowy peaks with a pleasure almost amounting to awe, but no one seeks to build his house on the summit. So do I admire the virtues, the devotion, the courage of Cathelineau, but my admiration is mixed with no love which would make me wish to join my lot with his. I only say that despite his birth and former low condition, He is worthy of any woman's love." Henri did not quite like his sister's enthusiasm, though he hardly knew why it displeased him. He had thought of Cathelineau only as a soldier and a general, and had found nothing in him that he did not approve of. But he felt that he could not welcome him as his darling sister's husband. "If Adolphe should have prophesied rightly," said he to himself, as he went from his sister's room to his own chamber. "But no, whatever her feelings may be, she is too good to do anything that would displease me." End of section 13. Section 14 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 4, Michael Stein. On the Sunday morning after Henri's return to Durbellière, Jacques Chapot, with Jean and Peter Stein, left the chateau very early and started for Échambron. Word had been sent to the old smith by some of the neighbors who had been at Saumur that his 2 sons were safe and sound, and that they had behaved well at the siege, and a message at the same time reached Annot, informing her that Jacques meant to spend his next Sunday at the village. The party was therefore expected, and great preparations were made for a fête at Échambron. The heroes of that place considered that they had somewhat celebrated themselves. In the first place, on final inquiry, it appeared that not one person from the village who was at all able to go to Saumur had neglected to do so. In the next place, many of the villagers were among the number of the red scarfs, and they claimed to themselves the privilege of being considered peculiarly valiant and particularly loyal. And lastly, though many of them had gone to Saumur without arms, every man on his return had a musket with him, which the old men and women regarded as absolute trophies, taken by each man individually from some awful rebel whom he had slain in single combat. There were to be great rejoicings, therefore, at Échambron, which were postponed for the arrival of Chapot and the 2 Steins. The old smith was very angry at his son's behavior. As Chapot had said, he was a very black man, and when he was angered, it wasn't easy to smooth him. The operation, however, was attempted by some of his neighbors, and though they were not altogether successful, they succeeded in making the old man a little proud of his family. "Yes, Paul Rouel," he said to the village innkeeper, who was an ancient crony of his, "it's very well to talk of king and church, but if king and church are to teach sons to fly against their fathers, we may, I think, have a little too much of them. Didn't I again and again tell the boys not to go?" "But, Michael Stein, how could you expect them to stay here, with a score of old men like us, and a number of women and girls, when every young fellow in the parish had gone to the wars? Besides, they say, they did gallantly at the wars, and gained great honor and glory." "Gained a great fiddlestick," said the smith. "But, Michael Stein," said another old friend, named Gobelin, "you wouldn't have your children disgraced, would you? Think how sheepish they would have looked, hiding themselves in the smithy here, when all the other young men were parading round the green with the guns and swords they have taken from the rebels, and the women and girls all admiring them. Why, neighbor, not a girl in the parish would have spoken to them." "Girls spoken to them, indeed! I tell you, Gobelin, in the times now coming, any girl will be ready enough to speak to a young man that has a house over his head and a 5-franc piece in his pocket. No, neighbor Gobelin, I gave my boys a good trade and desired them to stick to it. They have chosen instead to go for soldiers, and for soldiers they may go. They don't come into my smithy again, that's all." "You don't mean you won't speak to the lads, and after their fighting so bravely and all?" said Paul Rouel in a voice of horror. "I didn't say I wouldn't speak to them, Rouel," said the father. I am as fond of my sons as another man, and as they were resolved to disobey my commands and to go fighting, why, I'll not say but I'm glad they didn't disgrace themselves. I'd have been sorry to hear that they'd run away, or been the last to face the enemy. But they had no right to go when there was work for them to do at home. They are welcome now to come and take the best I can give them, till their new trade calls them away again. And then they'll be welcome to go soldiering again. Not a hammer shall they raise on my anvil, not a blast shall they blow in my smithy, not an ounce of iron shall they turn in my furnace." "You'll think better of these things after a day or two, neighbors," said Gobelin. "When I think once about a thing, Gobelin, I'm not much given to think again. But I tell you I wish the boys no harm. Let them be soldiers now, and I pray God they may be good soldiers. Only, if I save a little money by hard work, I won't have them spend it among their comrades in strong drink. It'll be all the better for Annot when I die, that's all." In this resolution he remained fixed, and in this frame of mind he received his truant sons on their return to Échambron on the Sunday morning. They entered the village together with Chapeau about 9 in the morning, having been met about a mile from the town by 4 or 5 friends who escorted them back. Annot was not there, for she was very busy at home, preparing breakfast for her brothers and lover. She, at any rate, was determined that the prodigal sons should be received with a fatted calf. Chapeau marched up through the village at the head of the little procession to bear the brunt of the father's anger, as his station in life and standing in the army made him feel superior even to the fury of old Michael Stein. As they approached the door of the smith's house, they saw him sitting in the little porch with a pipe in his mouth, for Michael was never found without one of 2 implements. He had always either his hammer or his pipe in lull activity. "Welcome back to Échambron, Monsieur Chapeau, welcome back," said the old man. "I am heartily glad to see so brave a soldier in my poor cabin," and he gave his hand to Jacques. "And here be 2 other brave soldiers, Michael Stein, who, I hope, are also welcome to Échambron. And this I will say, any father in Poitou might be proud to own them for his sons, for gallanter fellows there are not in the whole army of La Vendée, and that is saying a long word." There was a little crowd round the smith's house, and in spite of his unmilitary predilections, he could not help feeling proud at the public testimony that was paid to his son's merits. He showed this by the tear that stood in his eye as he said, "They are welcome too, Monsieur Chapeau, they are very welcome too. I am glad to see ye safe and sound from the wars, lads. I am glad to see thee, Jean. I am glad to see thee, Peter." And he gave a hand to each of the 2 young men, who were delighted with their unexpected, kind reception. "And this I will say before the neighbors here, as ye would go to the wars and make soldiers of yourselves, I am well pleased to hear ye behaved yourselves like gallant brave men should do. I'd sooner that your friends should have had to tell me that ye were both stiff and cold, than that ye should have returned yourselves with shamed faces, to own that ye had disgraced the trade ye have chosen to take up with." "Bravo, bravo," said Chapeau. "I am glad in my heart, Michael Stein, to hear you speak so kindly to the lads, and so will Monsieur Henri be glad to hear it, for they are 2 of his own special troop. They are 2 of the gallant Red Scarfs, who swam into Saumur with their muskets tucked under their arms." "But understand me, boys," continued the smith, still speaking so that the neighbors standing round could hear him, "I am right glad to see both of you, as I am to see Monsieur Chapeau, or any other gallant friend who is kind enough to visit me and Annot. But mind, it is as visitors I receive you. In a few days, doubtless, you must go away to the wars again. Till then ye shall have the best I can give, both to eat and to drink. Ye shall have your own way, and never be asked to do a turn of work. Ye shall have gay holyday times, and holyday fare, and anything the old man can do, and anything the old man can give to make you merry, he will do and he will give, because you have come back gallantly, and have not brought dishonor to the roost where ye were hatched. But more than this I will not agree to. Ye would not abide at home as I desired, and this, therefore, is no longer a home for you. Ye would not be content to be forgers of weapons, but ye must e'en use them too, and ye have had your way. Now, lads, I must have my way, and for the rest of the time I must have it alone. This is no longer your home, lads, and I am no longer your master. Ye would be soldiers when I did not wish it. Now let ye be soldiers, and I'm the less sorry for it, as it seems like that you'll prove good soldiers. And now, Peter and Jean, you're welcome, both of you. Jacques Chapeau, you are most heartily welcome. Come, Annot, let the lads have a swinging breakfast, for I know these soldiers fight not well unless they be fed well. And so, finishing his speech, he led the way into the cottage. The three men were too well pleased with their reception to grumble at the smith's mode of expressing his feeling. Jean and Peter were delighted to find that they were to be entertained with the best their father could afford, instead of with black looks and hard words, and that the only punishment to be immediately inflicted on them was that they were to do no work. The party, therefore, entered the cottage tolerably well pleased with each other. It is not to be supposed that Annot remained in the background during the whole of her father's oration. She had come out of the cottage and kissed her two brothers and shaken hands with her lover. She then returned in again, and Chapeau had followed her, and as the two were left alone together for a minute or two, I think it very probable that she kissed him also, but I cannot speak positively on this point. Then they all sat down to breakfast, and Paul Rouelle and old Gobelin, who had contrived to be of the party, were greatly surprised to hear and to see how civil Michael was to his sons. He pressed them to eat of the very best, as he did to Chapeau, and talked to them about the war, listened to all their tales, and had altogether lost the domineering, authoritative tone of voice with which he usually addressed his own family. It was only in talking to Annot that he was the same hot-tempered old man as ever. The two young men themselves were hardly at their ease, but they ate their breakfast and made the best they could of it. "Smothered fire burns longest, neighbor Gobelin," said Rouelle as he left the house. "Take my word, Michael will never forgive those two boys of his the longest day he has to live." After breakfast, Michael Stein and his whole party went to Mass, as did all the soldier peasants who had returned from Saumur, and the old curé of the parish, who had now recovered possession of his own church, with much solemnity returned thanks to God for the great victory which the Vendéens had gained, and sung a requiem for the souls of the royalists who had fallen in the battle. When they left the church, the peasants all formed themselves into a procession, the girls going first and the men following them, and in this manner they paraded round the green, carrying a huge white flag, which had been embroidered in the village, and which bore in its center, in conspicuous letters of gold, those three words, "The loyal shibboleth of La Vendée, Vive le Roi." This flag they fixed on a pole erected in the center of the green, and then they set to work to amuse themselves with 20 different games. The games, however, did not flourish. The men were too eager to talk of what they had done, and the girls were too willing to listen. They divided themselves into 50 little parties, in which 50 different accounts were given of the taking of Saumur, and in each party 3 or 4 different warriors were named as having been the most conspicuous heroes of the siege. Each narrator had some especially esteemed leader or chief, who in his eyes greatly exceeded the other leaders, and the prodigious feats of valor performed by this favored warrior was the first and most wonderful subject of discourse. Then, but at a modest distance as regards the glory of the achievements related, each peasant told what he had done himself. 2 or 3 probably made out their little history together, and told of each other's valor. That homely and somewhat vulgar Scotch proverb, "You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours," was certainly unknown to them, but nevertheless they fully recognized the wise principle of mutual accommodation which that proverb teaches. "It's no use talking, but there isn't one of them able to hold a candle to our Monsieur Henri, is there, Louis? That is, for a downright thundering attack." This was said by Jean Stein to 2 or 3 of the village girls, by whom he was looked on as a great hero, in consequence of his having gone to the war in spite of his father's commands, as well as on account of Chapeau's honorable testimony in his favor, and the man referred to was one Louis Bourdin, who, as well as Jean, had been of the party who followed Henri through the moat. "That there is not, Jean. That is for positive stand-up fighting, not one. And we ought to know, for we have seen most of 'em. There's Cathelineau is a very good man at leading on the men." "Oh yes," said Jean, "Cathelineau is a fine fellow too, and a very holy man, but somehow I don't think he's quite so forward as Monsieur Henri. Monsieur Henri is always the first." "But doesn't he get dreadfully knocked about by the guns and bullets?" asked one of the girls. "He doesn't matter that a pinch of snuff," said Louis. "No, not a pinch of snuff," said Jean. "Do you mind, Louis, how he leaped off his horse and dashed through the trenches? That first night at VIII, wasn't it beautiful?" "You may say that, Jean," answered Louis. "It was beautiful. And what a night that was! You were along with him, Jean, and so was Chapeau. Monsieur Henri was up first, I can swear to that, but it would puzzle anyone to say who was second." "Yourself, Louis, was as quick as anyone. I marked you well. Indeed, then, I said to myself, if all our men are as forward as Louis Bourdin, the village will have a great name before the war is over." "But tell me truly now, Louis Bourdin," said a little girl who was listening intently all the time, "when you went up into that place, were there real soldiers in armor, with guns and cannon firing at you all the time?" "Truly then there were, Lolotte, hundreds of them," said Bourdin. "Well, that is horrible," said the girls all at once. "And do you remember, Jean," continued Bourdin, "when Monsieur Henri dashed down again, how the traitor rebels hallooed out, 'Fire upon the red scarf!' Well, I did think it was all up with him then. You were close to him, Jean, nearer than I am to Lolotte now." "And that's quite near enough," said Lolotte, giving him a push. "Why, I'm sure I was doing nothing. I was only wanting to show you. Jean Stein there was, as I was saying, quite close to Monsieur Henri, and as they leaped out of the camp together, 20 voices roared out at once, 'Fire upon the red scarf! Fire upon the red scarf!' Oh, that was a fearful evening. It was dark then, and the light of the smoking, glaring torches made it 5 times more horrible. I thought we were as good as dead men then. I'm sure I, for one, can't guess how we ever got out alive." "And yet Monsieur Henri wasn't wounded," said Jean. "Well, it was wonderful. After all, General Delbé must be right. Providence must give a shake to a rebel's arm just as he's firing, so as to send his bullet anywhere but where it's meant to go." "Yes," said Bourdin, "and it directs the shot of a royalist right into a rebel's heart." "Well, if that be so," said Lolotte, "I'm sure I, for one, wouldn't like to fight on the rebels' side. They must be wonderful brave men to hold out at all, when Providence goes against them in that way." "But they don't hold out, girls," said Jean. "They always run away. How they did run, Bourdin, when Monsieur Henri led us into the town through the broken wall. Well, I believe they all thought at that time the devil himself was coming for them out of the moat. Only think, girls, 3,000 or 4,000 men running away as fast as their feet could carry them from 200 fellows who hadn't a charge of dry powder among them, and who were all themselves dripping wet through. Well, that was fine." Jacques Chapeau and Annot Stein had not joined any of these parties. They had disappeared soon after Mass, and were not heard of for 3 or 4 hours afterwards. They took a long ramble by themselves, down by the mill stream, and far beyond the mill, sitting down every now and then among the willows, and then getting up and strolling on a bit further. They did not this day waste their time in foolish quarrels and fond reconciliations, but discoursed together sundry serious matters of important business, as becomes people to do when they think of arranging a partnership concern from which each intends to get a comfortable means of living for the remainder of his or her life. Upon the whole, they had but very few subjects of difference, and by their return to the smith's house at supper time, they had fully agreed that no further time ought to be lost in establishing a firm under the name of Jacques and Annot Chapeau and Company, the company being left to come afterwards or not, as God might please. After supper was over, Annot had no difficulty in inducing her brothers to leave the house, and thus the coast was left clear for Jacques to ask the father's consent to his intended marriage. Neither he nor Annot expected much difficulty in persuading Michael to accept of so promising a son-in-law, but they were both determined that if they could not marry with his consent, they would do so without it. So Chapeau lighted his pipe and sat himself down opposite the smith, and Annot retired to her own little sleeping chamber, where she might conveniently hear what her father and lover said to each other respecting her intended nuptials. "Well, Michael Stein, my old friend," said Jacques, "these are glorious times, are they not? The rebels beaten hollow till they haven't a face to show for themselves, and the king coming to La Vendée to enjoy his own again. It will be a fine thing to see the king riding into the village of Échambron to thank the gallant peasants with his own mouth for what they have done for him." "Yes, Monsieur Chapeau, those will be fine times when they come. Pray God you and other young fellows like you may live to see them. An old fellow like me has little chance of such happiness." "And why not, my friend? What is to make those days so far off? I tell you, Michael Stein, the rebels were dead beaten at Saumur. They are scattered like chaff. Their very best soldiers are altogether hors de combat. The war is as good as over. We may have to make a little trip or two just to receive the English, who are coming to help us. We may have to go and meet them on the coast, or perhaps to Parthenay, to ask Monsieur Santerre what he wants in that part of the world. But that is all, literally all. I tell you the rebels are clean beaten." "I only wonder then, Monsieur Chapeau, why you want the English to come and help you, if, as you say, you have conquered all the Republicans yourselves." "Just to pay their respects to the king, and perhaps to lend us a hand in driving those Jacobins out of Paris. That's all. Till that's done, the king is to live at Saumur." "To live at Saumur, is he?" "That's what those say who know most about it, and you know I'm in the way to know what's really going forward. He's to hold his court at Saumur, and Henri Larochejaquelin is to be commandant of the town, and have the command of all the forces there. I tell you, Michael Stein, we that wear the red scarfs will not be the worse off then." "I hope not. In truth, Monsieur Chapeau, I hope not, though they do say that they be not wise who put their trust in princes." "Princes," said Jacques. "I am not talking of princes. I am talking of the king himself, God bless him." "Well, perhaps that does make a difference, and I say God bless him too, with all my heart. I suppose you've heard, Michael Stein, that our young general, Monsieur Henri, is going to be married?" "Is he then?" said Michael. "No, truly, I did not hear a word of such a matter. To some grand lady of the court, I suppose." "No, but to his own beautiful young cousin, Mademoiselle de Lescure, the sister of our other general, you know." "Well, may they be happy, both of them. I mind their fathers well. The old Marquis is still alive, but greatly ailing, they tell me. I have much to be thankful for, and I do thank the Lord." And as he spoke, Michael Stein crossed himself. "Now I'm as old in a manner as the Marquis himself, and yet you see I can still make the big hammer clink on the anvil." Indeed you can, Michael, and better too than many a young fellow. But as we were saying, here is Monsieur Henri going to be married, and his lady will surely be wanting some nice, tidy, handy, good-looking, smart young woman to be about her, more as a sort of companion, you know, than a servant. In the same way, you mind, as I am now to Monsieur Henri. Now wouldn't that be a nice berth for your daughter, Annot Stein? As Chapeau described the nice, tidy, smart, pretty young woman that the future Madame de Larochejaquelin would be sure to require, Annot smoothed down her little apron with both her hands, gave a complacent glance at her own neat little feet and her bright holiday shoes, and then listened eagerly for her father's answer. "I am sure, Monsieur Chapeau, that Annot Stein is very thankful for your good wishes," said he, "and so is her father, very thankful. But she has not court breeding enough for that sort of work. She has never learnt to speak smooth and say pretty little flattering sayings, such as ladies like to hear. Nor when Madame would be out of sorts and ruffled, as great ladies will be sometimes, would she know how to say the right word just at the right time. And then Annot has too much of her father's rough blood, and if Madame scolded at all, it's 10 chances to 1 but she would scold again, and that, you know, wouldn't do. No, Monsieur Chapeau, Annot had better remain as she is, and keep her father's house till she marries some honest tradesman like myself, when these deadly wars be over." "Well, but my dear friend," said Chapeau, "I had another little proposition I wanted to make, which would fit in so well with what I suggested, and I can assure you Madame Henri, that is, Mademoiselle de Lescure as she is now, you know, is the softest, sweetest-tempered creature living. She wouldn't quarrel with anyone, much less with such a little angel as your daughter." "I'm sure," said Michael, making a low bow to his guest, and pressing the handle of his pipe to his breast, "I'm sure my daughter will be very thankful for the great interest you take respecting her. But as I was saying, you know, about this other little proposition of mine." "Well, Monsieur Chapeau, I'm listening with all my ears, and very thankful for your kind friendship." "You see," said Jacques, "Monsieur Henri is going to change his condition. We've both been young fellows together, we've had our amusements and our pleasures like other young men, and maybe been as fortunate as most. Well, my friend, Monsieur Henri is going to settle down and marry the girl of his heart, whom he loves better than all the world, and what can I do better than follow his example? The truth is, I mean to settle down too, Michael Stein." "Well," said Michael, scratching his head and listening for the remainder of Chapeau's little proposition, "and I want to marry the girl of my heart, whom I love better than all the world, and her name is Annot Stein, and there's an end of it, and now you know all about it." Annot's heart beat quickly as she heard him make the last important declaration, and beautifully she thought he made it. When Chapeau called her a little angel, she swore to herself that he was the dearest fellow that ever lived, and when he finished by protesting that she was the girl of his heart, and that he loved her better than all the world, she longed to run out and throw her arms about his neck. Michael Stein took a long pull at his pipe, and blew out a huge cloud of tobacco before he made any answer, and then he said, "Monsieur Chapeau, I am sensible how great an honor you propose to do me and my poor daughter. But I am not a proud man. No one can say that Michael Stein was ever proud or ambitious. My only wish is to see my little girl married to a decent, hard-working fellow like her father." "Well, ain't I a hard-working fellow?" "Let me look at your hands, Monsieur Chapeau, the inside of your hands. No, you are not a hard-working fellow. Your hand is as soft as a lady's." "What signifies my hand? I shan't make a worse husband, shall I, because my hand is not as horny as your own?" "No, but a hard-fisted fellow is the only man that will suit my daughter." "But Michael Stein, she herself thinks—" Who ever heard of asking a girl what she thinks herself? Of course she'd sooner be a fine lady and spend her time walking about a big chateau than be milking cows and minding goats. But won't she be earning her living and her wages honestly? Wages? I don't like those sort of wages, Monsieur Chapeau. I don't mean to say anything uncivil, and I hope you won't take it amiss, but there are two trades I don't fancy for my children. The one is that of a soldier, the other that of a great man's servant. Gracious me, Michael Stein, why I'm both, said Chapeau, rather offended. I beg your pardon again and again, and I really mean no offense. Clown as I am, I hope I know better than to say anything to hurt my own guest in my own house. Chapeau assured him he was not offended, and begged to know why the old man objected to see his children become soldiers or servants. They've no liberty, said Michael, though they usually take a deal too much license. They never are allowed to call their time their own, though they often misuse the time that ought to belong to other people. For a long time Chapeau combated such arguments as these, but without avail. The smith declared that now, as his two sons had become soldiers, it would break his heart if his daughter also were to marry one. He assured Jacques, with tears running down his rough cheeks, that he could not bring himself to give his daughter his blessing if she left his house without his leave to marry a soldier. He declared that he also loved her better than all the world, and that he could not bear to part with her, and his tears and kindly words had such an effect upon Annot that she could not restrain herself. She burst into tears herself, and running out of her little room, threw herself into her father's arms. "Get up, thou simpleton, get up, thou little fool," said he. "Why, Annot, what ails thee?" "O father, dear father," said she. "Get up then, Annot, and I'll speak to thee. I never saw thee in this way before." "O father," she said, sobbing violently, "do you love your poor daughter so very, very much?" "Love you, Annot? Why, yes, I do love you. If you'll be a good girl, that is, I will love you." "I will be a good girl, dear father. Indeed, I'll be a good girl. At any rate, I'll try. But then—" and she stood up and commenced wiping her eyes with her little apron. "Well, what then, Annot?" said the smith. "But then I wouldn't anger you, father, for all the world. Indeed I wouldn't, for you always are so good to me, and I know I don't deserve it." And poor Annot continued sobbing and rubbing her eyes with her apron. "Nonsense, girl, nonsense," said Michael. "I don't find any fault with you. Don't think of getting yourself married till these wars be over, that's all." And he kissed her forehead and patted her cheek as though all the difficulty were over. "But father," continued Annot, with her apron still to her face. "Well, child, what is it? By the blessed mass, Monsieur Chapeau, I don't know what the girl's crying for." "Do you love your own little Annot so very, very much?" said she, and she put her soft arm round his rough neck and placed her cheek quite close to his. "There, Annot, why, what nonsense, girl! Don't you know I love you? Didn't you hear me say so this minute? Leave off, will you, you little slut? Why, what will Monsieur Chapeau think of us? Well, I declare, she's crying still." "But if you really, really love me, father—" "Bother the girl, she knows I love her better than anything else, God forgive me." "If you really love me," repeated Annot, nestling her head in her father's bosom, you must do something that I'll ask you, father." "And what is it, child? I doubt much it's nonsense." "You must love Jacques Chapeau too, father." And having uttered these important words, Annot clung fast to her father's arms, as if she feared he was going to throw her off, and sobbed and cried as though her heart were breaking. The battle between the contending factions, namely the father on one side and the daughter with her lover on the other, was prolonged for a considerable time, but the success was altogether with Annot. Chapeau would have had no chance himself against the hard, dry common sense of the smith. But Annot made her appearance just at the right moment, before the father had irrevocably pledged himself, and the old man was obliged to succumb. He couldn't bring himself to refuse his daughter when she was lying on his bosom and appealing to his love. So at last he gave way entirely, and promised that he would love Jacques Chapot also. And then Chapot, he also cried, and, I shudder as I write it, he also kissed the tough, bronzed, old, wiry smith, and promised that he would be a good husband and son-in-law. As soon as Annot had got her wish, and had heard Jacques received as her betrothed husband, she also was wonderfully dutiful and affectionate. She declared that she didn't want to be married till the wars were nearly over, and the country was a little more quiet, that she would never go away and leave her father altogether, and that if ever she did go and live at Durbellière, she would certainly make an agreement with her master and mistress that she should be allowed to walk over to eat her dinner with her father every Sunday. As soon as the smith found himself completely conquered, he resigned himself to his fate and became exceedingly happy and good-humored. He shook Chapot's hand 50 times till he had nearly squeezed it off. He sent to the inn for 2 bottles of the very best wine that was to be had. He made Annot prepare a second supper, and that not of simple bread and cheese, but of poached eggs and fried bacon, and then he did all that he possibly could to make Chapot tipsy, and in the attempt he got very drunk himself, and so the day ended happily for them all. End of section 14. Section 15 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 5, The Hospital of Saint-Laurent. De Lescure only remained 3 days at Durbellière, and then started again for his own house at Clisson, and Henri accompanied him. They had both been occupied during these 3 days in making such accommodation as was in their power for the sick and wounded, who were brought back into the bocage in considerable numbers from Saumur. The safe and sound and whole of limb traveled faster than those who had lost arms and legs in the trenches at VIII, or who had received cuts and slashes and broken ribs at the bridge of Fouchard, and therefore the good news was first received in the bocage. But those miserable accompaniments of victory, low tumbrils laden with groaning sufferers lying on straw, slowly moving carts, every motion of which opened anew the wounds of their wretched occupants, and every species of vehicle as could be collected through the country, crammed with the wounded and the dying, and some even with the dead, were not long in following the triumphal return of the victorious peasants. A kind of hospital was immediately opened at a little town called Saint-Laurent-sur-Sèvre, about 2 leagues from Durbellière, at which a convent of Sisters of Mercy had long been established. De Lescure and Larochejaquelin, between them, supplied the means, and the sisters of the establishment cheerfully gave their time, their skill, and tenderest attention to assuage the miseries of their suffering countrymen. Agatha knew the superior of the convent well, and assisted in all the necessary preparations. She was there when the hospital was first opened, and for a long time afterwards visited it once or twice a week, on which occasions she stayed for the night in the convent. Had it not been that she could not bring herself to leave her father, she would have remained there altogether, as long as the war continued to supply the little wards with suffering patients. They were seldom, or rather never, empty, as long as the Vendéens kept their position in the country. The sick and the wounded were nursed with the tenderest care at Saint-Laurent. The sisters who had commenced the task never remitted their zeal, nor did Agatha Larochejaquelin. The wards were by degrees increased in number. The building was enlarged, surgical skill was procured, every necessary for a hospital was obtained, whatever might be the cost and whatever the risk, till at last, in spite of the difficulties which had to be encountered, the dangers which surrounded them, the slenderness of their means, and the always increasing number of their patients, the hospital of Saint Laurent might have rivaled the cleanliness, care, and comfort of the Hôtel Dieu in its present perfection. As soon as the first arrangements for the commencement of this hospital had been made, de Lescure and Henri went to Clisson. It may easily be supposed that de Lescure was anxious to see his wife, and that she was more than anxious to see him. Henri also was not sorry to hear the praises of his valor sung by the sweet lips of Marie. He stayed one short happy week at Clisson, basking in the smiles of beauty, and they were the last hours of tranquillity that any of the party were destined to enjoy for many a long sad day. De Lescure's recovery was neither slow nor painful, and before the week was over he was able to sit out on the lawn before the chateau, with one arm in a sling and the other round his wife's waist, watching the setting of the sun and listening to the thrushes and nightingales. Every now and again he would talk of the future battles to be fought, and of the enemies to be conquered, and of the dangers to be encountered. But he did not speak so sadly of the prospects of his party as he did when he had only just determined to take up arms with the Vendéens. The taking of Thouars and Fontenay, of Montreuil and Saumur, had inspirited even him, and almost taught him to believe that La Vendée would be ultimately successful in re-establishing the throne. De Lescure was delighted to see what he thought was a growing attachment between his sister and his friend. Had he the power of choosing a husband for Marie out of all France, he would have chosen Henri Larochejaquelin. He loved him already as he could only love a brother, and he knew that he had all those qualities which would most tend to make a woman happy. "Oh, if these wars were but over," said he to his wife, "how I would rejoice to give her to him. He is such a brave and gallant fellow, but as tender-hearted and kind as he is brave." "These weary, weary wars," said Madame de Lescure with a sigh, "would they were over, would with all my heart they had never been begun. How well does the devil do his work on earth when he is able to drive the purest, the most high-minded, the best of God's creatures to war and bloodshed as the only means of securing to themselves the liberty of worshipping their Savior and honoring their King." Henri himself, however, had not considered the propriety of waiting until the wars were over before he took a wife for himself, or at any rate before he asked the consent of the lady's friends. For the day before he left Clisson, he determined to speak to Charles on the subject. Though he had long known Marie so well, and had now been staying a week in the house, he had never yet told her that he loved her. It was the custom of the age and the country for a lover first to consult the friends of the young lady, and though the peculiar circumstances of his position might have emboldened Henri to dispense with such a practice, he was the last man in the world to take advantage of his situation. "Charles," said he, the evening before his departure, as he stood close to the garden seat on which his cousin was sitting, and amused himself with pitching stones into the river which ran beneath the lawn at Clisson. "Charles, I shall be off tomorrow. I almost envy you the broken arm which keeps you here." "It won't keep me long now, Henri," said he. "I shall be at Châtillon in a week's time, unless you and Delbé have moved to Parthenay before that. Cathelineau will by that time be master of Nantes, that is, if he is ever to be master of it." "Don't doubt it, Charles. I do not the least. Think of all Charette's army. I would wager my sword to a case-dagger that Nantes is in his hands this minute." "We cannot always have the luck we had at Saumur, Henri." No, said Henri, nor can we always have a de Lescure to knock down for us the gates of the Republicans. Nor yet a Larochejaquelin to force his way through the breach, said the other. Now we are even, said Henri, laughing. But really, without joking, I feel confident that the white flag is floating at this moment on the castle at Nantes. But it is not of that, Charles, that I wish to speak now. You have always been an elder brother to me. We have always been like brothers, have we not? Thank God we have, Henri, and I do not think it likely that we shall ever be more distant to each other. No, that I'm sure we never shall. You are too good either to quarrel yourself or to let me quarrel with you. But though we never can be more distant, we may yet be more near to each other. You know what I mean, Charles? I believe I do, said de Lescure, but why do you not speak out? You are not likely, I think, to say or to propose anything that we shall not approve of, that is, Victorine and I. God bless you both, said Henri. You are too kind to me, but can you consent to give me your own dear favorite sister, your sweet Marie? You know what I mean in saying that I would be nearer to you. De Lescure was in the act of answering his cousin when the quick fall of a horse's foot was heard in the avenue close to the house, and then there was a sudden pause as the brute was pulled up violently in the yard of the chateau, and the eager voices of domestics answering the rapid questions of the man who had alighted. Interested as the two friends were in their conversation, the times were too full of important matters to allow of their remaining quiet after having heard such tokens of a hurried messenger. Larochejaquelin ran off to the yard of the chateau, and de Lescure followed him as quickly as his wounded arm would allow. Henri had hardly got off the lawn when he met a couple of servants coming from the yard, and between them a man, booted, spurred, and armed, covered with dust and spattered with foam, whom he at once recognized as Foret, the friend and townsman of Cathelineau. "What news, Foret? What news?" said Henri, rushing up to him and seizing him by the hand. "Pray God you bring with you good tidings." "The worst news that ever weighed heavy on a poor man's tongue, Monsieur Henri," said Foret, sorrowfully. "Cathelineau is not dead," said Henri, but the tone of his inquiry showed plainly how much he feared what the reply would be. "He was not dead," answered Foret, "when I left him 5 leagues on this side Nantes, but he had not many days to live." The two had turned back over the lawn, and now met de Lescure as he hastened to join them. "Cathelineau," said Henri, "is mortally wounded. Victory will have been bought too dear at such a price, but I know not yet even whether the Vendéans have been victorious." They have not, said Foret. "How could they be victorious when their great general had fallen?" "Mortally wounded. Oh, Foret, you are indeed a messenger of evil," said de Lescure, giving him his hand. "Yes, mortally wounded," said Foret. "I fear before this he may have ceased to breathe. I left him, gentlemen, a few leagues this side Nantes, and at his own request hurried on to tell you these sad tidings. Oh, Monsieur de Lescure, our cause has had a heavy blow at Nantes, and yet at one time we had almost beaten them, but when the peasants saw Cathelineau fall, they would fight no longer." "Where is he?" said Henri, "that is, if he still lives." "I crossed the river with him," answered Foret, "and brought him on as far as Amaillou. He wished to be carried to the hospital you have opened at Saint Laurent, and unless he has died since I left him, he is there now. I hurried on by Montaigu and Tiffauges to Saint Laurent, and there, Monsieur Henri, I saw Mademoiselle Agatha, and told her what had happened. If there be an angel upon earth, she is one. When I told her that the good Cathelineau was dying, every shade of color left her beautiful cheek. She became as pale as marble, and crossed her hands upon her bosom. She spoke to me not a word, nor did I look for reply, for I knew that in her heart she was praying that his soul might be taken up to heaven. Henri at that moment remembered the enthusiastic declaration of his sister that Cathelineau, despite his birth, was worthy of any woman's love, and he did not begrudge her the only means which now remained to her of proving her devotion to the character she had admired. I told her, continued Foret, that if he lived so long, Cathelineau would reach the hospital on the following day, and then I hurried on to you. She told me I should find you here. It was then dark, but I reached Châtillon that night, for they sent a guide with me from Saint Laurent. I left Châtillon again at the break of day, and have not lost much time in arriving here. No, indeed, Foret, and surely you must need rest and refreshment, said de Lescure. Come into the château, and you shall have both. But tell us, Foret, of this reverse at Nantes, said Henri. I will at once start for Saint Laurent. I will, if possible, see Cathelineau before he dies, but let me know before I go to him how it has come to pass that victory has at last escaped him. Victory did not escape him, said Foret. He was victorious to the last, victorious till he fell. You know, gentlemen, it had been arranged that Nantes should be attacked at the same moment by Charette from the southern banks of the Loire, and by Cathelineau from the northern, but this we were not able to accomplish. Charette was at his post, and entered the town gallantly over the Pont Rousseau, but we were unable to be there at the appointed time. For 10 hours we were detained by a detachment of the Blues at the little town of Nort, and though we carried it at last, without losing many of our men, the loss of the precious hours was very grievous. We pushed on to Nantes, however, without losing another minute, and though we found the rebels ready to receive us, they could not hold their ground against us at all. We drove them from the town in every direction. We were already in the chief square of Nantes, assured of our victory, and leading our men to one last attack, when a musket ball struck Cathelineau on the arm, and passing through the flesh, entered his breast. He was on foot, in front of the brave peasants whom he was leading, and they all saw him fall. Oh, Monsieur de Lescure, if you had heard the groan, the long wail of grief, which his poor followers from Saint Florent uttered, when they saw their sainted leader fall before them, your ears would never forget the sound. We raised him up between us, and carried him back to a part of the town which was in our hands, and from thence over the Pont Rousseau to Pirmil, where I left him for a while and returned to the town. But I could not get the peasants to follow me again, that is, his peasants, and he was too weak to speak to them himself. It was not till 2 hours after that he was able to speak a word. And you lost all the advantage you had gained? Asked de Lescure. We might still have been successful, for the Blues would always rather run than fight when they have the choice. But the Prince de Talmont, in his eagerness, headed the fugitive rebels who were making for Savenay, and drove them back into the town. When there, they had no choice but to fight. Indeed, their numbers were so much greater than our own that they surrounded us. Our hearts were nearly broken, and our arms were weak. It ended in our retreating to Pirmil, and leaving the town in the hands of the Republicans. How truly spoke that general who said, "Build a bridge of gold for a flying enemy," said de Lescure. And is Cathelineau's wound so surely mortal? Asked Henri. The surgeon who examined him in Pirmil said so. Indeed, Cathelineau never doubted it himself. He told me, as soon as he could speak, that he should never live to see the Republic at an end. But, added he, you, Foret, and others will, and it delights me to think that I have given my life to so good a cause. Henri's horse was now ready, and he made no longer delay than to say adieu to his hostess, and to speak 1 or 2 last words to his cousin Marie, and then he made the best of his way to Châtillon and Saint Laurent, hoping once more to see Cathelineau before he died. All his spurring and his hurrying was in vain. A few hours before Henri could reach the hospital, the Saint of Anjou had breathed his last, and Agatha Larochejaquelin had soothed his dying moments. As Faure had related, Agatha, on hearing of Cathelineau's wound, had turned deadly pale. It was not love that made her feel that the world was darkened by his fall, that from henceforward nothing to her could be bright and cheerful, at least not such love as that which usually warms a woman's heart, for Agatha had never hoped or even wished to be more to Cathelineau than an admiring friend. Nor yet was it grief for the loss of services which she knew were invaluable to the cause she had so warmly espoused. These two feelings were blended together in her breast. She had taught herself to look to Cathelineau as the future savior of her country. She loved his virtue, his patriotism, and his valor, and her heart was capable of no other love while that existed in it so strongly. The idea of looking on Cathelineau as a lover, of seeing him kneeling at her feet, or listening to him while he whispered sweet praises of her beauty, had never occurred to her. Had she dreamed it possible that he could do so, half her admiration of him would have vanished. No, there was nothing earthly, nothing mundane in Agatha's love, for though she did love the fallen hero of La Vendée, the patriot postilion of Saint-Florent, she did not shed a tear when she heard that he was dragging his wounded body to Saint-Laurent, that he might have the comfort of her tender care in his last moments. Her hand did not shake as she wrote a line to her father to say that she could not leave the hospital that evening, or probably the next, nor did she for 1/2 hour neglect the duties which her less distinguished patients required her to perform. But still she felt her heart was cold within her, and that if God had so willed it, she could, without regret, take her place in the grave beside the stricken idol of her admiration, who had fallen at Nantes while fighting for his God and his king. Early on the morning after Faure's departure for Clisson, the litter which bore the wounded chief reached the hospital, and Agatha's arm assisted him from the doorstep to the deathbed, which she had prepared for him. Agatha's feelings towards him have been imperfectly described, but what were his feelings towards her? What was the nature of the mysterious love which no kind words had ever encouraged, which no look had ever declared, which he had hardly dared to acknowledge to his own heart, and which had yet induced the wounded man to make so painful a journey, to travel over 20 long leagues, that he might once more see the glorious face which had filled his breast with such an unutterable passion. Not for a moment had he ever dreamt that Agatha regarded him differently than she did the many others who had taken up arms in the service of their country. His name, he knew, must be familiar to her ears, for chance had made it prominent in the struggle. But beyond that, it had never occurred to his humble mind that Agatha Larochejaquelin had given one thought to the postilion of Saint-Florent. For some time Cathelineau had been unable to define to himself the passion which he felt, but had gradually become aware that he loved Agatha passionately, incurably, and hopelessly. Her image had been present to him continually. It had been with him in the dead of night and in the heat of day, in the hour of battle and at the council table, in the agony of defeat and in the triumph of victory. When he found himself falling in the square at Nantes, and all visible objects seemed to swim before his eyes, still he saw Agatha's beautiful, pale face, and then she seemed to smile kindly on him and to bid him hope. As soon as his senses returned to him, he was made conscious that he was dying, and then he felt that he should die more happily if he could see once more the fair angel who had illuminated and yet troubled the last few days of his existence. Cathelineau had heard that Agatha had taken under her own kind care the hospital at Saint-Laurent, but he had not expected that she would be on the step to meet him as he was lifted out of his litter, but hers was the first face he saw on learning that his painful journey was at an end. His wound had been pronounced to be inevitably mortal, and he had been told that he might possibly live for 2 or 3 days, but that in all probability his sufferings would not be protracted so long. The fatal bullet had passed through his arm into his breast, had perforated his lungs, and there, within the vitals of his body, the deadly missile was still hidden. At some moments his agony was extreme, but at others he was nearly free from pain, and as his life grew nearer to its close, his intervals of ease became longer, and the periods of his suffering were shortened. He had confessed and received absolution and the sacrament of his church at Remuil, and when he reached Saint Laurent, nothing was left for him but to die. He tried to thank her as Agatha assisted him to the little chamber which she had prepared for him, but his own feelings and his exertions in moving were at first too much for him. The power of speech, however, soon returned to him, and he said, "How can I thank you, mademoiselle? What am I to say to thank you for such care as this?" "You are not to thank us at all," said Agatha. There was one of the Sisters of Mercy with her in the room. "We are only doing what little women can do for the cause for which you have done so much." Again he essayed to speak, but the sister stopped him with a kind yet authoritative motion of her hand, and bade him rest tranquil a while, and so he did. Sometimes Agatha sat by the window and watched his bed, and at others she stole quietly out of the room to see her other patients, and then she would return again and take her place by the window, and as long as she remained in the room so that he could look upon her face, Cathelineau felt that he was happy. He had been at Saint Laurent some few hours, and was aware that his precious moments were fast ebbing. He hardly knew what it was that he longed to say, but yet he felt that he could not die in peace without expressing to the fair creature who sat beside him the gratitude he felt for her tender care. Poor Cathelineau! He did not dream how difficult he would find it to limit gratitude to its proper terms, when the heart from which he spoke felt so much more than gratitude. "Ah, mademoiselle," he began, but she interrupted him. "Hush, hush, Cathelineau," she said. "Did you not hear Sister Anna say that you should not speak?" "What avails it now for me to be silent?" said he. "I know, mademoiselle, that I am dying, and believe me, I do not fear to die. Your kind care can make my last few hours tranquil and easy, but it cannot much prolong them. Let me have the pleasure of telling you that I appreciate your kindness, and that I give you in return all that a dying man can give, my prayers." "And I will pray for you, Cathelineau," said Agatha. "But will not every Vendéan pray for the hero who first led them to victory, who first raised his hand against the Republic?" "How precious are the praises of such as you," said he. "Pray for me and for your other poor countrymen who have fallen in this contest. Such prayers as yours will assuredly find entrance into heaven." He then again laid tranquil for a while, but his spirit was not quiet within him. He felt that there was that which he longed to say before he died, and that the only moments in which the power of speaking would be left to him were fast passing from him. "Do not bid me be silent," he said. "Did I not know that no earthly power could prolong my life, I would do nothing to defeat the object of my kind nurses. But as it is, a few moments' speech are of value to me, but an extra hour or so of torpid life can avail me nothing. Ah, mademoiselle, though I cannot but rejoice to see our cause assisted by the nobility and excellence of the country, though I know that the angelic aid of such as thou art—" "Stop, stop," said Agatha, interrupting him. "If you will speak, at any rate do not flatter. Your last words are too precious to be wasted in such idleness." It does not seem to be flattery in me to praise you, mademoiselle. Heaven knows that I do not wish to flatter, but my rude tongue knows not how to express what my heart feels. I would say that valuable as is your aid to our poor peasants, I almost regret to see you embarked in a cause which will bathe the country in blood, and which, unless speedily victorious, will bring death and desolation on the noble spirits who have given to it all their energies and all their courage. Do you think so badly, Cathelineau, of the hopes of the Royalists? If we could make one great and glorious effort, said he, and his eyes shone as brightly as ever while he spoke, if we could concentrate all our forces and fill them with the zeal which at different times they all have shown, we might still place the king upon his throne, and the white flag might still wave for ages from our churches as a monument of the courage of La Vendée. But if, as I fear, the war becomes one of detached efforts, despite the wisdom of de Lescure, the skill of Bonchamp, the piety of Delbé, the gallant enthusiasm of Larochejaquelin, and the devoted courage of them all, the Republic by degrees will devour their armies, will consume their strength, will desolate the country, and put to the sword even their wives and children. Neither high nobility, nor illustrious worth, nor surpassing beauty will shield the inhabitants of this devoted country from the brutality of the conquerors, who have abjured religion and proclaimed that blood alone can satisfy their appetites. Surely God will not allow his enemies to prevail, said Agatha. God's ways are inscrutable, answered Cathelineau, and his paths are not plain to mortal eyes. But it is not the less our duty to struggle on to do those things which appear to us to be acceptable to him. But should these sad days come, should atheism and the love of blood stride without control through our villages, if it be doomed that our houses are to be burnt and our women to be slaughtered, why should all remain to be a prey to our enemies? Ah, mademoiselle, leave this devoted country for a while. Take your sweet cousin with you. Bid Monsieur de Lescure send away his young wife. It is enough that men should have to fight with demons. Men can fight and die and suffer comparatively but little. But female beauty and female worth will be made to suffer 10,000 deaths from the ruthless atrocities of Republican foes. Agatha shuddered at the picture which Cathelineau's words conjured up, but her undaunted courage was not shaken. God will temper the wind to the shorn lamb, said she. Neither I nor Marie will leave our brothers, nor will Madame de Lescure leave her husband. It is little we can do to hasten victory, but we can lessen suffering and administer comfort when comfort is most required. Had you, Cathelineau, loved some woman above all others, and been loved by her, had you had with you in your struggle some dear sister, or perhaps still dearer wife, would you have asked her to go from you, that you might have battled on and struggled, and at last have died alone? By God's dear love I would, said he, raising himself as he spoke upon his bed. My most earnest prayer to her should have been to leave me. And when she refused to do so, when she also swore by God's dear love that she would stay with you till the last, as she would have done, Cathelineau, if she loved you as you should have been loved, would you then have refused the comfort her love so longed to give you? I know not then what I would have done, said he, after lying with his eyes closed for a few moments without answering. I have never known such love. Our women love their husbands and their brothers, but it is only angels love with such a love as that. Such is the love a man deserves who gives his all for his king and his country. If our husbands and our brothers and our dear friends, Cathelineau, are brave and noble, we will endeavor to imitate them. As long as there is an abiding place for them in the country, there are duties for us. If God vouchsafe to spare you your life awhile, that you might live to be the instrument of restoring his worship, do you think that I would run from your bedside, because I heard that the rebels were near you? O Cathelineau, you do not know the passive courage of a woman's heart." Cathelineau listened to her with all his ears, and gazed on her with all his eyes as she spoke to him. It seemed to him as though another world had opened to his view even before his death, as though paradise could give him no holier bliss than to gaze on that face and to listen to that voice. "I never knew what a woman was till now," said he, "and how much better is it that I should die this moment, with your image before me, than return to a world such as mine has been, where all henceforward would be distasteful to me." "Should you live, Cathelineau, you would live to be honored and valued. If it be God's pleasure that you should die, your memory will be honored and loved," said Agatha. He did not answer her for a while, but lay still, with his eyes fixed upon her, as she sat with her elbow leaning on the window. Oh, what an unspeakable joy it was to him to hear such heavenly words spoken by her, whom he had almost worshipped, and yet her presence and her words turned his thoughts back from heaven to the earth, which he had all but left. Could she really have loved him had it been his lot to survive these wars? Could she really have descended from her high pinnacle of state and fortune to bless so lowly a creature as him with her beauty and her excellence? As these thoughts passed through his brain, he began for the first time to long for life, to think that the promised blessings of heaven hardly compensated for those which he was forced to leave on earth. But his mind was under too strong control to be allowed to wander long upon such reflections. He soon recovered his wayward thoughts and remembered that his one remaining earthly duty was to die. "It is God's will that I should die," said he at last, "and I feel that he will soon release me from all worldly cares and sufferings. But you, mademoiselle, have made the last moments of my life happy." And again he was silent for a minute or two, while he strove to find both courage and words to express that which he wished to say. "How different have been the last few weeks of my existence, since first I was allowed to look upon your face." A faint blush suffused Agatha's brow as Cathelineau spoke. "Yes, mademoiselle," he continued, "I know you will forgive, when coming from a dying man, words which would have been insane had they been spoken at any other time. My life has been wholly different since that day when your brother led me, unwilling as I was, into your presence at Durbellière. Since that time I have had no other thought than of you. It was you who gave me courage in battle, and, more wonderful than that, enabled me to speak aloud and with authority among those who were all so infinitely my superiors. It was your beauty that softened my rough heart, your spirit that made me dauntless, your influence that raised me up so high. I have not dared to love you as love is usually described, for they say that love without hope makes the heart miserable, and my thoughts of you have made me more blessed than I ever was before. And yet I hoped for nothing, but I have adored you as I hardly dared to adore anything that was only human. I hardly know why I should have had myself carried hither to tell you this, but I felt that I should die more easily when I had confessed to you the liberty which my thoughts had taken with your image." As he continued speaking, Agatha had risen from her seat, and she was now kneeling at the foot of his bed, hiding her face between her hands, and the tears were streaming fast down her cheeks. "Tell me, mademoiselle, that you forgive me," said he. "Tell me that you pardon my love, and above all, pardon me for speaking of it. I have now but a few hours' breath, and in them I feel that I shall be but feeble. But tell me that you forgive me, and though dying, I shall be happy." Agatha was too agitated to speak for a time, but she stretched her hand out to him, and he grasped it in his own as forcibly as his strength would allow. "I know that you have pardoned my boldness," said he. "May God bless you and protect you in the dangers which are coming." "May he bless you also, Cathelineau, dear Cathelineau," said Agatha, still sobbing. "May he bless you and receive you into his glory, and seat you among his angels, and make you blessed and happy in his presence for ever and ever through eternity." And she drew herself nearer to him, and kissed the hand which she still held within her own, and bathed it with her tears, and pressed it again and again to her bosom. "The memory of the words you have spoken to me shall be dearer to me than the love of man, shall be more precious to me than any homage a living prince could lay at my feet, to remember that Cathelineau has loved me, that the sainted Cathelineau has held my image in his heart, shall be love enough for Agatha Larochejaquelin." Cathelineau lingered on for the whole of that day and the greater portion of the night. Agatha did not leave his bedside for a moment, but sat during most of the time, still holding his hand in hers. He spoke no farther respecting the singular passion he had nursed in his heart, nor did she allude to it, but when he spoke at all, he felt that he was speaking to a dear and tried and valued friend, and he spoke, therefore, without hesitation and without reserve. He desired her to give various messages from him to the Vendéan chiefs, but especially to de Lescure, to whom he said he looked with most hope for a successful issue to the struggle. He begged that they might be told that his last breath was spent in advising that they should make one great combined and final effort for the total overthrow of republicanism in France, and not fritter away their strength in prolonged contests with an enemy so infinitely their superior in numbers. Agatha promised faithfully to be a true messenger of these last injunctions, and then she saw the Vendéan chief expire in perfect tranquillity, happy in an assured hope of everlasting joy. He died about 3 in the morning, and before 5, Henri Larochejaquelin arrived at Saint-Laurent from Clisson. He had ridden hard through the previous day and the entire night, with the hope of once more seeing the leader whom he had followed with so much devotion, and valued so truly. But he was too late. He caught his sister in his arms as he ran up the hospital stairs. "Where is he?" said he. "Is he still alive? Is there any hope?" "There is no hope for us," answered Agatha, "but there is perfect certainty for him. The good Cathelineau has restored his spirit to him who gave it to avenge his glory." End of section 15. Section 16 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 6, Commissioners of the Republic. The taking Saumur frightened the Convention much more than any of the previous victories of the Vendéans. The Republicans lost a vast quantity of military stores, arms, gunpowder, cannons, and soldiers' clothing, and, which was much worse than the loss itself, these treasures had fallen into the hands of an enemy whose chief weakness consisted in the want of such articles. The Royalists, since the beginning of the revolt, had always shown courage and determination in action, but they had never before been collected in such numbers, or combated with forces so fully prepared for resistance as those whom they had so signally conquered at Saumur. The Convention began to be aware that some strong effort would be necessary to quell the spirit of the Vendéans. France at the time was surrounded by hostile troops. At the moment in which the Republicans were flying from the Royalists at Saumur, the soldiers of the Convention were marching out of Valenciennes, that fortified city having been taken by the united arms of Austria and England. Condé also had fallen, and on the Rhine the French troops who had occupied Mayence with so much triumph were again on the point of being driven from it by the Prussians. The Committee of Public Safety, then the repository of the supreme power in Paris, was aware that unless the loyalty of La Vendée was utterly exterminated, the royalists of that district would sooner or later join themselves to the Allies and become the nucleus of an overpowering aristocratic party in France. There were at the time thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands in France who would gladly have welcomed the extinction of the fearful republic which domineered over them, had not every man feared to express his opinion. The republic had declared that opposition to its behests, in deed or in word or even in thought, as far as thoughts could be surmised, should be punished with death. And by adhering to the purport of this horrid decree, the voice of a nation returning to its senses was subdued. Men feared to rise against the incubus which oppressed them, lest others more cowardly than themselves should not join them. And the Committee of Public Safety felt that their prolonged existence depended on their being able to perpetuate this fear. It determined, therefore, to strike terror into the nation by exhibiting a fearful example in La Vendée. After full consideration, the committee absolutely resolved to exterminate the inhabitants of the country, utterly to destroy them all, men, women, and children, to burn every town, every village, and every house, to put an end to all life in the doomed district, and to sweep from the face of the country man, beast, and vegetable. The land was to be left without proprietors, without a population, and without produce. It was to be converted into a huge Golgotha, a burial place for everything that had life within it. And then, when utterly purged by fire and massacre, it was to be given up to new colonists, good children of the Republic, who should enjoy the fertility of a land soaked with the blood of its former inhabitants. Such was the deliberate resolution of the Committee of Public Safety, and no time was lost in commencing the work of destruction. Barrère, one of the members of the committee, undertook to see the work put in a proper train, and for this purpose he left Paris for the scene of action. Westermann and Santerre accompanied him, and to them was committed the task of accomplishing the wishes of the committee. There was already a Republican army in La Vendée, under the command of General Biron, but the troops of which it was composed were chiefly raw levies, recruits lately collected by the conscription, without discipline and, in a great degree, without courage. But the men who were now brought to carry on the war were the best soldiers whom France could supply. Westermann brought with him a legion of German mercenaries, on whom he could rely for the perpetration of any atrocity, and Santerre was at the head of the 7,000 men whom the Allied army had permitted to march out of Valenciennes and to return to Paris. It was in the beginning of July that this worthy triumvirate met at Angers on their road to La Vendée. Cathelineau had driven the Republican garrison out of this town immediately after the victory at Saumur, but the Royalists made no attempt to keep possession of it, and the troops who had evacuated it at their approach returned to it almost immediately. It was now thronged with Republican soldiers of all denominations, who exercised every species of tyranny over the townspeople. Food, drink, forage, clothes, and even luxuries were demanded and taken in the name of the Convention from every shop, and the slightest resistance to these requisitions was punished as treason to the Republic. The Vendéans, in possession of the same town only a fortnight before, had injured no one, had taken nothing without paying for it, and had done everything to prevent the presence of their army being felt as a curse, And yet Angers was a noted Republican town. It had shown no favors to the Royalists, and received with open arms the messengers of the Convention. Such was the way in which the Republicans rewarded their friends, and the Royalists avenged themselves on their enemies. One hot July evening 5 men were seated in a parlor of the mayor's house in Angers, but the poor mayor himself was not allowed, nor probably did he wish, to be one of the party. Glasses were on the table before them, and the empty bottles which were there also showed that however important the subjects might be which they were discussing, they still considered that some degree of self-indulgence was compatible with their duties. The air of the room was heavy with tobacco smoke, and 1 or 2 of the number still had cigars between their lips. They were all armed, though 2 of them were not in uniform, and the manner in which they had their arms disposed showed that they did not quite conceive themselves to be in security in these their convivial moments. The men were Barrère, Westermann, and Santerre, and 2 of the Republican generals, Chourdin and Bourbat. Westermann and the 2 latter were in uniform, and the fact of their having arms was only in keeping with their general appearance. But the other 2 were in plain clothes, and their pistols, which were lying among the glasses on the table, and the huge swords which stood upright against their chairs, gave a hideous aspect to the party, and made them look as though they were suspicious of each other. Barrère alone had no sword. His hand was constantly playing with a little double-barreled pistol, which he continually cocked and uncocked, the fellow of which lay immediately before him. He was a tall, well-built, handsome man about 30 years of age, with straight black hair brushed upright from his forehead. His countenance gave the idea of eagerness and impetuosity rather than cruelty or brutality. He was, however, essentially egotistical and insincere. He was Republican not from conviction, but from prudential motives. He adhered to the throne a while, and deserted it only when he saw that it was tottering. For a time he belonged to the moderate party in the Republic, and voted with the Girondists. He gradually joined the Jacobins, as he saw that they were triumphing over their rivals, and afterwards was one of those who handed over the leaders of the Reign of Terror to the guillotine, and assisted in denouncing Robespierre and Saint-Just. He was one of the very few who managed to outlive the Revolution, which he did for nearly half a century. His face was hardly to be termed prepossessing, but it certainly did not denote the ruthless ferocity which the nature of the task he had undertaken would require, and which he exercised in its accomplishment. Nature had not formed him to be a monster gloating in blood. The Republic had altered the disposition which nature had given him, and he learnt among those with whom he had associated to delight in the work which they required at his hands. Before the Reign of Terror was over, he had become one of those who most loudly called for more blood, while blood was running in torrents on every side. It was he who demanded the murder of the Queen, when even Robespierre was willing to save her. It was he who declared in the Convention that the dead were the only enemies who never returned. And yet this same man lived to publish a pamphlet in which he advocated the doctrine that under no circumstances could one human being be justified in taking the life of another. He was dressed in a blue dress coat, which, in spite of the heat of the weather, was buttoned close round his body. He was rather a dandy in his costume, for his tightly fitted breeches were made to show the form of his well-formed leg, and his cravat was without a wrinkle. Before the Revolution, Barrère had been a wealthy aristocrat. Santerre, who sat next to him, was in every respect unlike the ci-devant nobleman. He was a large, rough, burly man, about 40 years of age. His brown hair was long and uncombed. His face was coarse and hot, and the perspiration was even now running down it, though drinking and smoking was at present his hardest work. His lips were thick and sensual, and his face was surrounded by huge whiskers, which made him look uncouth and savage. His cravat was thrown off, and his shirt was open at the neck, so as to show his brown throat and brawny chest. A huge horse pistol lay before him close to his glass, and a still huger sword stood up against his chair. He was drinking hard and talking loudly, and was evidently quite at ease with his company. He was as completely at home in the mayor's parlor at Angers as when rushing into the Tuileries at the head of his fellow citizens from the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Santerre was of Flemish descent and by trade a brewer. He was possessed of considerable wealth, which he freely spent among the poor, while famine pressed sore upon them. He was consequently loved, followed, and obeyed. He was the king of the Faubourg, and though the most ruthless in his animosity to the Royalists, he was not altogether a bad man. Neither was he by nature absolutely cruel. He had adopted the Revolution from a belief that the great mass of the people would be better off in the world without kings, nobility, or aristocrats, and having made himself firm in this belief, he used to the utmost his coarse, huge, burly power in upsetting these encumbrances on the nation. His love of liberty had become a fanaticism. He had gone with the current, and he had no fine feelings to be distressed at the horrid work which he had to do, no humanity to be shocked. But he was not one of those who delighted in bloodshed and reveled in the tortures which he inflicted on others. He had been low in the world's esteem, and the Revolution had raised him to a degree of eminence. This gratified his ambition, and made him a ready tool in the hands of those who knew how to use his well-known popularity, his wealth, his coarse courage, and great physical powers. Westermann sat at the window a little away from the others. He was a man of indomitable courage and undying perseverance. He was a German who had been banished from Prussia, and having entered the French army as a private soldier, had gradually risen to be an officer. A short time before the storming of the Tuileries, he had foreseen that the Democratic party was prevailing, and he had joined it. Danton and Santerre had discovered and appreciated his courage and energy, and he soon found himself a leader of the people. It was he who directed the movements of the populace on the 10th of August, when the Tuileries was sacked, and the Swiss guards were massacred on the steps of the king's palace. Since that time, Westermann had been a successful soldier in the Republican army. Not that he was by any means a vehement Democrat. His object had been military success, and that only. He had neither political theories or political ambition. Chance had thrown him in the way of the Republic, and he had become a Republican. He was then attached to the army of Dumouriez as aide-de-camp to that general, and was in the confidence of him and of Danton at the moment that Dumouriez was endeavoring to hand over the armies of the Republic to the power of Prussia and of Austria. He again, however, was wise in time. Dumouriez calculated too entirely on the affection of the army to himself, and failed. But before he failed, Westermann had left him. He was now again a trustworthy servant of the Republic, and as such was sent to assist in the fearful work which the tyranny of the Democrats required. His unnatural ruthlessness and prompt obedience were of no avail to him. Soon after his return from the western provinces, he perished under the guillotine. "And so the good Cathelineau is dead," said Santerre. "The invincible, the invulnerable, the saint. Ha, ha! What sweet names these dear friends of ours have given themselves." "Yes," said General Bourbat, "the messenger who told me had come direct from their hospital. Cathelineau breathed his last the day before yesterday at Saint Laurent." "Let us drink to his health, gentlemen, his spiritual health," said Santerre, "and to his safe journey." And the brewer raised his glass to his lips and drank the toast which he had proposed. "Bon voyage, my dear Cathelineau," said Bourbat, following his example. Cathelineau was a brave man, said Jourdain. I am glad he died of his wounds. I should have been sorry that so gallant a fellow should have had to submit his neck to the sharp embraces of Mademoiselle Guillotine. That is hardly a patriotic sentiment, Citizen General, said Barrère. Gallantry on the part of an insurgent royalist is an inspiration of the devil, sent to induce man to perpetuate the degradation and misery of his fellow men. Such gallantry, or rather such frenzy, should give rise to anything but admiration in the breast of a patriot. My fidelity to the Republic will not be doubted, I believe, said Jourdain, because as a soldier I admire high courage when I find it in a soldier. If your fidelity be unimpeachable, your utility will be much questioned, if you wish to spare a royalist because he is a brave man, said Barrère. By the same argument, I presume, you would refrain from knocking an adder on the head because he rose boldly in your path. Who talked of sparing, said Jourdain. I only said that I would sooner that a brave enemy should die in battle than be handled by an executioner. Talk as you will, you cannot disgrace such a man as Cathelineau. Cannot I indeed, Citizen General, said Westermann, rising from his seat and coming into the middle of the room. I do then utterly despise, scorn, and abominate him, and all such as him. I can conceive nothing in human form more deplorably low, more pitiably degraded, than such a poor, subservient slave as he was. There, Westermann, you are grossly wrong, said Santerre. Your cowardly marquis, running from the throne which he pretends to reverence but does not dare to protect, whose grand robes and courtly language alone have made him great, who has not heart enough even to love the gay puppets who have always surrounded him, or courage enough to fight for the unholy wealth he has amassed. This man, I say, is contemptible. Such creatures are as noxious vermin, whom one loathes, and loathing them, destroys. You no less destroy the tiger who ravages the green fields which your labor has adorned, who laps the blood of your flocks and threatens the life of your children and servants. But you do not despise the tiger. You keep his hide as a monument of your victory over a brave and powerful enemy. Cathelineau was the tiger who was destroying, before it had ripened, the precious fruit of the Revolution. The tiger is a noble beast, said Westermann. He is hungry and he seeks his prey. He is satisfied and he lays down and sleeps. But Cathelineau was a mean jackal who strove for others, not for himself. I can understand the factious enmity of the born aristocrat who is now called upon to give up the titles, dignities, and so-called honors, which, though stolen from the people, he has been taught to look upon as his right. He contends for a palpable possession which his hand has grasped, which he has tasted and long enjoyed. I know that he is a robber and a spoiler of the poor. I know, in short, that he is an aristocrat, and as such I would have him annihilated, abolished from the face of the earth. I would that the aristocrats of France had but one neck, that with a grasp of my own hand I might at once choke out their pernicious breath. And the Republican laid upon the table his huge hand, and tightly clenched his fingers, as though he held between them the imaginary throat of the aristocracy of France. But, continued he, much as I hate a gentleman, 10 times more strongly do I hate, despise, and abhor the subservient crew of spiritless slaves who uphold the power of the masters who domineer over them, who will not accept the sweet gift of liberty, who are kicked and trodden on and spat upon, and will not turn again, who will not rise against their tyrants, even when the means of doing so are brought to their hands, who willingly, nay, enthusiastically, lay their necks in the dust, that their fellow creatures may put their feet upon them. Of such was this Cathelineau, and of such, I understand, are most of those who hound on these wretched peasants to sure destruction. For them I have no pity, and with them I have no sympathy. They have not the spirit of men, and I would rejoice that the dogs should lick their blood from off the walls, and that birds of prey should consume their flesh." "Westermann is right," said Barrère. "They are mean curs, these Vendéens, and like curs they must be destroyed. The earth must be rid of men who know not how to take possession of their property in that earth which nature has given them. Believe me, Citizen General, that any sympathy with such a reptile as Cathelineau is not compatible with the feeling which should animate the heart of a true republican, intending honestly and zealously to do the work of the Republic." General Chouardin made no reply to the rebuke which these words conveyed. He did not dare to do so. He did not dare to repeat the opinion that there was anything admirable in the courage of a royalist. Much less than had now been said had before this been deemed sufficient to mark as a victim for the revolutionary tribunal some servant of the Republic, and few wished to experience the tender mercies of Fouquier Tinville, the public accuser. Even Santerre was silenced. Despite his popularity, his well-known devotion to the cause, his hatred of the aristocrats, and his aversion to royalty, so horridly displayed at the execution of the king, even he felt that it might not be safe for him to urge that the memory of Cathelineau was not despicable. "His death must have much weakened them," said Bourbat. "I know them well, the miscreants. I doubt if they will follow any other leader, that is, in great numbers. The fools looked on this man as a kind of god. They now find that their god is dead. I doubt whether there is another leader among them who can induce them to leave their parishes." "If they won't come to us," said Barrère, "we must go to them. They have gone too far now to recede. Whether they return to their homes or again take up arms matters little. They must all be destroyed, for blood alone can establish the Republic on a basis which can never be overturned." "The name of a royalist shall be as horrible in men's ears as that of a parricide," said Santerre. "But what will you do if you find no army to oppose you?" said Bourbat. "You cannot well fight without an enemy." "Never fear," said Westermann. "Your muskets shall not grow rusty for want of use. We will go from parish to parish and leave behind us dead corpses and burning houses." "You will not ask soldiers to do the work of executioners," said Bourbat. "I expect the soldiers to do the work of the Convention," said Barrère, "and I also expect the officers to do the same. These are not times in which a man can be chary as to the work which he does." "We must not leave a royalist alive in the west of France," said Westermann. "You may be assured, generals, that our soldiers will obey us, however slow yours may be to obey you." "Perhaps so," said Bourbat. "My men have not yet been taught to massacre unarmed crowds." "It is difficult to know what they have been taught," said Westermann. "Whenever they have encountered a few peasants with clubs in their hands, your doughty heroes have invariably run away." Westermann, as he spoke, stood leaning on the back of a chair, and Bourbat also rose as he answered him. "I have yet to learn," said he, "that you yourself ever were able to make good soldiers out of country clowns in less than a month's time. When you have done so, then you may speak to me on the subject without impertinence." "I give you my word, Citizen General," answered Westermann. "I shall say to you then and now whatever I, in the performance of my duty, may think fit, and if you deem me impertinent, you may settle that point with the Convention, or, if you prefer it, with myself." "Westermann, you are unfair to General Bourbat," said Santerre. "He has said nothing which need offend you." "It is the general that is offended, not I," said Westermann. "I only beg that he may not talk mawkish nonsense, and tell us that his fellows are too valiant and too noble to put to the sword unarmed royalists, when everybody knows they are good for nothing else, and that they would run and scatter from the fire of a few muskets, like a lot of plovers from a volley of stones. "I grant you," said Bourbat, "that my soldiers are men and not monsters. They are as yet French peasants, not German cutthroats." "Now, by heaven, Bourbat," said the Prussian, "you shall swallow that word," and he seized a pistol from off the table. "German cutthroat, and that from you who have no other qualities of a soldier than what are to be found in a light pair of heels. You shall at any rate have to deal with one German, whether he be a cutthroat or not." "In any way you please," said Bourbat, "that is, in any open or honest way." And as he spoke, he stepped back one step and took his sword out of the scabbard. The pistol which Westermann had taken from the table belonged to Santerre, and when he saw it in the hand of his friend, he leaped up and seized hold of the German's arm. "Are you mad, Westermann?" said he. "Do you wish to fight here in the mayor's house? I tell you, you were wrong in taunting him as you did. Sit quiet till I make peace between you." "Taunting him? Now, by heaven, that is good. I will leave it to Barrère to say who first taunted the other." "Nonsense, Santerre. Leave hold of me, I say. You do not think I am going to murder the man, do you?" General Jourdan also got up and put himself between the two armed men. "Put up your sword, Bourbat," whispered he, leading him off to the further window of the room. "You are no match for him here. If Barrère chooses, he will have you recalled to Paris, and your neck will then not be worth a month's purchase." "Gentlemen," said Barrère, "this will never do. You can neither of you serve the nation well if you persist in quarreling between yourselves. General Bourbat, you should apologize to our friend Westermann for the insult which you offered to his countrymen." "My country is the country of my adoption," said Westermann. "I ceased to be a German when I took up the arms of France, but my soldiers are my children, and an insult to them is an injury to myself." "If your anger can wait till the revolt in La Vendée has been quelled," said Jourdan, "my friend Bourbat will be ready enough to satisfy your wishes as a citizen. Barrère truly says this is no time for private quarrels." "So be it," said Westermann. "Let General Bourbat remember that he owes me an apology or redress." "You shall have any redress which any arms you may be pleased to name can give you," said Bourbat. "By my honor, then, you are two fools," said Santerre, "two egregious fools, if you cannot at once forget the angry words which you each have used. Have your own way, however, so long as you do not fight here." As the brewer was yet speaking, a servant knocked at the door and said that a young man wished to say a few words to Citizen Santerre on a special business and on the service of the Republic. "On the service of the Republic?" said Santerre. "Show him in here, then. I have no official secrets from my colleagues." The servant, however, stated that the young man would not make his appearance in the room where the party were sitting, and he declared he would go away if he could not see Santerre alone. The Republican at length yielded, and followed the servant into a small sitting room, where he found our friend Adolphe Denot. End of section 16. Section 17 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 7, Battle of Amaillou. It will be remembered that Adolphe Denot left the council room of the Royalists' leaders at Saumur in anger, and that after a few words with Henri Larochejaquelin, departed no one knew whither, or for what purpose. On leaving Henri in the street, he had himself no fixed resolve as to his future conduct. He was only determined no longer to remain leagued with men among whom he felt himself to be disgraced. De Lescure had seen him hesitate in the hour of danger, and had encouraged him in vain. He knew that after this he could never again bear to meet the calm, gray eye of his friend's cousin. He had not only been not selected as one of the generals, but he had even been rejected, and that by the very man who had seen his cowardice. His love, moreover, had been refused by Agatha, and he deemed this refusal an injury which demanded vengeance from his hands. From the moment in which he left her room in Durbellière, schemes had floated across his half-bewildered brain for the accomplishment of his object. He still loved Agatha, though his love was, as it were, mingled with hatred. He still wished to possess her, but he did not care how disagreeable, how horrible to herself might be the means by which he accomplished his object. He entertained ideas of seizing upon her person, taking her from Durbellière, and marrying her during the confusion which the Revolution had caused in the country. At first he had no distinct idea of treachery towards the Royalists with whom he had sided, though vague thoughts of bringing the soldiers of the Convention to Durbellière in the dead of night had at different times entered his mind. He had never reduced such thoughts to a palpable plan, nor had he ever endeavored to excuse to himself the iniquity of such a scheme, as a man does when he resolves to sacrifice his honor and his honesty to his passions. It was in the council room at Saumur that he first felt a desire to betray the friends of his life. It was in the moment of his hot anger after leaving it that he determined to put into effect the plan which he had already conceived. It was then that insane ambition and selfish love prompted him to forget every feeling which he had hitherto recognized as honorable, and to commit himself to a deed which would make it impossible that he should ever be reconciled with the companions of his youth. He had no presentiment that he should ever rise to honor or distinction in the army of the Republic. He never even thought of what his future life would be. Revenge was his object, and the sweet delight of proving to Agatha Larochejaquelin that he was able to carry out the bold threats which he knew that she had scorned and derided. It would be too much to say that Adolphe Denot was insane, for that would imply that he was not responsible for his own actions. But there certainly lacked something in his brain or mind which is necessary to perfect sanity. He was no fool. He had read, enjoyed, and perhaps written poetry. He was, for the times, well educated. He could talk fluently and occasionally even persuasively. He understood rapidly and perceived correctly the arguments and motives of others. But he could not regulate his conduct, either from the lessons he had learnt from books or from the doings or misdoings of those around him. He wished to be popular, powerful, and distinguished, but he was utterly ignorant of the means by which men gain the affection, respect, and admiration of their fellow men. He possessed talent without judgment, and ambition without principle. As a precocious boy, he had been too much admired. He had assumed at an early age the duty of a man, and had at once been found miserably wanting. On leaving Henri in the streets of Saumur, he went to his lodging, took with him what money he had, got upon his horse, and rode out of the town by the temporary bridge which had been put up for the transit of the shaved prisoners. He had wandered about the country for 3 weeks, remaining sometimes in one place and sometimes in another, endeavoring to mature his plans, and hearing of the arrival of Santerre in Auxerre, had come thither to offer his services to the Republicans in the invasion which he understood they contemplated making into the Bocage. His appearance was not very attractive when first he introduced himself to the Republican, for he was lean with anxiety and worn with care. His eyes were restless and bloodshot, and his limbs trembled beneath him. Santerre was not a man who much regarded externals, but as he afterwards said, he did not much like the hang-dog look of the royalist cur. Duno, in an awkward way, got through his story. He had been one of the insurgent Vendéens, he said, but he now wished to serve the Republic. He was intimately acquainted with the royalist leaders, especially the two most popular of them, de Lescure and Larochejaquelin. He knew and was willing to betray their plans. He would accompany Santerre to the residences of these Vendéan generals and undertake to give them, their families, and possessions into the power of the Republicans, and for these services he asked but one favor, that he should be present at the contemplated burning of Durbellière, and be allowed to save the life of one female who resided there. He represented that his animosity arose entirely from the rejection of his love, and that his only object was to carry off the sister of the Vendéan chief from the burning ashes of her father's chateau. "Are you aware, young man," said Santerre, with something of generosity in the warning which he gave, a generosity probably inspired by the wine he had drunk, "are you aware that should I agree to your proposal, every other member of her family will be put to death before your eyes, her brother, her old father, and every pestilent royalist we may find about the place?" "I suppose they will," said Duno moodily. "At any rate, they deserve no protection at my hands." "You have probably eaten their bread and drank their wine. You say, indeed, you have lived long in this rambling chateau, and have fought side by side with this hot-headed young brigand. Bethink you, my friend, you are angry now, but it may turn your stomach, when you are cool, to see the blood of those you know so well running like water. Besides, you are taking but an unlikely road to the heart of the girl you say you love. No one has heard your plot but myself. I advise you to abandon it. If you do so, I will forget that I have heard it. You are angry now. Go home and sleep on it." "Sleep on it? I have slept on it these 3 weeks. No, I did not come to you till I was fully resolved. As for these people, I owe them nothing. They have scorned and rejected me. And as for the girl's heart, it is not that I seek now. Let me gain her person, and her heart will follow. A woman soon learns to love him whom she is forced to obey." "Well, be it as you will," said Santerre. "It is all a matter of taste. Only remember that before I accede to your proposal, I must consult with my colleagues in the next room, and that when once I have spoken to them, it will be too late for me to go back." Duno declared that he had formed his resolution after mature consideration, and that he was ready and willing to carry through the work he had proposed for himself, and Santerre, without making any further objection, rejoined his friends in the next room, and explained to them the offer which had been made to him. Barrère at first opposed any treaty with Duno. He recommended that the young man should be kept as a prisoner, and at once handed over to the revolutionary tribunal. "What good can he do us?" said he. "We can find our way to this Durbellière without his assistance. Let him and the girl he wishes to kidnap pay the penalty of their crimes against the Republic. She is, I suppose, one of those modern Joans of Arc who inspire the flagging spirits of these peasants. Should she have beauty enough to make her worth preserving, let her be the prize of some true republican. As for him, let him stretch his neck beneath the guillotine." Barrère, however, was overruled. The generals who were with him knew too well the nature of the country they were about to invade not to appreciate the value of such a guide as they might find in Duno, a guide who not only knew the nature of the country they had to traverse, and the position of the places they wished to attack, but who was also intimate with the insurgent chiefs, acquainted with their persons and their plans, and who would probably disclose, under proper management, every secret of the revolt. It was accordingly agreed that his offer should be accepted, and he was introduced by Santerre to his 4 confederates. "Sit down, my friend," said Barrère, "sit down. Our colleague here informs us that you are sick of these mawkish royalists and are willing to serve the Republic. Is it so, young man?" "I have told Monsieur Santerre," said Annot. "Citizen Santerre, if you please," said Barrère, "or General Santerre, if you like it better. Monsieur and Monseigneur are a little out of fashion just at present on this side of the Loire." "As they soon also shall be on the other," said Westermann. "Well, I have told him," and Annot pointed to Santerre, "what it is I propose to do for you, and the terms on which I will do it." "Terms indeed," said Barrère. "The Republic is not accustomed to make terms with her servants. Come, tell us at once, are you a Republican?" Annot hesitated, not that he was ashamed to own himself a Republican, but his blood was boiling with passion at the language and tone in which he was addressed, and yet he did not dare to show his anger. "Of course he is a Republican," said Santerre, "or why would he come here? Take a glass of wine, friend Annot, and pluck up your courage." And Santerre passed the wine bottle to him. "If you are true to us, you need not fear us." "He must pronounce himself a Republican," said Barrère, "or we cannot deal with him. Come, young man, can you put your mouth to so much inconvenience as to give us some slight inkling of your present political principles? All we know of you as yet is that 3 weeks since you were a pestilent royalist and a leader of royalists." "I am a Republican," said Annot. "The Republic is made happy by your adhesion," said Barrère, bowing to him with mock solemnity across the table. "What surety do you mean to offer us, Citizen Annot," said Westermann, "that you are acting with us in good faith?" "Do I not give you my life?" said Annot. "What other surety can I give, or can you require? What am I, or what are the royalists to gain by my proving false?" "You say truly," answered Westermann. "You give us your life as a surety for your good faith to us. You may be assured that we will exact the penalty if we have the slightest suspicion of foul play." Annot made no answer, and he was questioned no further. The party soon after broke up, and the young deserter was handed over to the care of one of Santerre's sub-officers, with injunctions that he should be well and civilly treated, but that he should not be allowed to go abroad by himself. In fact, he was to be regarded as a prisoner. "Do not be disheartened," said Santerre to him. "You can understand that under the circumstances such precautions must be necessary. The day after tomorrow we start on our march, and you shall ride close to myself. When Clisson and Durbellière are in ashes, you shall be free to take your own course. In the meantime, no indignity shall be offered to you." On the day named by Santerre, the whole Republican army started from Angers and commenced their march towards the bocage. They proceeded on their route for several days without finding any enemy to contend with. They kept on the northern shore of the Loire till they reached Saumur, where they remained a couple of days, and employed themselves in punishing the inhabitants, in whose houses the leaders of the Vendéens had been entertained. It was in vain that these poor men pleaded that they had not even opened their doors to the Royalists till after the Republican general had capitulated, that they had given nothing which they had been able to refuse, and in fact that they had only sold their goods and let their rooms to the Vendéens, when they could not possibly have declined to do so. Their arguments were of no avail. They were thrown into prison as criminals and left for trial by the Revolutionary Tribunal. Although Saumur had so lately been besieged and taken by the Royalists, there was hardly a vestige of the conquerors left in it. Their attempt to place a garrison in the town had proved entirely a failure. The peasants who had undertaken the work had left the place by scores at a time, and before a fortnight was over, the commandant found himself with about 25 men, and consequently he marched back into La Vendée after his army. The town was perfectly tranquil when the Republicans entered it, but the citizens were afflicted and out of spirits. Their shops were closed and their goods hidden. The bakers had no bread, the butchers no meat, and the grocers had neither oil nor sugar. They knew well what it was to sell their merchandise to the troops of the Convention, and to be paid for them by the government in assignats. Many of those who had formed the former garrison of Saumur were now with the army, men whom Chapeau and his assistants had shaven, men still bald and smarting from the indignity to which they had been subjected. They wreaked their vengeance on the scene of their disgrace and on all those who had in any way lent, or were suspected to have lent, their aid to its consummation. The furniture of the town hall was broken in pieces. The barbers' shops were ransacked, and their razors, brushes, and basins scattered through the street. Nor was this the worst. One poor wretch was recognized who had himself wielded a razor on the occasion. He was dragged from his little shop by those on whom he had operated, and was swung up by his neck from a lamp-iron, in the sight of his wife and children, who had followed his persecutors through the street. The poor woman pleaded on her knees for the life of her husband, as a wife can plead for the life of him whom she loves better than the whole world. She offered all her little wealth and her prayers. She supplicated them with tears and with blessings. She seized hold of the knees of the wretch who held the rope, and implored him by his remembrance of his father, by his regard for his own wife, his love for his own children, to spare to her the father of her infants. But she asked in vain. The man, feeling that his legs were encumbered, spurned the woman from him with his foot, and kept his hand tight upon the lamp rope till the dying convulsions of the poor barber had ceased. No notice was taken by the Republican generals of this murder. At any rate, no punishment followed it. The next morning the army resumed its march, and left the town hated, cursed, feared, and yet obeyed. The people were now royalists in their hearts, but they did not dare to express their feelings even in whispers to each other, so frightful to them was the vengeance of the Republic. There was much policy in the fearful cruelty of the Jacobins. It was the only means by which they could have retained their power for a month. The Republicans marched on from Saumur to Montreuil, and from Montreuil to Thouars, and still found no one in arms to oppose them. Here they separated. A small party, headed by Santerre and Annot, penetrated at once from Thouars into the bocage, and made for the chateau of Durbellière. It was believed that both de Lescure and Larochejaquelin were there, and Santerre expected that by hurrying across the country with a small force, he would be able to take them both and burn the chateau, and afterwards rejoin Westermann at Châtillon. Barrère, whose duties were not strictly those of a soldier, had not accompanied the army beyond Saumur. Westermann and the main body of the army still continued southward till they reached Parthenay, from which place it was his intention to proceed through the revolted district, burning every village, utterly destroying the towns which had not proved themselves devoted to the Republic, and slaughtering the peasants, their wives and children, wherever he could find them. The Vendéans had not yet sufficiently matured their plans to enable them to encounter successfully the Republican army. The death of Cathelineau had had a great effect upon the peasants. Those who were with him had returned home in sorrow and despair, and this feeling was general, even among those who had not been at Nantes. De Lescure and Henri, however, had not despaired. After having seen the body of his general consigned to the dust, Henri had returned to Clisson, and he and his cousin were again busy in raising recruits, or rather in collecting their men, when they heard that Westermann, with an enormous army, was marching into Parthenay, and that it was his intention to proceed from thence into the bocage by way of Amaillou and Bressuire. They had hardly heard this report when the little village of Amaillou was on fire. It was the first place that was utterly burnt down and laid in ashes by the Republicans. Not a house was left standing, or hardly the ruined wall of a house. The church itself was set on fire and burnt, with its pictures, its altars, and all its sacred treasures. The peasants ran from the ruins, carrying with them their wives and children, the old, the crippled, and infirm. Hundreds were left dead and dying among the smoking ashes. This feat having been accomplished, Westermann continued on towards Bracieux, intending to burn the chateau at Clisson as he passed it on his way. The district between Amaillou and Bracieux is thickly studded with trees. The roads, or rather lanes, are all lined by avenues of limes and beeches. The fields are small and surrounded by lofty hedges, which are also, in a great measure, composed of large trees, and the whole country in July, when the foliage is at the thickest, has almost the aspect of one continued forest. Westermann had obtained guides to show him the road to Clisson. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening when the advanced portion of his army, consisting of 3,000 men, had proceeded about a league from Amaillou. He was himself riding nearly at the front of the column, talking to his aide-de-camp and one of the guides, when he was startled by hearing a noise as of disturbed branches in the hedge, only a few feet in advance of the spot in which he was standing. He had not, however, time to give an order or speak a word on the subject before a long, sudden gleam of fire flashed before his eyes. It was so near to him that it almost blinded him. A cannon had been fired off close to his face, and it was easy to track the fatal course of the ball. It had been directed right along the road and was glutted with carnage before its strength was spent. Nor did the cannon shot come alone. A fearful fire from about 500 muskets was poured from the hedge on either side directly into the road. The assailants were within a few feet of their enemy at the moment they were firing, and every shot took effect. Out of the 400 men who headed the column, about half were killed, or so badly wounded as to be incapable of motion. The narrow lane, for it was no more than a lane, was nearly blocked up with carcasses. Westermann, who was possessed of a courage that was never shaken, was nevertheless so thunderstruck that he knew not what orders to give. The Republicans at the head of the column, who had not themselves been struck, fired their fusils into the hedges, but their fire did no injury. It was all lost among the leaves, for the men who had attacked them were kneeling on their knees or lying on their bellies, and in the confusion which they had occasioned were reloading their muskets. The guide and the aide-de-camp to whom Westermann was speaking had both fallen, and the horse upon which he himself was riding was so badly wounded as to be unmanageable. He got off and ran along under the hedge till he met an officer. "Give me your horse, Gerard," said he. "But no, stay where you are. Gallop back and tell Bourbat to bring up the men. Quick, mind, so quick that they can neither see nor hear what has happened. Bid him force his way through the hedge to the right when he gets to the corner." The young officer turned quickly to obey the command of his general, and had already put his spur to the horse's flank, when another broad flash of light streamed through the hedge on the left, and the horseman and horse fell to the ground and were mingled with a heap of wounded and dying. Young Gerard did not live long enough to be conscious of the blow which killed him. Another volley of musketry followed the cannon shot, and hardly left a man standing of those who had been the foremost. The attack had taken place so quickly that the Vendéens had not yet had time to load again, but one of 2 cannons had been kept as a reserve, and about 100 muskets had not been fired till de Lescure gave the word of command. The first attack was made under the direction of Henri Larochejaquelin. Westermann was standing between the hedge and the mounted officer when the latter fell with his horse, and the blood from the poor animal nearly covered him from head to foot. "Into the field, my men," said he to those who were near enough to hear him. "Follow me through the hedge," and with a considerable effort he forced his way through the underwood, and he was followed and accompanied by all those who were still standing near him. But when he got there, not one of the Vendéens was to be seen. There were traces enough of them in the grass and among the broken boughs, but the men had retreated after the first fire, and were now again lying in ambush behind the next hedge. In about 5 minutes there were 200 or 300 Republicans in the fields to the right of the road, for the army was still advancing. But they did not know where to go or what to do. They were looking about for an enemy and in dread of being fired on, not only from the hedges, but even out of the trees. Westermann, however, got the men formed into some kind of order and bid them advance. They did so, and on coming near to the second hedge, received another murderous fire, for every royalist had now had time to reload. The combat continued for some time, for the Republicans contrived to make their way into the second field, but the Royalists again sheltered themselves behind the further hedge and repeated their fire from their lurking place. It was in vain that the Republicans fired into the hedges. Their shot either passed over the heads of the Vendéens or were lost among the roots and trunks of the trees. Every one of the Royalists, on the other hand, fired with a clear aim, and almost invariably with deadly effect. Westermann felt that it would be useless to pursue them. His soldiers, moreover, were already flying without orders. He had not the least idea what was the number of the enemy with whom he was engaged, what was their means of carrying on the battle, or on what side of him the greater number of them were situated. He therefore determined to retreat, and led back the whole of his army over the still burning ashes of the miserable village which he had destroyed that morning. The greater portion of the men were forced to go back as far as Parthenay, but he himself remained with a small detachment in the neighborhood of Amaillou. He was determined, if possible, to be revenged that same night for the defeat which he had experienced. The two cousins were at Clisson when they first heard that Westermann was actually on his road towards Bressuire, and they had lost no time in taking the best measures in their power to stop his progress. But they had not even hoped that their effort would have been so successful as it proved. The tocsin had been rung in the 3 neighboring parishes, and about 700 men had been collected. These men all possessed muskets, but they themselves had no ammunition, and the whole supply which could be found in the district, including the little depot at Clisson, only sufficed to give the men some 3 and some 4 rounds each. When Westermann with his 10,000 men retreated from about 700, the Royalists had not 1 charge of powder to 3 muskets among them. About 10 in the evening, Henri and de Lescure returned on foot from the battle to the chateau of Clisson. Henri still had the red scarf round his neck and waist, and stuck in the latter he had 3 or 4 pistols of various sizes, all of which had been used in the recent engagement. On his shoulder he held a rifle, which he carried like a fowling piece, and he walked home with the air and look of a man returning from a day's sport, well contented with the execution he had done. Not so de Lescure. He was thoughtful, if not sad, and though he would not, either by a tone or a look, rebuke the gaiety of his companion, it was very evident that he did not share it. The peasants returned along the road, hurrying to their homes, shouting with glee and full of triumph. As they passed their leaders, they cheered the darling heroes who had led them to another victory, and would, had they been allowed to do so, have carried them home upon their shoulders. They had no thoughts of any further battle, or of future bloodshed and misery. They had been victorious over the Blues, and that was sufficient for the present evening. They were able to return home and tell their wives and sweethearts of their triumph, and that without any drawback from friends lost or wounded. In all their contests the Vendéens had never been victorious, with so few calamities to themselves. "I saw Westermann himself," said Henri to his friend. "I am sure I did, and what's more, I was within pistol shot of him. But I hadn't a pistol loaded at the moment, or I would have put an end to his career. I wonder how he likes his reception in the bocage." "He is not the man to be easily daunted," said de Lescure. "You'll find it will not be long before he advances again. If he were to march to Bressuire tomorrow, what is to stop him?" "Why not stop him tomorrow as we have done today?" said Henri. "The men are all gone home," said the other. "They will all assemble again tomorrow," said Henri. "We have only to have the bells rung at 7 o'clock, or 6, or 5, or when you will, and you will find that every man will be ready for another day's work, and that without a murmur." "And will they bring powder with them, Henri?" "Why, we are rather short off for powder," said he. "Our affair tonight was all very well, for the enemy lost an immense number, and we lost none. But yet it was unsatisfactory, for the fellows have left nothing behind them. I'll tell you what, Charles, we ought to follow them to Parthenay." "Impossible," said de Lescure. "Why impossible, Charles? Why is Parthenay, which is not better fortified than Clisson, be more unassailable than Saumur, where everything appeared to be against us?" "We were all together then, and now we are scattered. I'll tell you what, Henri," he continued, after walking on silent for a few steps, "I'll tell you what we must do. We must leave this district altogether. We must leave it to be ravaged by fire and sword. We must leave it to Westermann to wreak his vengeance on it, and go to Châtillon, taking with us every armed man that will follow us. We cannot stand an invasion here in the south." "Heavens, Charles, what do you mean? Will you not stay to protect the poor wretches who are so ready to fight for us?" "We can protect no one by staying here. We cannot hope to contend single-handed with such an army as that which was but just now advancing to Bressuire. We can have given them a check, but you know we cannot repeat the effort of this evening. Delbé and Stofflet are at Châtillon. Your own followers are all in that vicinity. When there, we can communicate with Bonchamp and Charette. We must go to Châtillon." "And your wife, Charles, and Marie, you will not leave them in the chateau?" "If your father and Agatha will receive them, they shall go to Durbellière." "There you are right," said Henri. "Whatever may be the danger, let us have them together. We shall then at any rate be able to feel that we know the point which is to be defended most closely." "We will start tomorrow, Henri, tomorrow evening. May God grant that that may be time enough. Westermann cannot collect his men so as to force a march as far as Clisson tomorrow, but before a week is over, I know that the chateau will be a ruin." "Will you leave the furniture?" said Henri. "Yes," answered de Lescure, "furniture, horses, cattle, corn, everything but my wife and child. Let everything go. Am I not giving it to my king?" End of section 17. Section 18 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 8, Clisson. De Lescure had calculated wrongly with regard to Westermann's return. It was true that he could not have again put his 10,000 men in marching order and have returned with his whole force the next day from Bressuire as far as Clisson. But Westermann himself did not go back beyond Amaillou, and he detained there with him a small detachment of mounted men whom he had commanded at Valmy, and whom he well knew. He kept no officers but 1 cornet and 2 sergeants, and with this small force he determined, if possible, to effect that night what his army of 10,000 men had so signally failed in accomplishing. About half a mile from Amaillou there was a large chateau, the owner of which had emigrated. It had been left to the care of 2 or 3 servants, who had deserted it on the approach of the Republican army, and when Westermann and his small troop rode up to the front gate, they found no one either to admit them or to dispute their entrance. Here he bivouacked for an hour or two and matured his project, which as yet he had communicated to no one. He had entrusted the retreat of the army to General Bourbat, who, in spite of their quarrel at Angers, was serving with him, and without staying even to ascertain what was the amount of loss he had sustained, or to see whether the enemy would harass the army as it retreated, he had separated from it at Amaillou and reached the chateau about 10 o'clock in the evening. He had with him a couple of guides who knew the country well, and accompanied by these he resolved to attack Clisson that night, to burn the chateau of M. de Lescure, and if possible to carry back with him to Bracieux the next morning the 2 Vendéan chiefs whom he knew were staying there. Westermann understood enough of the tactics of the Vendéans to know that this was practicable, and he had the quick wit and ready hand to conceive the plan and put it in practice. He knew that the peasants would not remain in barracks or even assembled together during the night if they were near enough to their own homes to reach them. He knew that they would spend the remainder of their long summer evening in drinking, dancing, and rejoicing, and that they would then sleep as though no enemy were within 100 miles of them. He knew that nothing could induce them to take on themselves the duties of sentinels, and that there would, in all probability, be but little to oppose him in attacking Clisson that night. Westermann first had the horses fed, and having then refreshed his men with meat, wine, and brandy, he started at 2 o'clock. He was distant from Clisson about 3 leagues, according to the measurement of the country, or a little better than 7 miles. There had hardly been any darkness during the night, and as he and his troopers sallied out of the chateau yard, the dawn was just breaking in the east. "Never mind," said he to the young cornet who rode by his side, "the light will not hurt us, for we will make them hear us before they see us. We will be back as far as this before 30 men in the parish are awake. It will be best for them who sleep soundest." "Except for those in the chateau, General," said the cornet. "Those who sleep there will wake to a warm breakfast." "They will never eat breakfast more, I believe and trust," said Westermann, "for I do not think that we shall be able to take the brigands alive. Their women, however, may receive some of our rough republican hospitality at Bracieux. You had better prepare your prettiest bow and your softest words, for this sister of de Lescure is, they say, a real beauty. She shall ride to Bracieux before you on your saddle-cloth, if you choose to load your arms with such a burden. But don't grow too fond of her kisses, for though she were a second Venus, the guillotine must have the disposal of her." The cornet made no answer, but his young heart turned sick at the brutality of his companion. His breast had glowed with republican zeal at the prospect of a night attack on the 2 most distinguished of the royalist chiefs. The excitement of the quick ride through the night air, the smallness of the party, the importance of the undertaking, the probable danger, and the uncertainty had all seemed to him delightful, and the idea of rescuing a beautiful girl from the flames was more delightful than all. But the coarseness and cruelty of his general had destroyed the romance and dissipated the illusion. He felt that he could not offer a woman his protection, that he might carry her to a scaffold. At about 2, Westermann started on his expedition. His men carried their sabers, still sheathed in their hands, to prevent the noise which they would have made rattling against their saddles. But still their journey through the country was anything but quiet. They only rode 2 abreast, as the roads were too narrow to admit of more. Westermann himself and one of the guides headed the column, and the young cornet and veteran sergeant closed the rear. They went at a fast trot, and the noise of their horses' hoofs sounded loudly on the hard, parched ground. In spite of their precautions, their sabers rattled, and the curbs on their bridles jingled, and the absence of all other noises made Westermann fear that their approach must be audible, even through the soundness of a peasant's sleep. On they rode, and as they drew near to the chateau, Westermann put spurs to his horse and changed his trot into a gallop. His troop, of course, followed his example, and as they came to the end of their journey, they abandoned all precautions. Each man dropped his scabbard to his side and drew the blade. Each man put his hand to his holster and transferred his pistol to his belt, for he did not know how soon he might have to leave his saddle. Each man drew the brazen clasps of his helmet tight beneath his chin and prepared himself for action. "These are the Clisson woods," said the guide, almost out of breath with the quickness of his motion. "How infernally dark they make it," said Westermann, speaking to himself. "We had light enough till we got here." "And there are the gates," said the guide. "That first entrance, which is open, goes to the back of the house. A little beyond there is another which leads to the front. There you will find a gate, but it is merely closed with a latch." "Crauscher," said Westermann, speaking to the second sergeant, who was riding immediately behind him, "stand at the corner and bid the men follow me at a quick trot. All of them, mind. Tell Cornet Leroy that I have changed my mind." And Westermann, followed by his troop, dashed up the narrow avenue which led through the wood to the back of the house. The chateau of Clisson was surrounded by large woods, through which countless paths and little roads were made in every direction for the convenience of the woodmen, and the small tumbrils which were used for bringing out the timber and faggots. These woods came close up to the farmyard of the chateau, which was again divided from the house by large walled gardens, into which the back windows opened. The road up which Westermann had ridden led under the garden wall to the farmyard, but another road from the front, running along the gable end of the house, communicated with it. The door used by the servants was at the side of the chateau, and consequently the readiest way from the public road to the servants' door was that by which Westermann had, at the last moment, determined to force an entrance into the chateau. He trotted up till he faced the garden wall, and then turned short round to the house, and as he rode close up under the gable end, he gave Sergeant Crauscher directions to take 3 men and force the door. But he and the sergeant soon saw that this trouble was spared them, for the door stood wide open before them. We will now go back to the inhabitants of the chateau. De Lescure and Henri had returned thither about 11 o'clock, and although their safe return and account of the evening's victorious engagement for a while quieted the anxious fears of Marie and Madame de Lescure, those ladies by no means felt inclined to rest quietly, as though all danger were removed from their pillows. They were in a dreadful alarm at the nearness of the Republicans. They knew well that their ruthless enemies spared none that fell into their hands. I should belie these heroines if I said that they feared more for themselves than for those they loved so dearly, but they were not accustomed yet to the close vicinity of danger, and when they learned that a battle had been lost and won that evening within a mile or two in the very next parish to that in which they lived, they looked at each other and, trembling, asked what next was to be done. "You must not leave us, Charles. You must not leave us again," said Madame de Lescure to her husband. "Indeed, you must not leave us here." She paused a moment and then added, with an accent of horror which she could not control, "What would become of us if these men came upon us when you were away?" "Wherever you go, let us go with you," said Marie, forgetting in her excitement her usual maidenly reserve, and laying her little hand as she spoke upon her lover's arm. Then, blushing, she withdrew it and turned to her brother. "Do not turn from him, Marie," said her sister-in-law. "You will soon want his strong arm and his kind, loving heart." "Charles will not desert me, Victorine," said Marie, blushing now more beautifully than ever, for though she knew that Henri loved her, he had never absolutely told her so. "Though you are his dearest care, he will always have a hand to stretch to his poor Marie." Before she had finished speaking, Henri held her close in his embrace. It was perhaps hardly a fitting time for him to make an avowal of his love, but lovers cannot always choose the most proper season for their confessions. He was still hot from the battle which he had fought. His hands were still black with powder. The well-known red scarf was still twisted round his belt, and held within its folds his armament of pistols. His fair, long hair was uncombed and even entangled with his exertions. His large boots were covered with dust, and all his clothes were stained and soiled with the grass and weeds through which he had that night dragged himself more than once, in order to place himself within pistol shot of his enemies. And yet, soiled and hot as he was, fatigued with one battle and meditating preparations for another, there, in the presence of de Lescure and his wife, he clasped Marie to his manly heart, and swore to her that his chief anxiety, as long as the war lasted, should be to screen her from all harm, and that his fondest care through his whole life should be to protect her and make her happy. Unusual circumstances and extraordinary excitement often cause the customary rules and practices of life to be abandoned, and so it was now. Marie received the love that was offered her frankly, affectionately, and with her whole heart. She owned to her lover how well and truly she had loved him, and there, before her brother and his wife, plighted to him her troth, and promised to him then the obedience and love which she soon hoped to owe him as his wife. Such declarations are usually made in private, but the friends now assembled had no secrets from each other, and they all felt that strange times made strange scenes necessary. They then arranged their plans for the morrow. The day had already been an eventful one, but they little dreamed how much more was to be done before the morrow's sun was in the heavens. And yet even then they did not separate for the night. Luckily for them all, they determined that too much was to be done to allow them yet to retire to rest. It was resolved that on the following day they should leave Clisson for Durbellière, and hand over the chateau and all it contained, the farm and all its well-filled granaries, the cattle and agricultural wealth of the estate, to the fire and plunder of the Republicans. The plate, however, they thought they could save, as well as the ladies' jewels and clothes, and other precious things which might be quickly packed and easily moved. They went to work at once to fill their trunks and baskets, and as the means of conveyance were then slow, de Lescure went out into the stables, and had the wagon prepared at once, and ordered that the oxen which were to draw it should be ready to start at 3 o'clock, in order that the load, if possible, might reach Durbellière the same night. Master and mistress, servants and guests worked hard, and at about 2 o'clock, the hour at which Westermann and his troop were starting for their quick ride, they had completed their task. "You have killed yourself, dearest love," said Henri, pressing his arm round Marie's waist. "Oh no," said she, smiling, but still so weary that she could hardly have stood unless he had held her. "I have not fought and conquered 10,000 Republicans, but I don't know how you must feel." Henri, however, insisted that she should go to bed, and she, delighted to show her first act of obedience to his will, did as he desired her. She was soon undressed. She offered her prayers to heaven for her brother and sister-in-law, but with a stronger fervor for the dear companion and protector to whom she had sworn to devote her life, and then she laid her head upon her pillow, intending to think over her happiness. A few moments, however, were sufficient to change her half-fearful thoughts of love and danger into blessed dreams of love and happiness. Poor girl, she did not long enjoy her happy rest. De Lescure and Henri determined to remain up till the departure of the wagon. Madame de Lescure went up to her room, and the two gentlemen went down towards the farmyard. The wagon stood at the kitchen door already packed, and the two servants were bringing the oxen down the road to yoke them to it. Go out at the front gate, Francois, and by the church at Terrance. It is the better road. You will remain a couple of hours in Bressuire. We shall overtake you before you reach Beaulieu." The servant acknowledged his master's commands and fastened the last rope which bound the oxen to their burden. He spoke to his beasts and accompanied his word with a goad from a pointed stick he held in his hand, when his farther progress was stopped by Henri's calling from a little distance down the road. "Stop, Francois, stop," said he. "Charles, come here. Someone is coming hither at the top of his speed. Don't you hear the noise of hoofs upon the road?" De Lescure ran to him and, kneeling down, put his ear to the ground. "It's a donkey or a mule," said he. "It is not a horse's foot." "Come down the avenue," said Henri, "and let us see who it is. Whether mule or horse, the beast is going at his full speed." "Better stay where we are," said de Lescure. "If he be coming to us, his news will reach the house quicker than by our going to meet him." The rider grew nearer and nearer, and in a few moments turned up the road leading to the back of the house. The steps of the tired brute became slower as he trotted up the avenue, although the sound of a cudgel on his ribs were plainly audible. Henri and de Lescure were standing under the garden wall, and as the animal drew near them, they saw it was a jaded donkey ridden by a peasant girl. "Fly, for the sake of God," said the girl, even before she dismounted from the donkey. "Fly, for the sake of the Blessed Virgin. Take the ladies from the chateau, or they will be burnt, be burnt, be burnt." As she screamed the last words, she slipped from the donkey and almost fainted with the exertion she had undergone. She was the daughter of one of Monsieur de Lescure's servants, and had been sent from Clisson into service at the chateau, from whence Westermann started on his expedition. When the Republicans made their appearance there, she had fled with the other servants, but she had hung about the house, and about an hour and a half before Westermann left the place, she learnt through some of the soldiers his intention of attacking Clisson that night. "Who is coming to burn us, Marion?" said de Lescure, endeavoring by his own assumed coolness to enable her to collect her thoughts and power of speech. "The Blues, the Blues!" screamed the girl. "They had all but overtaken me when I got to the short cut through the wood. There they are, there they are!" And the noise of the advancing troop was distinctly audible through the stillness of the night. The poor girl was quite exhausted and fell to the ground fainting. De Lescure and Henri had both stood still for a moment, after having been made to comprehend that an immediate attack was about to be made on the chateau, but it was only for a moment. "We must carry them through the wood, Charles," said Henri, whispering. "It is our only chance." "True, true," said de Lescure. "Turn the oxen, Francois. Turn them back through the yard into the farm road, and then keep to the left into the wood. We will meet you at the 7 Limes." "Take Victorine out through the garden," said Henri to his cousin, who was now hurrying into the house, "and through the iron gate. I saw the other day that the key was in it, and we can turn it. I tried it myself. I will bring Marie after you." Henri stayed a moment to assist in turning the cumbrous wagon, and ran back to open the farm gates. "Close the gates after you, Francois," said he, "and put the trestles close against them. If you lose a minute in doing it, you will gain 5 in delaying these devils. If you hear them following you in the wood road, draw the wagon across the track and leave it." He was only delayed 2 minutes by going back to the yard gates, but those 2 minutes were nearly fatal to him and Marie. Marion also delayed him again as he returned to the house. "Where am I to go, Monsieur Henri?" said she. "What am I to do? They will be sure to kill me, for they saw me at Amaillou, and will know that I gave the warning." "Hide yourself, my girl," said Henri. "Hide yourself, but not in the house, for that will soon be a mass of ruins. Hide yourself in the woods. There cannot be many of these devils here, and they will not remain long." He hurried into the house as he ceased speaking, and at the moment he did so, Westermann and his 30 men turned the corner of the avenue. He rushed from the back door through the passages of the chateau into the hall, where he seized hold of a large cloak belonging to de Lescure, which he threw over his shoulder as he ran upstairs. On the stairs he met his cousin, with Madame de Lescure and the nurse and child. "Haste, Henri, for God's sake, haste," said she. "I heard the tramp of their horses through my open window." De Lescure had opened the summer door leading into the garden as he came upstairs, to have it ready for his exit, and he and those under his care escaped through it into the garden. "Shut the garden door," roared Henri to him from the top of the staircase. "Shut the door, whatever you do." De Lescure could not understand his object, but he trusted his cousin, and closed the door as he passed through it. Henri had perceived that it would be impossible for him to regain the hall, and had resolved to jump from the window of the staircase into the garden, with his precious burden in his arms. He foresaw that if the door were left open, pursuit through it would be both inevitable and fatal. Marie's room was close to the top of the stairs, and her lover did not use much ceremony in opening the door. In going to and from his wife's chamber, de Lescure had not passed it, and therefore the innocent girl slept soundly till Henri's sudden entrance roused her from her dreams. "Who's that? Who's that?" said she, raising her head upon her pillow. The window curtains of the room were hardly closed, and she recognized immediately Henri's tall figure and singular costume. "Oh, Henri, what has happened? What brings you here?" "Rise, dearest, we must fly," said he. "We have not a moment. We fear the blues are coming." He dreaded that she would have lost all power of motion had he told her that they were already beneath the windows. "Haven't I time to dress?" said she. "I won't be a moment, not 1 minute." "No, darling," answered he, raising her from the bed as though she were an infant, and folding her in her brother's cloak. "We haven't 1 instant to throw away. Remember who has you in his arms. Remember that it is I, your own Henri, who am pressing you to my heart." He took her up from the bed in his left arm, and with his right hand arranged the cloak around her person, and carrying her out into the passage, hurried to the window which he had left open. This window looked from the opposite end of the house to that at which Westermann found the open door. It was on the first landing of the staircase, and was therefore distant from the ground but little more than half the height of the ground floor. But a hard gravel path ran immediately under it, and though the leap was one which few young men might much hesitate to take with empty arms, it was perilous with such a burden as Henri had to carry. He, however, did not think twice about it, and would have considered himself and his charge nearly safe could he have reached the window unmolested, but that he was not allowed to do. As he began to descend the stairs, the loud noise of the troopers' boots and the quick voice of Westermann giving his commands in the hall told him at once that the house was already occupied by the Blues. Even then, at that awful moment, he rejoiced at his precaution in having desired de Lescure to close the garden door. He took a large horse pistol from his belt, and holding it by the barrel, jumped down 3 stairs at a time, and already had his foot on the sill of the open window, when Sergeant Croucher, who had been the first of the Blues to enter the house, rushing up the stairs, succeeded in getting hold of the cloak which covered Marie. He pulled it from off her neck and shoulders, and her beautiful, dark, clustering curls fell down over Henri's shoulder. Her pale face and white neck and bosom were exposed. Her eyes were fast closed, as though she expected instant death, but both her arms were tightly fastened round her lover. Croucher stumbled in his hurry in rushing up the stairs, but he still held fast to the collar of the cloak. "I must stop your further journey, my pretty dear," said he. "The night air is not good for you. By heavens, it's the red—" He never finished his speech or attempted to make another. On entering the back door, he had struck his brazen headpiece against the lintel. The shock had broken the clasp, and his head was consequently bare. As he pulled at the cloak, Henri raised his right arm powerfully and drove the butt end of the pistol which he held right through his skull, and scattered his brains upon the staircase. The grasp of the dying man was so firm that he could not extricate the cloak from his fingers. He saw that his only chance of escape was to relinquish it. He did so, and as he leaped from the window to the ground, poor Marie had nothing round her but her slight night-dress. Henri stumbled as he came to the hard gravel, but still he allowed no portion of Marie's body to touch the ground. He recovered himself in a moment and made for the iron gate leading from the garden to the wood, through which de Lescure and his wife had escaped. As Henri leaped from the window, Westermann's eye had caught sight of the red scarf, and he knew that it was Larochejaquelin who was escaping. He rushed himself to the window, though had he known it, he might have gone into the garden through the door, which was close at his hand. He leaped on the path and was immediately on Henri's track. It was about 300 yards from the house to the iron gate, and when Westermann was again on his feet, Henri had covered 2/3 of the distance. "Run now, Henri, run your best, for the load you carry is heavy, and the German is strong and light of foot. His pistols, too, are loaded, and he well knows how to use them. But yours are empty, and you will not find another bare skull opposed to your heavy right hand. Run, dear friend and loving cousin, run faster with that precious trembling burden of yours, or all you have yet done will have been done in vain." But what avails his running? He did run fast and well, laden as he was, and fatigued with no ordinary day's work. He gained the gate, while as yet his pursuer was above 100 yards behind him. But of what avail would that be, if he were obliged to leave the passage free for his enemy? It was impossible that he should continue to hold his ground while he carried the fainting girl in his arms. It was then that wonderful presence of mind, in the midst of the most urgent danger, of which Henri Larochejaquelin showed so many instances during war, stood him in stead, and saved 2 lives when salvation seemed impossible. In wandering about the place some days before, he had passed through this gate, and observing that the key stood in the lock, he had idly turned it backwards and forwards, locking and relocking the gate without an object. He had then observed that though the key worked easily, there was something wrong about the wards which prevented him from drawing it out after the lock was turned. The gate was made of iron bars, which were far enough asunder to allow of his hand and arm being passed through, so that when outside the gate he could then turn the key which was on the inside. All these particulars he remembered in that moment of agony, and resolved what he would do to overcome the difficulties which they threw in his way. Having passed through the gate, he dropped his now senseless companion beneath the shelter of the wall, and passing his hands through the bars, turned the key and locked it. He then took out a short hunting knife which he wore, and passing that also through the bars of the gate, he inserted it in the handle of the key, and then wrenching it round with all his force, broke the key in the wards. All the smiths in Poitou could not have locked the gate closer, or made it more impossible to open it. Though the feat is tedious to explain, it did not take half a minute in performance, but still it allowed Westermann to come within pistol shot of him before he could get beneath the shelter of the wall. The German, however, in his anxiety to get through the gate, omitted to fire, though he had the pistol in his hand. He seized hold of the iron bars and shook them impotently. Strong as he was, the gate was much too firm to be moved by his strength. The wall was 12 feet high, and utterly beyond his power to scale without a ladder. He felt that he was foiled, and returned to the chateau to wreak his vengeance upon the inhabitants who might be left there, and on the furniture and walls of the house itself. Henri pursued his way unopposed, and at the appointed spot, a little greensward surrounded by 7 lime trees, he found his cousin and the rest of the party waiting for him, as well as Francois with the wagon. "Is she safe? Is she alive?" asked Madame de Lescure, almost frantic with grief and fear. "She is alive, and I believe unhurt," said Henri, "but I fear she is senseless. She is quite undressed, too, as I was obliged to leave the cloak in which I had covered her in the dying grasp of a trooper whom I killed." He gently laid her down with her head in the lap of her kind sister, and then turned his back upon the party, that he might not gaze on the fair bosom, which was all exposed, and the naked limbs which her dishevelled nightdress did not suffice to cover. Madame de Lescure and her nurse hastened to strip themselves of a portion of their clothes. It had been lucky that neither of them were undressed at the time of the attack, and though they were ill prepared for a long journey, having neither caps nor strong shoes, nor shawls of any kind, yet they contrived between them to dress poor Marie decently. The nurse gave her shoes and stockings, declaring that going barefoot would not trouble her the least, and before many minutes had been wasted they were again ready to proceed. De Lescure and Henri had not lost these precious moments. The wagon was again put into motion. The three men carefully armed themselves. They loaded their pistols, for among the goods they were taking away was the little remnant of gunpowder which was left among them. They decided that on hearing the first sound of pursuit, they would leave the wagon and betake themselves to the thickest part of the woods. But both de Lescure and Henri were of opinion that they would not be followed. "There cannot be many of them," said Henri, "and what there are all mounted. They are the German hussars. I know them by their brazen helmets. They won't attempt to follow us through the woods." "They would have been after us before now had they intended doing so," said de Lescure. "The way was clear for them through the farmyard, Francois, was it not?" "No, Monseigneur," said Francois, "it was anything but clear. I turned the big bull out of his stall into the yard as I came out, and closed the gate behind me. He would gore a dozen of them before they could make their way through." Whether the pursuit was arrested by the bull or prevented by any other cause, the fugitives were not interrupted. They walked wearily and painfully, but yet patiently, and without a complaint, above a league, before the women ventured to get upon the wagon. They then got out upon the road to Bracieux, at no great distance from that town, and on reaching Bracieux, they got refreshment and proper clothes, and hired a voiture for the remainder of their journey. Marie had hardly spoken from the moment when Henri dragged her from her bed to that in which he helped her in the wagon, but after she had been sitting for a while, she indulged in a flood of tears, which she had restrained as long as she felt that her life depended on her exertions, and then calling Henri to her side, she thanked him, as she so well knew how to do, for all he had done for her. "You have saved my life, dearest, now," said she, "and 10 times more than my life. But I will not say that I love you better than I did before. Had I not known that it was your arms which were around me, I must have died when that horrid countenance glared over me on the stairs. Have I dreamed since, or was I really looking upon that face when the agony of death came across it?" And as she asked the question, she closed her eyes, and her whole body trembled violently. "I will tell you all that happened another time, love," said he. "We will not talk of these things now. A day or two at Durbellière will restore you to your spirits, and then we will rejoice over our escape." They got into a voiture at Bracieux, and from thence continued their journey in something more like comfort, while Francois with the wagon followed them. But the two ladies were not destined to reach Durbellière that night. When they were about halfway between Bracieux and the chateau, they were met by a man on horseback, who was already on his way to Clisson. It was Jean Stein, who was hurrying as fast as his beast could carry him from Durbellière to Monsieur Larochejaquelin. But instead of explaining now what was the purport of his errand, we will return to Clisson and see how Westermann finished there the task he had undertaken. When he found himself foiled at the gate, he returned as quickly as possible to the house. His men had already ransacked every room, and in their anxiety to find the more distinguished inhabitants of the chateau, allowed the domestics to escape. But few of them had been in bed, and even they were overlooked in the anxiety of the troopers to find Monsieur de Lescure. They did not dream that any warning could have been given to the chateau, nor could they conceive it possible that at 3 o'clock in the morning the Royalists should have been up and ready for instant flight. It was not till nearly 5 that they satisfied themselves that neither de Lescure nor his wife nor any of his family were in the house, and then, at the command of their general, they commenced the work of destruction. The troopers got hay and straw from the farmyard, not without some opposition from the loose bull, and piled them in every room in the chateau. They then took the furniture, beds, curtains, wearing apparel, and every article of value they could find, and placed them in heaps, in such a way as to render them an immediate prey to the flames. They did the same to the barns and granaries, in which there were large stores of corn, and also to the stables, in which stood the horses and cattle. The bull which François had loosened was the only animal about the place that did not perish. Having systematically prepared the chateau and outhouses for a huge bonfire, they put a light to the straw in various places, and remounting their horses, stood around it till they saw that no efforts which the peasants might use could extinguish the flames. Westermann then gave the word of command for their return. They started at a sharp trot, and he did not allow them to slacken their pace till he had again passed the ruins of the little village of Amaillou. While the troopers were thus preparing to set the chateau in a blaze, the general himself was not idle. He seated himself in the salon, and having had pen, ink, and paper brought to him, he wrote the following dispatch to the president of the convention, in which, it will be observed, he studiously omitted all mention of the defeat which he had incurred between Amaillou and Clisson, and the retreat which his army had been forced to make. The date is given in the denomination which will be intelligible to the reader, as the Fructidor and the Messidor, Brumaire and Nivose, which had then been adopted by the Republicans, now convey no very defined idea to people who have not yet scrupled to call the months by their old aristocratic names, or to count the year from their Saviour's birth. Château of Clisson, July 1798. Citizen President, I have the honor to acquaint you that I have already succeeded in carrying the arms of the Convention as far as the residence of the most powerful of the rebel leaders. As I am writing, my men are preparing to set fire to this den of aristocratic infamy, and within an hour the stronghold of the redoubted de Lescure will be level with the ground. This wretched country is so crowded with ravines and rocks, and the roads are so narrow, so deep, and so bad, that I have been forced to make my way hither with a small detachment of 30 men only, but I have found that sufficient to drive the tiger from his lair. He and the other rebel leader, Larochejaquelin, have fled into the woods, without either money, arms, or even clothing, and I doubt not soon to be able to inform the Convention that, at any rate, they can never again put themselves at the head of a rebellious army. Citizen President, deign to receive from my hands the only trophies which I have deemed myself justified in rescuing from the flames which are about to consume this accursed chateau. I enclose the will and a miniature portrait of the aristocrat de Lescure. I pray you to receive and to make acceptable to the Convention the most distinguished, etc., 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 Westermann. End of section 18. Section 19 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 9, Santerre. Santerre and Adolphe Denot left the main army at Thouars and made their way to Argenton with about 4,000 men. From thence Durbellière was distant about 4 leagues, and Santerre lost no time in making his preparations for destroying that château, as Westermann was at the same moment doing at Clisson. Generally speaking, the people of the towns, even in La Vendée, sided with the Republicans, but the people of Argenton were supposed to be royalists, and Santerre therefore gave positive orders that every house in it should be destroyed. He did not, however, himself want to see the horrid work done, but hurried on to Durbellière that he might, if possible, surprise the Vendéan chiefs, whom he believed to be staying there. About 150 men followed him, and the remainder of the army was to march on to Bressuire as soon as Argenton was in ashes. Santerre, since he had left the company of the other generals at Thouars, had become more familiar and confidential with Annot, and rode side by side with him from Argenton, talking freely about the manners of the country and the hopes of the royalists, till he succeeded in getting the traitor into good humor, and obtaining from him something like a correct idea of the state of the country. "And this is the parish of Saint-Aubin?" said Santerre, as they drew near to Durbellière. "Yes," said Annot, "this is the parish of Saint-Aubin, and the estate of the Larochejaquelins." "And they are popular with the people?" said Santerre. "They must have been well loved, or they would not have been so truly followed." Annot blushed at the heavy accusation against himself which these words conveyed, but he made no answer. "And this old man, my friend," said Santerre, "this ancient cripple that you tell me of, he is too old, too infirm, I suppose, to care much about this revolt?" "Not at all," said Annot. "No one in the country is more anxious for success than the old Marquis." "There you are again, friend," said Santerre. "I know you'll get your neck into danger. Have I not told you that the Republic knows nothing of Marquises?" "I only called him by the name he goes by, as you'd call a man Peter if his name were Peter. I didn't mean to say he was a Marquis," said Annot, excusing himself. "But you mustn't say so at all, unless you speak of him as a criminal, as you would speak of a perjurer or a parricide. But as to this foolish old man, is he not doting? If I thought that, I might perhaps be excused in sparing him." "Doting," said Annot, "not at all. He has all his faculties as much as you or I." Santerre gave a look of disgust at the wretch, who would not even follow his hint by giving such an account as might spare the life of the old man who had been his host, his guardian, and his friend. He said nothing further, however, but trotted on quickly till the cherry groves of Durbellière were in sight, and then he halted to give his final orders to his men, and make arrangements that the house should be surrounded. "You remember our bargain, Citizen General?" said Annot. "What bargain?" asked the brewer. "Why, about the young lady, the girl, you know," replied the other. "No one is to interfere between me and Agatha Larochejaquelin. She is to be my prize and my reward." "I will be as good as my word," said Santerre, "as long as you are true to yours. But I own I pity the young lady the treatment she is likely to receive from her lover." And as he spoke, he rode up to the front door of the house, accompanied by Annot and a company of men on horseback. The immediate arrival of Republican soldiers in the neighborhood of Durbellière was neither expected or even feared by the inhabitants of the château, or it would not have been left by Henri, as it had been, perfectly undefended. The truth was this: the Royalists had hitherto been so very generally successful against the Republicans, and that, when every odds of number, arms, and position had been in favor of their enemies, that they had learnt to look with contempt upon the Blues, as they called them. Hitherto the Royalists had always been the attacking party. The Republicans had contented themselves with endeavoring to keep their position within the towns, and when driven from thence had retreated altogether out of the revolted district. Except lately at Nantes, the Vendéans had as yet incurred no great reverse. They had not, therefore, learnt to fear that their houses would be attacked and burnt, their corn and cattle destroyed, and even their wives and children massacred. The troops which had now been dispatched by the Convention for the subjection of the country were of a very different character from those with whom the Vendéans had as yet contended, and the Royalists were not long before they experienced all the horrors of a civil war, in which quarter was refused them by their enemies, and mercy even to children was considered as a crime. When Santerre rode up to the door of the chateau, 10 men might have taken possession of Durbellière. It was a fine July evening, about 7 o'clock. The old Marquis had been wheeled in his easy-chair out of the house to the top of the broad steps which led from the back of the chateau into the garden. Agatha was sitting at his feet on the top step, reading to him, and the little Chevalier Mondian, who retained no semblance of the soldier about his person, except the red scarf round his waist, was seated straddle-legged atop one of the huge white lions which guarded the entrance. "Agatha, I hear horsemen," said the boy, jumping off his seat. There, quite plain." "It is Henri and Charles coming from Clisson," said Agatha. "If it be, they have a troop of cavalry with them," said the Chevalier. "Perhaps it's the Prince de Talmont, for I think they have not so many horsemen with them in the south." And the little Chevalier ran out to greet, as he thought, his gallant friends. "Whoever they be, Agatha," said the old Marquis, "give them a warm welcome if they come in the King's name. They will know that I cannot rise to meet them, but make them welcome to everything in and about the chateau." Agatha had closed her book and was rising to execute her father's wishes, when Maman, the gray-haired butler, hurrying round from the kitchen door as fast as his old legs would carry him, screamed out, "The blues! The blues!" Agatha, who was in the act of entering the house as she heard the fearful cry, turned instantly back to her father's side. She was deadly pale, but she spoke not a word. She grasped her father's hand and fixed herself close to his chair, determined in that position to await the worst that her enemies could do her. "Run, Agatha, run," said the Marquis, "into the garden, my dear love. The gate will be open at the back. Run, Agatha, for your life." Agatha, however, did not stir. "Do you hear me, Agatha?" continued the old man, wildly supplicating her to go from him. "Do you hear me, my daughter? If you would have my blessing before I die, do as I bid you now. What are my gray hairs to your young life, that you should sacrifice yourself for me?" It was of no avail, for the daughter stood fast by her disabled father's side, grasping his right hand so that nothing should tear her from him, and turning her beautiful face towards the house, watching for the approach of her enemies. Nor had she to watch long. Before the Chevalier had been gone 5 minutes, Santerre, with his sword drawn, tramped heavily through the house, followed by Annot and a score of his men. The door from the salon to the garden steps was open, and without waiting a moment in the house, he marched through and confronted Agatha and her father. "Here is your damsel safe at any rate, friend Annot," said Santerre, "and a pretty girl she is too, but a bitter royalist, no doubt, by the proud turn of her white neck." Annot did not immediately follow Santerre onto the steps. He had firmly resolved to thrust himself upon Agatha as a conqueror, to rush upon her as an eagle upon its prey, and to carry her off with a strong hand, disregarding her cries as the eagle disregards the bleating of the lamb. But the first glance he had got of his victim somehow startled his resolve, and scared the blood from his cheek and almost from his heart. When Santerre, however, called to him, he was obliged to follow, and then, making fearful grimaces with his lips and scowling with his eyes, he stalked out before the astonished father and daughter. "Yes, Agatha," he said, looking full upon her, but not daring to turn an eye upon the countenance of her much more indignant father. "Yes, Agatha, I have come as I told you I would come. I have come to claim you, and no power shall now gainsay me. I have come to seize you as my own, to take you with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. My prayers were of no avail. You shall find that my sword is more powerful. When last I sought you, it was as a suppliant. I now come for you as a conqueror. Come, Agatha, you are now mine. All the powers of earth shall not rescue you from my arms." "You appear to me, sir, to come as a traitor," said Agatha. "A good Republican, my dear," said Santerre. "He comes as a good Republican." Agatha did not deign to make any further reply, but as Santerre and the men had now left the steps and gone into the house, Annot put his hand on her arm to lead her away from her father's side. "Leave her alone," shouted the old man, now speaking for the first time since his eyes had rested on the Republican soldiers. "Leave her alone, thou false wretch, thou basest of all miscreants. Touch her not, or—" And the poor Marquis strove in vain to rise from his chair to his daughter's help. "Maman, chapeau, Arthur, Arthur," he hallooed. "My daughter, oh my daughter." No one, however, came to his aid, and Agatha, finding resistance to be in vain, suffered Annot to lead her into the house without uttering another word. Not the slightest resistance was made to Santerre and his men. He took possession of the chateau without a word even being said to stop him. The servant girls hid themselves in the garrets, but were soon brought down again, and bade to set quiet in the hall till their fate should have been decided on. Maman attempted to conceal himself in the garden, but he was soon found and brought back again, and stationed among the women. Chapeau was not seen at all, and even the little Chevalier was missing for a time, though he returned of his own accord before Santerre had been long in possession of the place. Santerre seated himself with two of his officers in the largest of the salons, and ordered that the old Marquis should be brought before him. He was rather perplexed as to what he should next do. His orders were to destroy everything, houses, property, and life, to spare neither age, sex, nor imbecility, and Santerre, undertaking the commission, had thought in his republican zeal that he would find no weakness in himself to militate against the execution of such orders. He was mistaken in himself, however. He had led the fierce mobs of Paris to acts of bloodshed and violence, but in doing so he had only assisted with an eager hand in the overthrow of those who he thought were tyrannizing over the people. He had stood by at the execution of a king, and ordered the drums to beat to drown the last words of the dying monarch. But the king had been condemned by those whom Santerre looked on as the wisest and best of the nation, and in acting as he had done, he had been carried on as well by ideas of duty as excitement. He found his present a much more difficult task. Indeed, after sitting still for some few minutes in that easy chair, meditating what he would do next, he found that the work which he had undertaken was one which he literally could not go through with. "Is the old gentleman there?" said he, and as he asked, the Marquis, with his eyes closed and his hands crossed on his breast, was wheeled into the room. Agatha was seated, or rather was crouching, on a sofa in the corner, for Adolphe Annot was standing over her, uttering threats and words of love alternately, the latter of which, however, sounded by far the most horrible in poor Agatha's ears. "Give me a pen and paper," said Santerre, and having got them, he continued writing for a minute or two. "Now, my old friend," said he, addressing the Marquis, "I am given to understand that you yourself, personally, have never lent a hand to this iniquitous revolt. Is it so?" "I am too old and too infirm to carry a sword," said the Marquis, "but what little I could do for my king, Exactly, exactly, said Santerre, interrupting him. You are a cripple, I see. There is no evidence wanting to show that you haven't taken up arms. It is this pestilent son of yours has brought you into trouble. He would have been no son of mine had he not acted as he has done, said the old man indignantly. Will you hold your silly tongue, my friend, said Santerre. He is doting, quite doting, I see. And he turned round to his brother officers as though appealing to them to corroborate his opinion. Either that, or else he must be very fond of Mademoiselle Guillotine, said one of them. Well now, old gentleman, answer me this question, said Santerre. Do you want to die this evening? If I could but think that my daughter was safe and out of the power of that viper whom I have warmed in my bosom, death would not be unwelcome to me. Viper, said Annot, curling his lips and speaking through his closed teeth, warmed in your bosom. I have yet to learn, old man, that I owe you aught, but if it be a comfort to you to know it, know that no worse evil awaits your daughter than to become the wife of a true Frenchman. True, said the Marquis, yes, as true as the Prince of Darkness. Come, old man, said Santerre, we know nothing about princes, nor yet about marquises. You must be content now to call the devil by his plain name, though I rather believe it has already been decided in Paris that the gentleman is nothing but a foul fiction of the aristocrats. Come, if you wish to save your neck, put your signature to this little document. I will sign nothing that is put before me in such a manner, said the Marquis. Why, you have not even read it. Take the pen in your hand, I tell you. It is only a proclamation of the truth, that you have not taken up arms against the Republic. Agatha understood the object of the Republican general, though her father did not. She sprang from the corner in which Annot had placed her, and coming close to her father, whispered to him, The gentleman means well to you, father, though his words are rough. He wishes to save us. He will save both of us, father, if he can. Read the paper, and if there be nothing absolutely untrue in it, put your name to it. Read it yourself, Agatha, said he, and if you then tell me to sign it, I will do so. Agatha took up the paper which Santerre had written, and read, but not aloud, the following words. I hereby proclaim myself a true son of the Republic, and a citizen brother of all free Frenchmen. I declare that I have never carried arms against the Convention myself, and demand that I may not be accounted responsible for any misguided members of my family who may have done so. Twice Agatha read the words, and as she did so, her father's eyes rested anxiously on her face. Well, my child, said he, your father's honor is in your hands. Tell me what I am to do. And he mechanically held the pen within his fingers, which Santerre had thrust into his hand. We will die, father, said she, if these men please it. And she put down the document on the table on which it had been written. I cannot ask you to denounce our dear, gallant Henri. I cannot bid you to deny your king. Death, at any rate, will not dishonor us. We will only beg of this gentleman that in his mercy he will not separate us. And putting her arm round her father's neck, she fastened her hand upon the folds of his coat, as though determined that nothing should again separate her from his side. Denounce Henri, said the old man, denounce my own dear gallant son, the most loyal of those who love their king, the bravest of the brave? No, sir, I give you no thanks for your mercy if you intended any. I and my daughter, sir, cannot bear arms for our king, she by reason of her sex, and I from my infirmities. But, sir, we can die for him. We can die for him as readily as the bravest who falls in the first ranks of the battle. Had I still so much power in my own house as to command a cup of wine, I would drink my last pledge to my royal master. But it matters not. The heart and the will are still the same. And taking off the tasseled velvet cap which he wore, he waved it above his head, exclaiming, Vive le roi! Vive le roi! The accursed, pestilent old fanatic, said Santerre, spurning the table as he rose in his passion and upsetting it into the middle of the room, and then he walked up and down the salon with rapid strides, trying to induce himself to give orders for the immediate execution of the staunch old royalist. "What is to be done next, General?" said one of his officers, who did not quite admire the evident clemency of the brewer. "The accursed, pestilent old fanatic," he repeated between his teeth, and then he said, after drawing a long breath, "They must go to Paris, and let Fouquier-Tinville deal with them. There may be secrets that I know not of. I think it better that they should go to Paris." And he felt relieved of a heavy load in having devised a scheme by which he could avoid having himself to give the order for the execution. Let him be locked up and well treated, mind you. He shall go to Saumur in his own carriage, and Barrère may send him to Paris how he pleases, or to the devil if he chooses. "And the servants, General?" Yes, the servants," said Santerre, walking out into the hall to inspect them. "Women, aren't they? What, 5, 6, 7, 9 women, 1 old man and a boy? Well, I suppose we must have them out in a row and shoot them." Down on their knees went the 9 women and the boy, imploring that their innocent lives might be spared to them. Momont, like his master, had still some spirit in his bosom, and kept his seat, saying to himself, but out loud, "I told him so, I told him so. I told him that we who remained here needed as much courage as those who went to the wars. But now, he that talked so much, he's the only one to run away." The poor butler alluded to Chapeau, who had certainly been in the house a few minutes before the arrival of the Republicans, and who as certainly had not been seen since. "I suppose we must have them out before the house and fire upon them." And he turned to the officer who was next to him as though asking his advice. "If you ask my advice, General, I would make no difference between the lot. 10 minutes should see the last of the whole set of them, the old man, his daughter, and the rest. If we are to send every master of a family with his children up to Paris, or even to Saumur, the tribunals can never do their work, nor can the guillotines fall half fast enough for them." "When I ask your advice on one subject, Captain, I do not expect you to give it me on another," said Santerre. "Sergeant, take those women out, and the old man and the boy, stand them in a line upon the gravel plot there, and bring a file of musketeers." And the Republican general again began pacing up and down the room, as though he did not at all like the position in which his patriotic zeal had placed him. The poor women were dragged by their limbs out before the door, screeching as they went, and filling the air with their loud, agonizing cries. Momont walked after them, with his head hanging down, his knees shaking, and his back bent double, but still he was walking himself. He was still able to save himself the disgrace of being dragged out like the women. When he got to the front door, he attempted to totter back, but a Republican soldier stopped him. "My master, my dear master," said Momont, "let me but kiss his hand, and I will come back." The soldier let him pass in, and the old man in a moment was at his master's feet. "God bless you, Monseigneur," said he, "God bless you. Say one word of kindness to your servant before he is shot for loving his master and his king." The Marquis put his hand on the gray hairs of the old butler and moved his lips, but he said nothing. The power of speech for the time failed him. The energy he had displayed and the excitement he had felt had been too much for him, and he was unable to reply aloud to the blessing of his faithful servant. "God bless you, Momont," said Agatha calmly, as she stood close to her father, still holding to his coat and supporting his head against her body. "Let your last thoughts be of the Savior who died for you, and so shall your death be only the end of all your troubles." He was not allowed to remain longer on his knees, but was hurried back to the spot where the women were awaiting their doom. The soldiers could not get them to stand. They were crouching down on the ground in all positions, one or two with their heads almost buried in the earth, one or two kneeling, and still screaming for mercy. The old housekeeper had fallen on her haunches and was looking up to heaven while she wildly struck the ground with her hands. The poor page had made a last but futile effort to escape with the aid of his heels, but he had been at once caught and was now bound by his waist to a tree, which grew close to the road on which the wretched party were huddled. The poor boy had quite forgotten his attempt at manhood, and mingled his loud screams with those of the women. "General," said the sergeant, stepping up to him, "the men are ready. Will you give the word to fire?" 2 salons, one looking to the front of the house and the other to the back, communicated with each other by folding doors, which were now wide open. Santerre, the Marquis, Annot, Agatha, and the other Republican officer were in the back room. The unfortunate wretches doomed to die were collected on the gravel before the windows of the front room. The carabineers who were to fire on them stood in a double file on the broad area before the front door and above the steps. Santerre, on being addressed by the sergeant, stalked into the front room to give the order. His altered face plainly showed the strong passion which was at work within his heart. As he passed from one room to the other, he threw his cap upon the ground and trampled on it, then clenched his fist and bit his lip till the blood ran. The fatal word "fire" was on his tongue, but without intending it he looked through the window, and his eyes fell on the wretched creatures who were expecting death, and he was unable to give the command. He sank back upon a chair, and hiding his face in both his hands, he said to the sergeant in a low voice, "They must get someone else for this work. I am not the man I thought I was." He then rose and said in a voice he vainly attempted should appear calm and dignified, "Sergeant, keep the prisoners in custody this night. I have changed my mind. Be ready to march at 4 tomorrow morning. We will have a bonfire to light us on our journey. See that there are plenty of faggots ready before you let the men sleep." The poor women were unable to raise themselves and walk away when they were made to understand that they were not to die that night. Some prayed, others screamed almost louder than before. One or two of them fainted and continued fainting the greater part of the night. They were all of them taken into the house and kept together in the kitchen, surrounded by a guard. "Citizen General," said Annot to Santerre, stepping up to him after this scene was over, "I have performed my part of my engagement, I believe." "Well, man, supposing you have, what do you want? Are you going to grumble because I have not slaughtered the wretches you have betrayed to me?" "Not at all, General. You know your own duty, doubtless. I am going to return to Saumur, to which place I desire an escort for myself and this young lady." "By heaven, I pity her," said Santerre. "I don't know what has come to me tonight, that I should trouble myself with the cares of a swarm of aristocrats." And then he said, addressing Agatha, "Are you ready and willing, young woman, for a midnight ride with this hot young lover who seems so fond of you?" "She must be ready, General Santerre," said Annot, taking hold of Agatha's hand. "It is now my turn to command her. She must be ready, whether she be willing or no." "You will not force me to leave my father," said Agatha, appealing to Santerre. "You will not deliver a poor, unprotected girl into the hands of such a maniac as that." "Maniac," said Annot, "but I care not. Your words are to me like the empty wind. The time had gone by for words between you and me, when you refused to listen to those I addressed to you upon my knees. Come, Agatha, come, my heart's treasure, for still you are so. Come, my love, my captive, and my bride." And Annot essayed to go, as though he expected Agatha to follow him through the world like a tame dog. "Oh, sir, protect me from him," said Agatha, still appealing to Santerre. "He is mad. You see and hear he is mad. I have not asked you for my life, nor do I so now, but I pray you, I beseech you, by the remembrance of the females who are dear to yourself, save me from the power of that frantic man. Had he not been mad, had he not utterly lost his senses, he would have been the last to have brought you hither." "I have thought something like that myself, pretty one," said Santerre. "Come, Annot, you shall talk to the lady tomorrow. We will leave her with her father tonight." "Your word, General," said Annot, assuming his furious look, "your plighted word and honor. Was she not to be my prize, my captive, my reward? You dare not go back from the promise you have made me." "Nonsense, man alive," said Santerre. "You can't carry her off tonight. I believe in my heart she's right, and that you're as mad a man as ever roared in a hospital. Let go her arm, I tell you. You shall not drag her about in that way." The Marquis during this scene was endeavoring to throw his arms round his daughter so as to protect her, but his efforts were but of little avail. Agatha herself still held to her father by one hand, but the other she was unable to extricate from her persecutor's grasp. She did not scream or cry, for there was something within her, a memory of Cathelineau's last moments, of her brother's gallantry and her father's loyalty, which strongly urged her to repress her tears before a Republican. But her strength was almost gone. Her nerves were all but overstrung. When she heard a sudden noise behind her of someone rushing into the room, and Adolphe Annot quickly dropped her hand and gave a yell of pain. He had received a sharp blow of a cherry switch across his face, and the blood was running from both his cheeks. Santerre and the other Republican officers in the room put their hands to their pistols and prepared to defend themselves, but the only person who appeared was a young boy. To be sure, he had the dreadful red scarf round his waist, but he had no weapon but his cherry stick. After having given Annot the blow across his face, he made no farther use of that. It was the little Chevalier who had arrived so opportunely. He took Agatha's hand in his and pressed it closely, and took his place beside her without speaking a word. "And who the deuce is this young bantam-cock?" said Santerre. "I am the little Chevalier Mondion," said Arthur, "a true royalist and a sworn knight to Agatha Larochejaquelin. And that man there is a traitor and a false knave. He is not fit to be punished with a sword like a gentleman." "Well crowed, my bantam," said Santerre, "and be good enough to tell me where you come from." "No, friend Annot, no, we'll have no dagger work just at present." And putting his huge hand on the other's shoulder, he dragged him back as he was about to plunge his knife into the little Chevalier. "I came from the cherry wood there," said Arthur. "Maybe you think I ought not to have run away and deserted my lady love. Maybe I'm rather ashamed of my own self, but at any rate when you speak of it, say that I came back of my own accord. I'm not a bit afraid to die now," and as he spoke, he squeezed Agatha's hand. His heart was full of apprehension lest she should suspect for a moment that he had really fled from her through fear, but Agatha understood well his ready wit and appreciated his more than boyish courage. Santerre now made his arrangements for the night. All the inhabitants of the chateau were kept under strict surveillance. The Marquis, his daughter, and the Chevalier were allowed to remain together, and Annot was prevented from annoying them. At daybreak the following morning Durbellière was to be burnt, and Santerre, with his prisoners, would then proceed to join Westermann at Bracieux. "Let him slaughter them if he likes," said he to himself. "I don't care what he says of me. I am at any rate too well known to be suspected. I don't know what came over me today, but had the Republic depended on it, I could not have done it." And he flung himself down on one of Agatha's sofas and slept not the less soundly for having begun his career of extermination in so vacillating a manner. End of section 19. Section 20 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 10, The Rescue. The little Chevalier had no intention of saving himself and deserting his friends, when on Santerre's approach he ran off, leaving Agatha and the Marquis at the garden door of the chateau. He knew that Chapeau was at the smith's forge with his own pony. He had himself sent him there, and as soon as he perceived, on running round the side of the house, that the whole front was occupied by the Blues, his first idea was to go after his pony and ride as fast as the animal could carry him to Échambron, and bring the Royalists from thence to the rescue of their friends at Durbellière. With this object he clambered over the garden wall, and, well knowing every foot of the ground, reached the forge in a few minutes. Chapeau and the smith were there, as was also the pony, and a breathless countryman was already telling them that the chateau was surrounded by the whole army of Blues. "Here's the Chevalier," said Chapeau, stopping the peasant in his story. "In the name of heaven, Monsieur Arthur, what is all this?" "The traitor Annot has brought a parcel of Blues down upon the chateau," said the Chevalier. "The Marquis and Mademoiselle Agatha are already in their hands. They will be murdered before morning. What is to be done? Oh, Chapeau, what are we to do to save them?" "Monsieur Annot," said Chapeau. "You don't mean to say Monsieur Annot has turned blue?" "I saw him with my own eyes," said the boy. "He was one of the officers commanding the men, but there was another over him, a big, clumsy, noisy man. He it was I saw first of all, and Annot was behind him, and then there was a crowd of horsemen following them. Both drawing rooms were full before we knew they were in the house at all." "And how did you get through them, Monsieur Arthur?" said Chapeau. "I got over the wall behind the stables. I never went into the house at all. But what on earth are we to do, Chapeau? Can't we get the men from Échambron to come to the rescue?" The matter was then discussed between them, and it was decided that Chapeau should take the pony and collect the men at Échambron and on the road thither, and that he should return with them, if possible, during the night. That the smith should go off to Saint-Laud and get Father Jerome to bring with him the men from thence, and that Arthur should return to the chateau. "No," said he, when Chapeau pressed him to undertake the mission to Échambron. "I will not leave Mademoiselle Agatha and the Marquis any longer. They will think I have run away. Besides, maybe I can be of some service to them there. At any rate, I will go and see what is going on. But, Chapeau, our lives depend on you. Don't lose one single minute now, even though you should ride poor Bayard to death." And he put his hand on the neck of the pony, whom he had named after the flower of chivalry. Chapeau and the smith started on their important missions, and the Chevalier slowly but manfully walked back to the chateau. No one stopped him as he walked through the open gates and in at the back door. On getting into the hall he heard the sound of the Marquis's voice as he was praying Santerre to preserve his daughter from Annot, and then hurrying into the room he made use of the little cherry stick which he carried in the manner which has been described. None of the inhabitants of the chateau went to bed that night. Indeed, the beds were all occupied by the troopers, who threw themselves down to sleep without taking off their boots wherever they could find any convenient place to lie down. To do Santerre justice, he repeatedly pressed the Marquis to go to his own room, assuring him that he should not be further disturbed than by the presence of a sentinel. But the old man insisted on remaining in the salon, and Agatha and the Chevalier sat with him. Santerre and Annot and a cavalry sergeant remained in the same room, and a couple of sentinels were stationed on the top of the steps at the back of the house, and 4 at the front. None of the party in the salon slept, excepting Santerre, But they all sat silent. Neither Arthur nor Agatha dared to speak to each other on the subject which at that time filled their thoughts. The night seemed dreadfully long to Arthur, and yet hardly long enough. He discovered soon after his return that it was Santerre's purpose to burn the chateau early in the morning, and then to take the inhabitants away with him as prisoners, and he greatly feared that Chapeau would not be able to return in time to prevent the conflagration. He anxiously watched the first break of day, and listened intently, but for a long time in vain, for the noise of coming feet. About 2:30 a soldier came and whispered to the sergeant, who then woke Santerre and whispered to him, but the general was sleepy and did not wish his dreams should be disturbed. He muttered something to the sergeant, who again left him, and resumed the seat in which he had sat since he first entered the room. Annot had risen 2 or 3 times during the night and paced rapidly and uneasily about. Whenever he had done so, Agatha had firmly grasped both her father's chair and the Chevalier's hand, as though she feared he was about to renew his attempts to drag her away, but he did not either touch her or speak to her. He was probably aware that the sergeant, who sat there without once closing his eyes through the long hours, had orders to prevent him from doing so. The Chevalier had no watch, and could not see how the hours were going, but it seemed to him as though it were broad day. He thought it must be 5, 6, nay 7 o'clock, and he could not understand why the lazy Republicans remained so passive and so quiet, nor could he imagine why Chapeau was so long in coming. The whole affair seemed to him so strange that he could hardly help fancying that he was dreaming. There sat close to him his dear friend Agatha, with her eyes wide open, fixed on Annot, and she had been gazing in this way for hours after hours, without speaking a word. There was the Marquis close to her, equally silent, but also wide awake, though his eyes were closed. Arthur was sure that he was awake. There was Annot marching to and fro. Adolphe Annot, who but the other day was in the house, not only as a friend, but as a comrade, eager in the cause in which they were all embarked, as much at home in the chateau as Henri Larochejaquelin himself, and now he was the worst of traitors and the most cruel of enemies. There was the sergeant of the Republican army, sitting as quiet and composed as though he were merely idling his time away in his own barracks, and there was Santerre, the much-talked-of Republican brewer and general, the sanguinary, remorseless, fanatic Democrat, the sworn enemy of all that was noble, loyal, and gentle, the dreaded Santerre. For the Chevalier had now learned the name of the big, clumsy, noisy man whom he had seen leading his troops into the salon where he was now sleeping. There he was, sleeping fast, while care, anxiety, or a sense of duty banished sleep from all the others. He, who had so much more need than others to be watchful, was snoring loud and dreaming of the denizens of the faubourg, who used to love him so well. All this seemed to Arthur like a dream from which he could not awake. There were his enemies, his deadly enemies, before and around him. He knew that it was the practice of the Republican soldiers to massacre all whom they took bearing arms against the Republic. He had even heard that it was now their horrid purpose to go further than this, and to slaughter the inhabitants of the whole district which had revolted. At any rate, his own doom would be death. He was certain that he had not many days, probably many hours, to live, unless Chapeau should arrive in time, and with sufficient force, to rescue the whole party. Yet he felt no fear. He could not sufficiently realize the position in which he found himself to feel the full effects of its danger. The Republican sergeant sat immediately in front of him, and each kept his eye fixed on the other's face. Not that either of them had any object in doing so, any particular motive for watching the other's countenance, but soon after daybreak the gaze of each had become fixed, and it seemed as though neither of them were able to turn away his eyes. Arthur occupied his mind in speculating on the character of the soldier, in trying to guess from his features whether he were a cruel or a kind-hearted man, whether he were a ferocious Democrat, eager for the blood of all who had been born in a rank above him, or merely a well-trained soldier, obeying the behests of those under whose orders it was his duty to act? The Chevalier had no idea that his own or his friend's fate depended in any way on the man's disposition, but such thoughts came across his brain unwittingly, and he could not restrain them. At last he felt that he had a kind of intimacy with the sergeant, that if he should chance to meet him after 3 or 4 years had passed, he should greet him as an old acquaintance, whom he had well known, and he was sure that the sergeant had the same feeling respecting him. The day dawned soon after 2 o'clock, and as by degrees the clear sunlight streamed in at the uncurtained windows, Arthur, in his impatience, thought that the day was advancing, but in reality it was not yet 5 o'clock, when Santerre, waking with a tremendous yawn, stretched his huge limbs, and then jumped up from the sofa on which he had been lying. "Now for a bonfire," said he, "and then for breakfast. Or perhaps we had better get our breakfast first, and have our bonfire afterwards. Old gentleman, I have no doubt my men took strange liberties with your cellar and larder last night. I hope they have left enough about the place to furnish you with the last meal you will ever eat in this chateau." "I know, sir, what soldiers are in a house," said the old man. "I will not say that your men are welcome here, for that would be falsehood, but I begrudge them nothing that they eat and drink." "Well, that's kind of you, but considering that all which is not now eaten and drunk will be immediately wasted and spoilt, you would certainly be foolish to allow the consumption of your provisions to make you uneasy. Here, sergeant," and then Santerre spoke aside to the sergeant and gave him various orders, which the man departed to obey. "And now, General Santerre," said Annot, marching close up to him, "are you prepared to make good your promise to me? Are you prepared to give me an escort for myself and this lady, and to allow us to commence our journey from hence to Saumur?" Annot's personal appearance had not been at all improved by the blow which Arthur had given him across his face. Both his cheeks were much swollen immediately beneath the eyes, and one of them was severely cut. He felt that his looks were against him, and he endeavored to make up for the injury his countenance had sustained by the sternness of his voice and the determined rigor of his eye. "I presume, General Santerre," added he, "that your plighted word is sufficient warrant to me for your good faith." "There is the lady," said Santerre, pointing to Agatha. "I did not undertake to protect you from the wrath of any rivals you might have in her affections. It seems to me that at present she prefers that young daredevil slip of aristocracy to your patriotic ardor. If she won't go to Saumur with you, I can't make her." "By all the powers of heaven and hell, she shall go with me," said Annot, advancing towards her. Beware the switch again, thou false knave," said the little Chevalier, jumping up and standing immediately before Agatha, with his cherry-stick in his hand. Annot had no other arms about him but his dagger, and that he drew as he advanced towards the boy. "No daggers, I will have no daggers," shouted Santerre. "Sergeant, take the dagger from him, unless he puts it up." "Beware the switch, thou traitor, beware the switch, thou knave," continued the Chevalier, shaking the stick at Annot, upon whose arm the strong hand of the sergeant, who had returned to the room, was now laid heavily. "I will choke the brat as I would an adder," said Annot, attempting to shake off the sergeant's hand. "There, take the dagger," and he dropped it on the ground, and rushing at the boy, got inside the swing of his stick, and made a grasp at his throat. Arthur, however, was too quick for him, and pushing away his hand, fastened his own arms round his adversary. They were now close locked in each other's embrace, and kicking, plunging, and striving, each did his best to throw the other to the ground. "Oh, sir, kind sir, for mercy's sake separate them," said Agatha, appealing to Santerre. "He is but a boy, a child, and that wretched man is mad. He'll murder the boy before your eyes if you do not separate them." "He won't find it so easy, though," said the Chevalier, panting and out of breath, but still holding his own, and indeed more than his own, for he had fixed his left hand in Danaud's hair, and was pulling his head backwards with such force that he nearly broke his neck. "I think the young one has the best of it," said Santerre. "But come, citizen Danaud, your loves and your quarrels are troublesome to us. We have other work to attend to. Get up, man, get up, I tell you." Danaud, by his superior weight and strength, had succeeded in getting the Chevalier to the ground, but Arthur still kept his hold in his hair, and though Adolphe was on the top of his foe, he did not find it very easy to get up. "Get up, I say," said Santerre. "You'll gain nothing by wrestling with that fellow. He's more than a match for you. Well, Captain, what's the matter?" The room in which the party had passed the night looked out into the garden at the back of the house. The front room communicated with this by folding doors, which during the night had been closed. These doors were now violently thrown open, and one of the officers, followed by about a dozen men, rushed into the room. "The road is crowded with men," said the officer. "Thousands of these brigands are on us. The chateau will be surrounded in 5 minutes." "H and the D," said Santerre between his teeth. "This comes of playing the fool here," and he hurried out of the room in company with the officer. "Hurrah!" said the Chevalier, jumping to his feet. "I knew they'd be here soon. I knew they'd be here soon." And running to Agatha's side, he caught hold of her hand and covered it with kisses. Danaud also arose. He had also heard the officer say that the peasants were coming on them, and he felt that if he were taken, he could expect no mercy from those who had so lately been his friends. He did not, however, attempt to fly, but he stood still on the spot where he got up, and after wiping his hot brow with his handkerchief, he said slowly and mournfully, "Agatha Larochejaquelin, you now see to what your conduct has reduced me, and with my last breath I tell you that I owe my disgrace, my misery, and my death, I and the loss of my eternal soul, to you and to you only. I shudder and shake, thou lovely monster of cruelty, shake and grieve with remorse and fear. You may well do so. My living form shall trouble you no more, but dead and dying I will be with you till the last trump sounds on the fearful day of judgment." Agatha did not answer him. She felt assured that he was mad, and she only pitied him. She had now, too, reason to hope that she and her father and their whole household would be relieved from their horrible position, and she no longer felt anything like anger against the unfortunate wretch whom uncontrolled passions had absolutely maddened. Arthur, in his anxiety to see what was going forward, was about to leave the room, but Agatha laid her hand upon his arm to detain him, merely looking towards Danaud as she did so. "And do you think," said Danaud, "that puny boy could really stop my way if I chose to put out my right hand against him? Boy, I despise and disregard you. Would before I die that it might be allowed me to measure arms with any man who would dare to say that he would advocate your cause." "Beware the switch, traitor, beware the switch," repeated the Chevalier. "Be quiet, Arthur, do not anger him," whispered Agatha. "It is not generous, you know, to insult a fallen foe." "There are no terms to be kept with a traitor, Agatha. If we get the better of this Santerre, as I am sure we shall now, you shall see that I know how to treat a generous foe generously." When Santerre reached the front of the house, he at once saw that any attempt on his part to oppose the crowd of armed peasants who were now close upon him would be futile. The only mode of escape which appeared to him at all practicable was to attempt to ride through them. He gave the command to horse, and got so far himself as to mount into his saddle. But it was of no use. He was surrounded by a crowd of peasants before he got to the gate, and he soon found himself on foot again and unarmed. Some 10 or 20 of his men who were ready to jump into the saddle at the moment when they were first aware of the approach of the Royalists escaped, but the remainder in a few minutes found themselves prisoners in the chateau. The peasants were headed by Father Jerome, the priest of Saint-Laud, and it was he who first mounted the steps leading up to the front door of the house. "Thank God," said he, speaking more to himself than to those around him, "thank God." And he stood up against the pedestal of one of the lions, the heavy wooden crucifix which he had carried in his hand as he marched, or rather ran, to the succor of his friends at Durbellière. And then he took off his cap, and with the sleeve of his dusty grey coat he wiped the perspiration from off his brow. "And the Marquis and Mademoiselle are unhurt? Thank God, thank God. We were just in time, but we had a smart run for it." Chapeau had already dived into the kitchen through the window, and had learnt that at any rate the Republicans had as yet shed no blood. "And how did the Marquis bear it, Momont?" said he. "It was enough to kill the old gentleman." "Why, yes," said Momont, "we had to bear a good deal, but we did bear it manfully and well. We were all led out to be shot, you know." "What, the Marquis and Mademoiselle and all?" said Chapeau. "No, not the Marquis and Mademoiselle. They were to be beheaded after us, but the rest of us were all taken out, the muskets loaded, the men to shoot us, all in a line." "Oh, Chapeau, it was so awfully dreadful," said the cook. "If I live 1,000 years, I shall never get over this night." "Oh yes, most dreadfully awful," said the laundress. "I was carried in from the spot, and have not been able to move a limb since. I doubt I never shall put a foot to the ground again." "The muskets were to their shoulders," continued Momont. "We heard them cocked. Each man took deliberate aim. The women here were screeching and screaming." "Of course we were," said the confidential maid. "Hadn't we good cause to scream, waiting to be killed every minute? I'm sure I wonder I ever came to my senses again. I declare when they came to pick me up, I thought it was all over, and that I'd been shot already." "Well, I don't think anybody heard me scream," said Momont. "But there's a difference, I know, between a man and a woman. It's all for my king and my master, said I to myself. Besides, a man can die but once, and it's a great thing to die honorably." The old man turned round to receive the approbation, which he considered was due to the sentiment he had expressed, and found that Chapeau was gone. The kitchen, however, was filled with peasants, and in them Momont found ready listeners and warm admirers. Both Chapeau and the priest had spent the greater portion of the night in collecting what they considered would be a sufficient number of men to enable them to attack, with any chance of success, the Republican soldiers who had taken possession of Durbellière. They had neither of them the slightest idea what amount of force had been brought against the chateau, and consequently wasted much time in procuring many more men than were necessary for the purpose. The 300 who were immediately got together on the sounding of the tocsin in the village of Échambron would have been sufficient to have done the work without further assistance, for they were all well armed and by this time tolerably well trained in the use of their arms. There was 10 times more confusion now in the chateau than there had been during the night. Every room and passage was crowded with peasants, who took up their positions there under the plea of guarding their prisoners, and with the girls and women of the neighborhood who flocked to that place as soon as they heard that the horrible Blues were all prisoners, and that the Marquis and Mademoiselle were once more at liberty. Agatha's troubles were by no means ended. Provisions of some kind were to be procured for the friends who had come so far and done so much to relieve them, and she had no one on whom she could depend to assist her in procuring them. The servants all considered themselves utterly unfitted for anything except talking of the events of the evening, and though everyone was burning with affection and zeal for Monseigneur and Mademoiselle, no one appeared willing to make himself useful. The reaction on his feelings was too much for the poor Marquis. During the long evening and night in which he had been a prisoner and looking forward to nothing but death, in which he had sat beside his fondly loved daughter, whose fate he feared would be so much more horrible than death itself, he had patiently and manfully borne his sufferings. He had even displayed a spirit for which few gave him credit who were accustomed to his gentle temper and mild manners. But the unexpected recovery of his own and his daughter's liberty upset him entirely. As soon as he had pressed Father Jerome's hand and thanked Chapeau for what he had done, he begged that he might be carried off to his bed and left there quietly till the return of his son, for whom, he was told, a messenger had been sent. Santerre and Annot were both kept under a strong guard in the salon in which they had passed the night, and there the priest, Chapeau, and the young Chevalier passed the greater part of the day, anxiously waiting the arrival of Henri Larochejaquelin. "I never liked that man," said the priest, whispering to Arthur and Chapeau, for the latter, from his exertion and zeal, was looked upon rather as an officer in the royalist army than as a servant. "I never liked Adolphe Denot, but I could never say why. The tone of his voice was disagreeable to me, and the expression of his features aroused in me both dislike and distrust. It is not long since Monsieur Henri rebuked me for being hard on him and judging him harshly, and I was angry with myself for having done so. I knew, however, there was something wrong within him. He has turned out to be as base a creature as ever trod the earth." "It will be a desperate blow to Monsieur Henri," said Chapeau, "for he loved him as though he were his brother." "I will be his brother now," said Arthur. "He shall love me in his place." "Ah, Monsieur Arthur," said Chapeau, "his heart is large enough to love us both, but when he hears how nobly you behaved last night, how you stood by Mademoiselle Agatha and protected her, you will be his real brother indeed." The little Chevalier's heart rose high within him, as he attempted to speak slightingly of his own services. "Oh," said he, "I couldn't do much, you know, for I had only a stick, but of course we red scarfs will always stick to each other. Denot, you know, never was a red scarf. Well, thank heaven for that, but I tell you what, Father Jerome, that Santerre is not such a bad fellow, and so I shall tell Henri. He is not a bad fellow at all, and he scorns Denot as he deserves to be scorned." End of section 20. Section 21 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 11, Anno Stein. It will be remembered that the party escaping from the chateau of Clisson met Jean Stein when they had come within 4 or 5 leagues of Durbellière. He had been sent from Échambron by Chapeau to tell Henri what had happened, to assure him that every possible effort would be made to rescue his father and sister from the Republicans, and if possible to save the chateau, and to beg him to return home as speedily as he possibly could. Jean was spared the greatest portion of his journey, and having told his tale, added that perhaps Messieurs would not think it prudent to take the ladies with them to Durbellière just at present. "Oh, heavens, what are we to do?" said Madame de Lescure. "We are running from one hostile army into the middle of another. Poor Agatha, my poor Agatha, what will become of her?" "Had we not better send them to Châtillon?" said Henri, speaking to de Lescure. "They will at any rate be safe there for a time." "We won't be sent anywhere. Indeed we won't, will we, Marie?" said Madame de Lescure. "Pray, Charles, pray do not send us away. Let us go where you go. It cannot be worse for us than it is for you." "You cannot go to the chateau, dearest, when we have every reason to suppose it is in the hands of the Republicans, and more than probably burnt to the ground by this time." "Oh, don't send me back to Châtillon," said Marie. "It would be hours and hours before we should hear what happens to you, and what has happened to Agatha." "If the ladies wouldn't think ill of going to Échembrun," said Jean Stein, "they would be safe there and near at hand to learn all as it goes on at Durbellière. I am sure Father and Annot would do their best to make the ladies comfortable, as long as they might be pleased to stay there." After considerable discussion, this plan was adopted. The party traveled on together till the roads to Durbellière and Échembrun separated, and then, with many charges, the two ladies were entrusted to the care of the smith's son. "We will come to you or send to you the moment we are able," said de Lescure, "whether our news be good or bad. I trust we shall find them safe, and that we shall all be together tomorrow at Durbellière." Marie and Madame de Lescure reached the village safely late in the evening, and found no one in the smith's house but Annot. Even Michael Stein himself had been moved by hearing that the Republicans were absolutely in possession of the chateau, and old as he was, he had made his way over to Durbellière, and had not yet returned. Annot, however, received them with good news. She had heard different messages from the chateau during the day, and was able to tell them not only that the Marquis, Agatha, and the house were safe, but that the Republican soldiers were all prisoners, and that Santerre, that object of horror to many Vendéan royalists, had himself been captured by the strong hand and bold heart of Jacques Chapot. Neither of the ladies knew Annot Stein, or had even heard of her, but Annot, though at present she was rather doleful, was not long in making herself known to them, and explaining to them her own particular connection with the chateau. She made up her own bed for one of them, and her father's for the other. They were not, she said, such as ladies like them were accustomed to sleep on, but the sheets were clean, and perhaps for one night they would excuse the want of better accommodation. Madame de Lescure and Marie declared that they were only too happy in being able to rest quietly, with the knowledge that their friends were in safety. Poor ladies, they were destined before long to encounter worse hardships than Annot Stein's little bed and frugal supper. "But, Madame," said Annot, as she sat demurely on the corner of her chair, "this Santerre is not the sort of man at all we all took him to be. Peter was over here, though he has gone back again now, and Peter says he is quite a good fellow in his way." "What? Santerre?" said Marie, shuddering. "Oh, he is a most horrid monster. It was he that led out our dear sainted king to be murdered. It was he that urged on the furious mob to spill so much blood. They say that in all Paris there is not a greater wretch than this Santerre." "I don't know, mademoiselle," said Annot, "but he certainly wasn't so bad last night, for he might have killed them all had he chosen, and instead of that he didn't kill anyone, or let any of his party kill them either, only he frightened poor old Momont nearly to death." "God may have softened his heart," said Madame de Lescure. "If he has really spared our friends, we will not speak ill of him." "If he has done so," said Marie, "he will have his reward, for I am sure Charles and Henri will spare him now that he is in their power." "That's just what the people say," said Annot. "They say that it's Monsieur Henri's turn to be generous now, and that they're sure that he won't hurt a hair of this Santerre. Only they're determined on one thing, and it was all Chapot and Father Jerome could do to stop them till Monsieur Henri came home. They are determined to hang that horrid wretch Annot, the monster. I shouldn't wonder if he were swinging by this time." "And is it really true," said Madame de Lescure, "that it was Monsieur Annot who led the Republicans to Durbellière?" "Oh, that's a positive fact," said Annot. "There's no doubt on earth about that, and behaved most brutally to Mademoiselle Agatha. He would have killed her with his own hand before her father, only Monsieur Santerre wouldn't let him. He had his dagger out and all, and Monsieur Santerre took it from him with his own hand, and wouldn't let him speak another word. Oh, indeed, ladies, Monsieur Santerre is not half so bad as he looks to be." People say that the father of evil himself is painted blacker than he really is, said Marie. I don't know about that, mademoiselle, and I didn't hear that this Santerre was painted black at all, and if he were so, I think Peter would have told me. But then, ladies, the little Chevalier Mendiant came in the middle. It was he that sent Chapeau over here to bring the red scarfs to the rescue. He is a little darling, is the Chevalier. I suppose you know him, mademoiselle? Indeed I do, Annot, and love him dearly. He is an old sweetheart of mine. He's too young to have a sweetheart yet, mademoiselle, but you'll see some of the ladies will be quarreling for him yet, when he's a year or two older. Well, after sending Jacques over here, he went back as bold as possible into the middle of the Republicans, before Santerre and all. Monsieur Denot was at his worst then. He had hold of Mademoiselle Agatha and was dragging her away from the Marquis in spite of Santerre and the whole of them, when the Chevalier raises his stick and strikes him across the face. I warrant you he let go Mademoiselle's hand when he felt the sharp stick come across his eyes. It must have been a horrid sight for Agatha, said Madame de Lescure. Oh, indeed it was, madame. Only fancy that traitor Denot going on in that way, right before her eyes all night, and no one to protect her but the little Chevalier. For when it got late, Monsieur Santerre threw himself on the floor and slept and snored like a hog. They say it was all for love, mademoiselle. They say this Denot was greatly in love with Mademoiselle Agatha, and that she wouldn't look at him. Is it true she was so very scornful to him? She was never scornful to anyone, said Marie, but if he ever asked her for her love, I have no doubt she told him that she could not give it to him. That's just what they say, and that then he asked her more and went down on his knees to her, and prayed her just as much as to look at him, and kissed her feet, and cried dreadfully, and that all she did was to turn aside her face, and bid him rise and leave her. What would you have had her say, Annot, if she felt that she could not love him? Oh, I'm not presuming to find fault with her, mademoiselle. Heaven forbid. Of course, if she couldn't love him, she could do nothing but refuse him. But, hi-ho, it's a very dreadful thing to think of, that a nice young man like him, for I'm told that this Denot was a very nice young man, should be so bewildered by love as he has been. Love couldn't make a man a traitor, said Marie, nor yet a coward. I don't know, mademoiselle. Love is a very fearful thing when it doesn't go right. Perhaps love never made you feel so angry that you'd like to eat your lover's heart? Good gracious, no, said Marie. Why, Annot, where did you get such a horrid idea as that? Ah, mademoiselle, your lover's 1 in 100. So handsome, so noble, so good, so grand, so amiable, so everything that a young lady could wish to dream about. One, too, that never has vagaries and jealousies and nasty little aggravating ways. Oh, mademoiselle, I look upon you as the happiest young lady in the world. What on earth, Annot, do you know about my lover? Or how on earth can you know that I have a lover at all? Why, child, I and my cousin Agatha are both going to be nuns at Saint Laurent. The Blessed Virgin forbid it, said Annot. Not but what Mademoiselle Agatha would look beautiful as a nun. She has the pale face, and the long straight nose, and the calm melancholy eyes, just as a nun ought to have. But then she should join the Carmelite ladies at the rich convent of Our Blessed Lady at Saint-Maixent, where they all wear beautiful white dresses and white hoods, and have borders to their veils, and look so beautiful that there need hardly be any change in them when they go to heaven, and not become one of those dusty, musty, black sisters of mercy at Saint Laurent. That's your idea of a nun, is it? Said Madame de Lescure. I'm sure, madame. I don't know why any girl should try to make herself look ugly if God has made her as beautiful as Mademoiselle Agatha. And you think, then, Mademoiselle de Lescure is not fit for a nun at all? Oh, madame, we all know she is going to be married immediately to the finest, handsomest, most noble young nobleman in all Poitou, Oh, I'd give all the world to have such a lover as Monsieur Henri just for 10 minutes, to see him once kneeling at my feet." "For 10 minutes," said Marie. "What good would that do you? That would only make you unhappy when the 10 minutes were gone and past." "Besides, what would you say to him in that short time?" said Madame de Lescure. "Say to him? I don't know what I'd say to him. I don't think I'd say one word, but I'd give him such a look, so full of affection and gratitude and admiration and downright real true love, that if he had any heart in him at all, I don't think he'd be so base as to go away from me when the 10 minutes were over." "That's what you call borrowing a lover for 10 minutes, is it?" said Marie. "And if, as you say, this young gentleman is my property, what am I to do for a lover the while?" "I was only wishing, mademoiselle, and you know there's no harm in wishing. Besides, the finest lady in the world couldn't rob you of your lover, let alone a poor girl like me. He is so true and so noble and so good." "And have you not a lover of your own, Annot?" "Oh, indeed I have, and a very good one. For all my talking in that way, I was never badly off for lovers, and now I've chosen one for good and all, and I love him dearly, madame. Dote on him, and so does he on me. But for all that there was a time when I really would have eaten his heart if I could have got at it." "But that was before you had accepted each other." "Not at all, mademoiselle. Not long since. I loved then as dearly as I do now, but he let me walk home by myself 3 long leagues without speaking a word to me, and all because I said that a man in a picture had fine whiskers." "A man in a picture? Why, this lover of yours must be a very jealous man, or else he must be very badly off for whiskers himself." "No, he's not, mademoiselle. He's as nice a pair as you'd wish to see. That is, begging your pardon, as nice a pair as I'd wish to see. And he's not a jealous man either about other things." "And when do you mean to marry him, Annot?" "Oh, mademoiselle, we are only waiting for you." "Waiting for me, child? What on earth do you mean? Who told you I was going to be married at all?" It was no wonder that Marie should be astonished at finding her wedding so confidently spoken of by a stranger in Échambron, considering that it was not yet 24 hours since Henri had declared his love for her at Clisson. "But you are going to be married to Monsieur Henri, are you not, mademoiselle?" "Who told you all this? How is it you come to know so much about this young lady and Monsieur Henri?" said Madame de Lescure. "Why, Jacques Chapot told me, my own husband, that is, as is to be." "Oh, that explains the mystery," said Marie. "And so Chapot is your lover, is he? Chapot is the man who couldn't bear the mention of the fine pair of whiskers you saw in the picture. And did he tell you that his master was going to be married immediately?" And Marie blushed as she asked the question. "Indeed he did, mademoiselle, and he said besides—" "Well, what did he say besides?" "Why, I hardly like to say now, mademoiselle. It will look like asking a favor when I thought you could not well refuse it, and perhaps Jacques was wrong to say anything at all about it." Marie, however, was not long in inducing Annot to reveal to her Chapot's little plan of taking his own wife over to Durbellière to wait upon his master's wife, and she, moreover, promised that, as far as she herself was concerned, she would consent to the arrangement, if, which she expressly inserted, she should ever marry Monsieur Larochejaquelin. "But ain't you engaged to him, mademoiselle?" "Well, Annot," answered she, "as you have told me so much, I don't mind telling you that I am. But it will be long, probably, before I am married, if ever I am. Men have other things to think of now than marriage, and alas, women too. We must wait till the wars are over, Annot." "But I thought the wars were over now, mademoiselle. Haven't they got that Santerre prisoner up at Durbellière?" "There's much, very much, I fear, to do yet and to suffer before the wars will be really over," said Madame de Lescure. "Heaven help us and guide us and protect us. Come, Marie, let us go to rest, for I trust Charles will send for us early in the morning." Annot gave such assistance to her two guests as they required, and was within her power, and then seating herself in her father's large armchair in the kitchen, pondered over the misery of living in times when men were so busy fighting with their enemies that they had not even leisure to get married. "And what, after all, is the use of these wars?" said she to herself. "What do they get by taking so many towns and getting so many guns and killing so many men? I don't know who's the better for it, but I know very well who's the worse. Why can't they let the blues alone, and the blues let them alone? I worked my poor fingers to the bone making a white flag before they went to Saumur, and all they did was to leave it in the streets of Nantes. There's not so much as a bottle of beer and hardly a bushel of flour left in Échambron. There's the poor dear lovely Cathelineau dead and gone. There's Monsieur Henri engaged to the girl of his heart, and he can't so much as stay a day from fighting to get himself married. And there's Jacques just as bad. If Jacques cares a bit for me, he must take himself off, and me with him, to some place where there's not quite so much fighting, or else I'll be quit of him and go without him. I've no idea of living in a place where girls are not to be married till the wars are over. Wars, wars, wars. I'm sick of the wars with all my heart." End of section 21. Section 22 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 2, Chapter 12, Sentence of Death. After parting with their companion, de Lescure and Henri were not long in reaching Durbellière, and on the road thither they also learnt that Santerre and upwards of 100 blue horsemen were prisoners in the chateau or in the barns, outhouses, or stables belonging to it, and that the whole place was crowded with peasants guarding their captives. As they entered the chateau gates, they met Chapeau, who was at the bottom of the steps waiting for them, and Henri immediately asked after his father. "Monseigneur is much fatigued," said Chapeau, "but apparently well. He is, however, still in bed." "And my sister?" said Henri. "Mademoiselle has of course been much fatigued, but she is well. She is with your father, Monsieur Henri." "And tell me, Chapeau, is it really true that Monsieur Denot brought the blues here, and that since he has been here, he has treated my sister in the manner they describe?" "It is true as gospel, Monsieur Henri. I knew that this would be the worst of the whole affair to you. I knew you would sooner the chateau should have been burnt than have heard this. We are only waiting for you and Monsieur de Lescure to hang him as a traitor from the big chestnut out on the roadside. You might have seen as you came in that they have the ropes and everything ready." Henri shuddered as he followed his cousin into the house. The steps were crowded with his own followers, who warmly welcomed him and congratulated him on the safety of his father, his sister, and his property. But he said very little to them. He was thinking of the friend whom he had loved so well, who had so vilely disgraced himself, and whose life he now feared he should be unable to save. "Where is he?" said he to Chapeau. "Who, Monseigneur?" "No, Monsieur Denot." "He is in the great salon with Santerre and Father Jerome and the Chevalier and 3 or 4 of the lads from Échambron." "Charles," said he as he reached the door of the salon, "do you go in. You are better able to say what should be said and to do what must be done than I am. I will go up to my father. But Charles," and he spoke into his ear so that no one else should hear him, "save his life. For my sake, save his life. He is mad and does not know what he has been doing." de Lescure pressed his cousin's hand, and as Henri ran upstairs to his father, he entered the room where the party above mentioned were sitting. The occupants of the room certainly formed a very remarkable group. The first person whom de Lescure saw was Adolphe Annot. He was seated in a large armchair placed against the wall immediately opposite the door, and between the stove and the folding doors which opened into the other room. His legs were stretched out to their full length before him, his hands were clasped together between his legs, his head was bent down so that his chin rested on his breast. He was scowling awfully, his eyebrows nearly met above his eyes, and he continued constantly curling and twisting his lips, sometimes showing his teeth, and sometimes completely covering his under with his upper lip. He had sat 12 hours, since Agatha had left the room in the morning, without speaking a word or once changing his position. He had refused food when it had been brought to him, with an indignant shake of the head, and when Santerre had once half jocularly told him to keep up his spirits and prove himself a man, he had uttered a horrible sound, which he had meant for a laugh of derision, such as is sometimes heard to proceed from dark-haired, diabolical, provincial tragedians. There were 3 men from Echambron in the room, distinguished by the notable red scarf, acting as guards to prevent the escape of the prisoners. But as the 2 objects of their care during the whole day had made no attempt at escaping, the guards had by degrees laid aside the eager watchfulness with which they had at first expressed their readiness to pounce upon their captives, should they by any motion have betrayed an intention to leave their seats, and were now resting on 3 chairs in a row, each man having his musket between his legs, and looking as though they were peculiarly tired of their long inactive services. Santerre and Father Jerome were seated together on a sofa, and the Chevalier occupied a chair on the other side of a table on which the prisoner and the priest were leaning. When Santerre found that he and his men were in the hands of the royalist peasants, he at first rather lost both his temper and his presence of mind. He saw at once that resistance was out of the question, and that there was very little chance that he would be able to escape. He began to accuse himself of rashness in having accepted from the Convention the very disagreeable commission which had brought him into his present plight, and to wish that he was once more among his legitimate adherents in the Quartier Saint-Antoine. He soon, however, regained his equanimity. Those whom he had in his rough manner treated well returned the compliment, and he perceived that, though he would probably be kept a prisoner, his life would not be in danger, and that the royalists were not inclined to treat him either with insult or severity. He by degrees got into conversation with the Chevalier, and before the day was over, even Father Jerome, much as he abhorred a Republican, and especially a leader of Republicans, and an infidel, as he presumed Santerre to be, forgot his disgust and chatted freely with the captive commissioner. The 3 dined together in the afternoon, and when de Lescure entered the room, wine and glasses were still on the table. A crowd of the royalist peasants followed de Lescure to the door of the salon, and would have entered it with him, had not Chapeau, with much difficulty, restrained them. They were most anxious to hear sentence pronounced on the traitor who had betrayed their cause and insulted the sister of their favorite leader, and could not understand why the punishment which he had so richly merited should be delayed. All that Chapeau and Father Jerome had ventured to ask of them was to wait till Henri himself should arrive, and now that he had come, they conceived that judgment should at once be passed and sentence of death immediately executed. When de Lescure entered the room, they all, except Annot, rose from their chairs. The 3 guards stood up and shouldered their muskets, the Chevalier ran up to him to shake hands with him, and Father Jerome also came out into the middle of the room to meet him. He looked first at Annot, who kept his eyes steadily fixed on the ground, and then at Santerre, whom he had never, to his knowledge, seen before. Santerre, however, knew him, for he immediately called him by his name. "My soldiers have met with a reverse, General de Lescure," said he, "which has thrown me and them into the power of your friends. I take the earliest opportunity of thanking you for the kind treatment we have received. If at some future time, when our soldiers may be in your power, you will remember it, the Marquis de Larochejaquelin will feel himself amply repaid for such attention as he has been able to show you," said de Lescure. "You know we were in General Santerre's power last night," said the Chevalier, "and he could have shot us all had he pleased it. Indeed, we all expected it when the blues came upon us." "They shall not find that we will be less merciful, Arthur," said de Lescure. "General Santerre knows that the Vendéan royalists have never disgraced themselves by shedding the blood of the prisoners whom the chance of war may have thrown into their hands. He knows that they can be brave without being cruel. I grieve to say that the Republicans have hitherto not often allowed us to repay mercy with mercy. We shall now be glad to take advantage of the opportunity of doing so." "What will you do with him, Monsieur de Lescure?" said Father Jerome in a whisper, pointing to Annot. "I never before saw the people greedy for blood, but now they declare that no mercy should be shown to a traitor." "We must teach them, Father Jerome, that it is God's will that those who wish to be pardoned themselves must pardon others. You have taught them lessons more difficult to learn than this, and I do not doubt that in this, as in other things, they will obey their priest." And as he spoke, de Lescure laid his hand on the curé's shoulder. "You won't hang him, then?" whispered the Chevalier. "You wouldn't have me do so, would you, Arthur?" "Who, I?" said the boy. "No, that is, I don't know. I wouldn't like to have to say that anybody should be hung, but if anybody ever did deserve it, he does." "And you, Father Jerome," said de Lescure, "you agree with me? You would not have us sully our pure cause with a cold-blooded execution." The three were now standing at an open window looking into the garden. Their backs were turned to Santerre and Annot, and they were speaking in low whispers, but nevertheless Annot either guessed or overheard that he was the subject of their conversation. The priest did not immediately answer de Lescure's appeal. In his heart he thought that the circumstances not only justified but demanded the traitor's death. But remembering his profession and the lessons of mercy it was his chief business to teach, he hesitated to be the first to say that he thought the young man should be doomed. "Well, Father Jerome," said de Lescure, looking into the priest's face, "surely you have no difficulty in answering me." The curé was saved the necessity of answering the appeal, for while he was still balancing between what he thought to be his duty and that which was certainly his inclination, Annot himself interrupted the whisperers. "Monsieur de Lescure," said he, in the deep, hoarse, would-be solemn voice which he now always affected to use. De Lescure turned quickly round, and so did his companions. The words of a man who thinks that he is almost immediately about to die are always interesting. "If you are talking about me," said the unfortunate wretch, "pray spare yourself the trouble. I neither ask nor wish for any mercy at your hands. I am ready to die." As de Lescure looked at him and observed the alteration which a few weeks had made in his appearance, his sunken, sallow cheeks, his wild and bloodshot eyes, his ragged, uncombed hair and soiled garments, as he thought of his own recent intimacy with him, as he remembered how often he had played with him as a child and associated with him as a man, that till a few days since he had been the bosom friend of his own more-than-brother Henri Larochejaquelin, the tears rushed to his eyes and down his cheeks. In that moment the scene in the council-room at Saumur came to his mind, and he remembered that there he had rebuked Adolphe Denot for his false ambition, and had probably been the means of driving him to the horrid crime which he had committed. Though he knew that the traitor's iniquity admitted of no excuse, he sympathized with the sufferings which had brought him to his present condition. He turned away his head as the tears rolled down his cheeks, and felt that he was unable to speak to the miserable man. Had de Lescure upbraided him, Denot's spirit, affected and unreal as it was, would have enabled him to endure it without flinching. He would have answered the anger of his former friend with bombast, and might very probably have mustered courage enough to support the same character till they led him out to death. But de Lescure's tears affected him. He felt that he was pitied, and though his pride revolted against the commiseration of those whom he had injured, his heart was touched, and his voice faltered, as he again declared that he desired no mercy, and that he was ready to die. "Ready to die," said the curé, "and with such a weight of sin upon your conscience? Ready to be hurried before the eternal judgment seat, without having acknowledged, even in your own heart, the iniquity of your transgressions?" "That, sir, is my concern," said Denot. "I knew the dangers of the task before I undertook it, and I can bear the penalties of failure without flinching. I fear them not either in this world or in any other world to come." De Lescure, overcome with distress, paced up and down the room till Chapeau entered it, and whispered to him that the peasants outside were anxious to know what next they were to do, and that they were clamorous for Denot's execution. "They are determined to hang him," continued Chapeau, who had induced de Lescure to leave the room, and was now speaking to him in the hall. "They say that you and Monsieur Henri may do what you please about Santerre and the soldiers, but that Adolphe Denot has betrayed the cause, insulted Mademoiselle, and proved himself unfit to live, and that they will not leave the chateau as long as a breath of life remains in his body." "And you, Chapeau, what did you say to them in reply?" "Oh, Monsieur de Lescure, of course I said that must be as you and Monsieur Henri pleased." "Well, Chapeau, now go and tell them this," said de Lescure. "Tell them that we will not consent that this poor wretch shall be killed, and that his miserable life has already been granted to him. Tell them also that if they choose to forget their duty, their obedience, and their oaths, and attempt to seize Denot's person, neither I nor Monsieur Henri will ever again accompany them to battle, and that they shall not lay a hand upon him till they have passed over our bodies. Do you understand?" Chapeau said that he did understand, and with a somewhat melancholy face he returned to the noisy crowd who were waiting for their victim in the front of the house. "Well, Jacques," said one of them, an elderly man, who had for the time taken upon himself the duties of a leader among them, and who was most loud in demanding that sentence should be passed upon Denot. "We are ready, and the rope is ready, and the gallows is ready, and we are only waiting for the traitor. We don't want to hurry Monsieur Henri or Monsieur de Lescure, but we hope they will not keep us waiting much longer." "You need not wait any longer," said Chapeau, "for Adolphe Denot is not to be hung at all. Monsieur de Lescure has pardoned him. Yes, my friends, you will be spared an unpleasant job, and the rope and the tree will not be contaminated." "Pardoned him? Pardoned Adolphe Denot? Pardoned the traitor who brought Santerre and the Republicans to Durbellière? Pardoned the wretch who so grossly insulted Mademoiselle Agatha and nearly killed Monsieur le Marquis?" cried one after another immediately round the door. "If we pardon him, there will be an end of honesty and good faith. We will pardon our enemies because Monsieur de Lescure asks us. We will willingly pardon this Santerre and all his men. We will pardon everything and anybody if Monsieur Henri or Monsieur de Lescure asks it, except treason and except a traitor. Go in, Jacques, and say that we will never consent to forgive the wretch who insulted Mademoiselle Larochejaquelin. By all that is sacred, we will hang him." "If you do, my friends," answered Chapeau, "you must kill Monsieur de Lescure first, for he will defend him with his own body and his own sword." Chapeau again returned to the house and left the peasants outside, loudly murmuring. Hitherto they had passively obeyed their leaders. They had gone from one scene of action to another. They had taken towns and conquered armies, and abstained not only from slaughter, but even from plunder, at the mere request of those whom they had selected as their own generals. Now, for the first time, they showed a determination to disobey. The offense of which their victim had been guilty was in their eyes unpardonable. They were freely giving all, their little property, their children, their blood, for their church and king. They knew that they were themselves faithful and obedient to their leaders, and they could not bring themselves to forgive one whom they had trusted and who had deceived them. Chapeau returned to the house, but he did not go back to Monsieur de Lescure. He went upstairs to his master and found him alone with his sister, and explained to them what was going on before the front door. "They will never go away, mademoiselle, as long as the breath is in the man's body. They are angry now, and they care for no one, not even for Monsieur Henri himself. And it's no wonder for them to be angry. He that was so trusted and so loved, one of the family as much as yourself, Monsieur Henri. Why, if I were to turn traitor and go over to the Republicans, it could hardly be worse. If ever I did, I should expect them to pinch me to pieces with hot tweezers, let alone hanging." "I will go down to them," said Monsieur Henri. "It will be no use," said Chapeau. "They will not listen to you." "I will try them at any rate, for they have never yet disobeyed me. I know they love me, and I will ask for Adolphe's life as a favor to myself. If they persist in their cruelty, if they do kill him, I will lay down my sword and never again raise it in La Vendée." "If it were put off for a week or a day, Monsieur Henri, so that they could get cool, if you could just consent to his being hung, but say that he was to have 24 hours to prepare himself, and then at the end of that time they wouldn't care about it. Mightn't that do? Wouldn't that be the best plan, mademoiselle?" "No," said Henri, "I will not stoop to tell them a falsehood, nor if I did so, would they ever believe me again." And he walked towards the passage, intending to go down to the front door. "Stop, Henri, stop a moment," said Agatha. "I will go down to them. I will speak to them. They are not accustomed to hear me speak to them in numbers, as they are to you, and that of itself will make them inclined to listen to me. I will beg them to spare the unfortunate man, and I think they will not refuse me." She got up and walked to the door, and her brother did not attempt to stop her. "Let me go alone, Henri," said she. "You may, at any rate, be sure that they will not hurt me." And without waiting for his reply, she descended the stairs and walked into the hall. When Chapeau left them, the crowd were collected immediately in the front of the house and on the steps, but none of them had yet forced their way into the chateau. Since he had gone upstairs, however, they had pushed open the door and now filled the hall. Although their accustomed respect for the persons and property of those above them had still kept them from breaking into the room in which they knew were Monsieur de Lescure and Adolphe Denot. The foremost of them drew back when they saw Agatha come among them, and as she made her way to the front door, they retreated before her, till she found herself standing on the top of the steps, and surrounded by what seemed to her a countless crowd of heads. There was a buzz of many voices among them, and she stood there silent before them a moment or two, till there should be such silence as would enable them to hear her. Agatha Larochejaquelin had never looked more beautiful than she did at this time. Her face was more than ordinarily pale, for her life had lately been one of constant watching and deep anxiety, but hers was a countenance which looked even more lovely without than with its usual slight tinge of color. Her beautiful dark brown hair was braided close to her face, and fastened in a knot behind her head. She was dressed in a long white mourning wrapper, which fell quite down over her feet, and added in appearance to her natural high stature. She seemed to the noisy peasants, as she stood there before them, sad-looking and sorrowful, but so supremely beautiful, to be like some goddess who had come direct from heaven to give them warning and encouragement. The hum of their voices soon dropped, and they stood silent before her as though no strong passion, no revenge and thirst for blood had induced them, but a moment before, all but to mutiny against the leaders who had led them so truly and loved them so well. "Friends, dear friends," she began in her sweet voice, low but yet plainly audible to those whom she addressed, and then she paused a moment to think of the words she would use to them, and as she did so they cheered her loudly and blessed her, and assured her in their rough way how delighted they were to have saved her and the Marquis from their enemies. "Dear friends," she continued, "I have come to thank you for the readiness and kindness with which you have hurried to my protection, to tell you how grateful I and mine are for your affection, and at the same time to ask a favor from your hands." "God bless you, mademoiselle. We will do anything for Mademoiselle Agatha. We all know that mademoiselle is an angel. We will do anything for her," said different voices in the crowd. "Anything but pardon the traitor who has insulted her," said the man who had been most prominent in demanding Deneau's death. "Anything at all, anything without exception. We will do anything we are asked, whatever it is, for Mademoiselle Agatha," said some of the younger men among the crowd, whom her beauty made more than ordinarily enthusiastic in her favor. "Mademoiselle will not sully her beautiful lips to ask the life of a traitor," said another. "We will do anything else, but Deneau must die." "Yes, Deneau must die," exclaimed others. "He shall die. He is not fit to live. When the traitor is hung, we will do anything, go anywhere, for mademoiselle." "Ah, friends," said she, "the favor I would ask of you is to spare the life of this miserable young man. Hear me at any rate," she continued, for there was a murmur among the more resolute of Deneau's enemies. "You will not refuse to hear what I say to you. You demand vengeance, you say, because he has betrayed your cause and insulted me. If I can forgive the insult, if my brother can, surely you should do so too. Think, dear friends, what my misery must be, if on my account you shed the blood of this poor creature. You say he has betrayed the cause for which you are fighting. It is true, he has done so. But it is not only your cause which he has betrayed. Is it not my cause also? Is it not my brother's? Is it not Monsieur de Lescure's? And if we can forgive him, should not you also do so too? He has lived in this house as though he were a child of my father's. You know that my brother has treated him as a brother. Supposing that you, any of you, had had a brother who has done as he has done, would you not still pray, in spite of his crimes, that he might be forgiven? I know you all love my brother. He deserves from you that you should love him well, for he has proved to you that he loves you. He, Henri Larochejaquelin, your own leader, begs you to forgive the crime of his adopted brother. Have we not sufficient weight with you? Are we not near enough to your hearts to obtain from you this boon?" We will," shouted they. "We will forgive. No, we won't forgive him, but we'll let him go. Only, mademoiselle, let him go from this. Let him not show himself here any more. There, lads, there's an end of it. Give Maman back the rope. We will do nothing to displease Monsieur Henri and Mademoiselle Agatha." And then they gave 3 cheers for the inhabitants of Durbellière, and Agatha, after thanking them for their kindness and their courtesy, returned into the house. For some days after the attack and rescue, there was great confusion in the chateau of Durbellière. The peasants by degrees returned to their own homes, or went to Châtillon, at which place it was now intended to muster the whole armed royalist force, which could be collected in La Vendée. Châtillon was in the very center of the revolted district, and not above 3 leagues from Durbellière. And at this place the Vendéan leaders had now determined to assemble, that they might come to some fixed plan and organize their resistance to the Convention. De Lescure and Henri together agreed to give Santerre his unconditional liberty. In the first place, they conceived it to be good policy to abandon the custody of a man whom, if kept a prisoner, they were sure the Republic would make a great effort to liberate, and who, if he ever again served against them at all, would, as they thought, be less inclined to exercise barbarity than any other man whom the Convention would be likely to send on the duty. Besides, Agatha and the Marquis really felt grateful to Santerre for having shown a want of that demoniac cruelty with which they supposed him to have been imbued, and it was therefore resolved to escort him personally to the northern frontier of La Vendée, and there set him at liberty, but to detain his soldiers prisoners at Châtillon, and this was accordingly done. They had much more difficulty in disposing of Annot. Had he been turned loose from the chateau to go where he pleased and do what he pleased, he would to a certainty have been killed by the peasantry. De Lescure asked Santerre to take charge of him, but this he refused to do, saying that he considered the young man was a disgrace to any party or any person who had aught to do with him, and that he would not undertake to be responsible for his safety. Annot himself would neither say or do anything. Henri never saw him, but de Lescure had different interviews with him, and did all in his power to rouse him to some feeling as to the future, but all in vain. He usually refused to make any answer whatever, and when he did speak, he merely persisted in his declaration that he was willing to die, and that if he were left alive, he had no wish at all as to what should become of him. It was at last decided to send him to his own house at Fleury, with a strong caution to the servants there that their master was temporarily insane, and there to leave him to his chance. When he finds himself alone and disregarded, said de Lescure, he will come to his senses and probably emigrate. It is impossible for us now to do more for him. May God send that he may live to repent the great crime which he has attempted. Now again everything was bustle and confusion at Durbellière. Arms and gunpowder were again collected. The men again used all their efforts in assembling the royalist troops, the women in preparing the different necessaries for the army. The united families were at Durbellière, and there was no longer any danger of their separation, for at Clisson not one stone was left standing upon another. End of section 22. Section 23 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 3, Chapter 1, Robespierre's Character. We will now jump over a space of nearly 3 months, and leaving the chateau of Royalist La Vendée, plunge for a short while into the heart of Republican Paris. In the Rue Saint-Honoré lived a cabinet-maker named Duplay, and in his house lodged Maximilien Robespierre, the leading spirit in the latter and more terrible days of the Revolution. The time now spoken of was the beginning of October 1793, and at no period did the popularity and power of that remarkable man stand higher. The whole government was then vested in the Committee of Public Safety, a committee consisting of 12 persons, members of the Convention, all of course ultra-democrats, over the majority of whom Robespierre exercised a direct control. No despot ever endured ruled with so absolute and stringent a dominion as that under which this body of men held the French nation. The Revolutionary Tribunal was now established in all its horror and all its force. A law was passed by the Convention in September, which decreed that all suspected people should be arrested and brought before this tribunal, that nobles, lawyers, bankers, priests, men of property, and strangers in the land should be suspected unless known to be acting friends and adherents of the ultra-revolutionary party, that the punishment of such persons should be death, and that the members of any revolutionary tribunal which had omitted to condemn any suspected person should themselves be tried and punished by death. Such was the law by which the Reign of Terror was organized and rendered possible. At this time the Girondists were lying in prison, awaiting their trial and their certain doom. Marie Antoinette had been removed from the Temple to the Conciergerie, and her trial was in a day or two about to commence. Her fate was already fixed, and had only to be pronounced. Danton had retired from Paris to his own province, sick with the shedding of so much blood, jealous of the preeminence which Robespierre had assumed, watching his opportunity to return, that he might sell the Republic to the Royalists, equally eager, let us believe, to save his country as to make his fortune, but destined to return only that he also might bend his neck beneath the monster guillotine. Marat, the foulest birth of the Revolution, whose licentious heat generated venom and rascality, as a dunghill out of its own filth produces adder's eggs, Marat was no more. Carnot, whose genius for war enabled the French nation, amidst all its poverty and intestine contests, even in the pangs and throes of that labor in which it strove to bring forth a constitution, to repulse the forces of the allied nations and prepare the way for future conquests, was a member of the all-powerful committee, and we cannot suppose that he acted under the dictation of Robespierre. But if he did not do so, at any rate he did not interfere with him. The operations of a campaign in which the untaught and ill-fed army of Republican France had to meet the troops of England, Flanders, Prussia, Austria, Sardinia, and Spain, besides those of Royalist France, were sufficient to occupy even the energies of Carnot. Robespierre in the Convention and in the Committee was omnipotent, but he also had his master, and he knew it. He knew that he could only act, command, and be obeyed in union with and dependence on the will of the populace of Paris, and the higher he rose in that path of life which he marked out for himself with so much precision and followed with so much constancy, the more bitterly his spirit chafed at the dependence. He knew it was of no avail to complain of the people to the people, and he seldom ventured to risk his position by opposing the wishes of the fearful masters whom he served. But at length he was driven to do so, and at length he fell. Half a century has passed since Robespierre died, and history has become peculiarly conversant with his name. Is there anyone whose character suffers under a more widespread infamy, the abomination of whose deeds has become more notorious, the tale of whose death has been oftener told, whose end, horrid, fearful, agonized as was that of this man, has met with less sympathy? For 50 years the world has talked of, condemned, and executed Robespierre. Men and women who have barely heard the names of Pitt and Fox, who know not whether Metternich is a man or a river or one of the United States, speak of Robespierre as of a thing accursed. They know at any rate what he was, the demon of the Revolution, the source of the fountain of blood with which Paris was deluged, the murderer of the thousands whose bodies choked the course of the Loire and the Rhone. Who knows not enough of Robespierre to condemn him? Who abstains from adding another malediction to those which already load the name of the King of the Reign of Terror? Yet it is not impossible that some apologist may be found for the blood which this man shed, that some quaint historian, delighting to show the world how wrong has been its most assured opinions, may attempt to vindicate the fame of Robespierre, and strive to wash the blackamoor white. Are not our old historical assurances everywhere asserted? Has it not been proved to us that crooked-backed Richard was a good and politic king, and that the iniquities of Henry VIII are fabulous, whereas the agreeable predilections of our early youth are disturbed by our hearing that glorious Queen Bess and learned King James were mean, bloodthirsty, and selfish? I am not the bold man who will dare to face the opinion of the world and attempt to prove that Robespierre has become infamous through prejudice. He must be held responsible for the effects of the words which he spoke and the things which he did, as other men are. He made himself a scourge and a pestilence to his country. Therefore, beyond all other men, he has become odious, and therefore historian after historian, as they mention his name, hardly dare, in the service of truth, to say one word to lessen his infamy. Yet Robespierre began his public life with aspirations of humanity, which never deserted him, and resolutions as to conduct to which he adhered with a constancy never surpassed. What shall we say are the qualifications for a great and good man? Honesty. In spite of his infamy, Robespierre's honesty has become proverbial. Moral conduct. The life he led even during the zenith of his power, and at a time when licentiousness was general and morality ridiculous, was characterized by the simplicity of the early Quakers. Industry. Without payment from the state, beyond that which he received as a member of the Convention, and which was hardly sufficient for the wants of his simple existence, he worked nearly night and day in the service of the state. Constancy of purpose. From the commencement of his career, in opposition at first to ridicule and obscurity, then to public opinion, and lastly to the combined efforts of the greatest of his countrymen, he pursued one only idea, convinced of its truth, sure of its progress, and longing for its success. Temperance in power. Though in reality governing all France, Robespierre assumed to himself none of the attributes or privileges of political power. He took to himself no high place, no public situation of profit or grandeur. He was neither haughty in his language nor imperious in his demeanor. Love of country. Whoever showed a more devoted love? For his country he labored and suffered a life which surely in itself could have had nothing attractive. The hope of the future felicity of France alone fed his energies and sustained his courage. His only selfish ambition was to be able to retire into private life and contemplate from thence the general happiness which he had given to his country. Courage. Those who have carefully studied his private life and have learnt what he endured and dared to do in overcoming the enemies of his system can hardly doubt his courage. Calumny or error has thrown an unmerited disgrace over his last wretched days. He has been supposed to have wounded himself in an impotent attempt to put an end to his life. It has been ascertained that such was not the fact, the pistol by which he was wounded having been fired by one of the soldiers by whom he was arrested. He is stated also to have wanted that firmness in death which so many of his victims displayed. They triumphed even in their death. Louis and Vergniaud, Marie Antoinette and Madame Roland felt that they were stepping from life into glory, and their step was light and elastic. Robespierre was sinking from existence into infamy. During those fearful hours in which nothing in life was left him but to suffer, how wretched must have been the reminiscences of his career. He who had so constantly pursued one idea must then have felt that that idea had been an error, that he had all in all been wrong, that he had waded through the blood of his countrymen to reach a goal which, bright and luminous as it had appeared, he now found to be an ignis fatuus. Nothing was then left to him. His life had been a failure, and for the future he had no hope. His body was wounded and in tortures. His spirit was dismayed by the insults of those around him, and his soul had owned no haven to which death would give it an escape. Could his eye have been lit with animation as he ascended the scaffold? Could his foot have then stepped with confidence? Could he have gloried in his death? Poor mutilated worm, agonized in body and in soul, can it be ascribed to want of courage in him that his last moments were passed in silent agony and despair? Honesty, moral conduct, industry, constancy of purpose, temperance in power, courage, and love of country, these virtues all belong to Robespierre. History confesses it, and to what favored hero does history assign a fairer catalogue? Whose name does a brighter galaxy adorn? With such qualities, such attributes, why was he not the Washington of France? Why, instead of the Messiah of freedom, which he believed himself to be, has his name become a byword, a reproach, and an enormity? Because he wanted faith. He believed in nothing but himself and the reasoning faculty with which he felt himself to be endowed. He thought himself perfect in his own human nature, and wishing to make others perfect as he was, he fell into the lowest abyss of crime and misery in which a poor human creature ever wallowed. He seems almost to have been sent into the world to prove the inefficacy of human reason to effect human happiness. He was gifted with a power over common temptation which belongs to but few. His blood was cool and temperate, and yet his heart was open to all the softer emotions. He had no appetite for luxury, no desire for pomp, no craving for wealth. Among thousands who were reveling in sensuality, he kept himself pure and immaculate. If any man could have said, "I will be virtuous," I of myself unaided, trusting to my own power, guarding myself by the light of my own reason, I will walk uprightly through the world, and will shed light from my path upon my brethren, he might have said so. He attempted it, and history shows us the result. He attempted, unassisted, to be perfect among men, and his memory is regarded as that of a loathsome plague, defiling even the unclean age in which he lived. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon on an October day in 1793, Robespierre was sitting alone in a small room in the house of his friend Simon Duplay, the cabinet-maker. This room, which was the bedchamber, reception room, and study of the arbitrary dictator, was a garret in the roof of Duplay's humble dwelling. One small window, opening upon the tiles, looked into the courtyard in which were stored the planks or blocks necessary to the cabinet-maker's trade. A small wooden bedstead, a long deal table, and 4 or 5 rush-bottomed chairs constituted the whole furniture of the apartment. A deal shelf ran along the wall beneath the slanting roof, and held his small treasure of books, and more than half of this humble row were manuscripts of his own, which he had numbered, arranged, and bound with that methodical exactness which was a part of his strange character. He was sitting at a table covered with papers, on which he had now been laboriously preparing instructions for those who, under him, carried on the rule of terror, and arranging the measured words with which, at the Jacobins, he was to encourage his allies to uphold him in the bloody despotism which he had seized. The weight upon his mind must have been immense, for Robespierre was not a thoughtless, wild fanatic, carried by the multitude whither they pleased. He led the people of Paris, and led them with a fixed object. He was progressing by one measure deeply calculated to the age of reason, which he was assured was coming, and that one measure was the extermination of all who would be likely to oppose him. The extent of his power, the multiplicity of his cares, the importance of his every word and act, and the personal danger in which he lived, might have ruffled the equanimity of a higher-spirited man than he is supposed to have been. But yet, to judge from his countenance, his mind was calm, the traces of thought were plain on his brow, but there was none of the impatience of a tyrant about his mouth, nor of the cruelty of an habitual bloodshedder in his eyes. His forehead showed symptoms of deep thought, and partially redeemed the somewhat mean effect of his other features. The sharp nose, the thin lips, the cold gray eyes, the sallow sunken cheeks, were those of a precise, passionless, self-confident man, little likely to be led into any excess of love or hatred, but little likely also to be shaken in his resolve, either for good or evil. His face probably was a true index to his character. Robespierre was not a cruel man, but he had none of that humanity which makes the shedding of blood abominable to mankind, and which, had he possessed it, would have made his career impossible. His hair was close curled in rolls upon his temples and elaborately powdered. The front and cuffs of his shirt were not only scrupulously clean, but starched and ironed with the most exact care. He wore a blue coat, a white waistcoat, and knee breeches. His stockings, like his shirt, were snow white, and the silver buckles shone brightly in his shoes. No one could have looked less like a French Republican of 1793 than did Robespierre. He had just completed a letter addressed jointly to Thoreau and Lechelle, the commissioners whom he had newly appointed to the horrid task of exterminating the Royalists of La Vendée. Santerre had undertaken this work and had failed in it, and it was now said that he was a friend and creature of Danton's, that he was not to be trusted as a Republican, that he had a Royalist bias, that it would be a good thing that his head should roll, as the heads of so many false men had rolled under the avenging guillotine. Poor Santerre, who in the service of the Republic had not shunned the infamy of presiding at the death of Louis. He, however, contrived to keep his burly head on his strong shoulders, and to brew beer for the Directory, the Consulate, and the Empire. Thoreau and Lechelle, it was correctly thought, would be surer hands at performing the work to be done. They had accepted the commission with alacrity, and were now on the road to commence their duties. That duty was to leave neither life nor property in the proscribed district. Let La Vendée become a wilderness, and we will repopulate it with patriots, to whom the fertility of fields, rich with the blood of traitors, shall be a deserved reward. Thus had Robespierre now written, and as he calmly read over and slowly copied his own dispatch, he saw nothing in it of which he could disapprove, as a reasoning being animated with a true love of his country. Experience has too clearly proved to us that the offspring of slaves, who willingly kiss the rod of tyrants, will have no higher aspiration than their parents. In allowing them to escape, we should only create difficulties for our own patriot children. Hitherto the servants of the Convention have scotched the snake, but have not killed it, and the wounded viper has thus become more furiously venomous than before. It is for you, citizens, to strike a death blow to the infamy of La Vendée. It will be your glory to assure the Convention that no Royalist remains in the western provinces to disturb the equanimity of the Republic. Such were the sentiments he had just expressed, such the instructions he had given, calmly meditating on his duty as a ruler of his country. And when he had finished his task, and seen that no expression had escaped him of which reason or patriotism could disapprove, he again placed the paper before him to write words of affection to the brother of his heart. Robespierre's brother was much younger than himself, but there was no one whom he more thoroughly trusted with state secrets and state services of importance, and no one who regarded him with so entire a devotion. Robespierre the elder believed only in himself. Robespierre the younger believed in his brother, and his belief was fervid and assured, as is always that of an enthusiast. To him, Maximilian appeared to be the personification of every virtue necessary to mankind. Could he have been made to understand the opinion which the world would form of his brother's character, he would have thought that it was about to be smitten with a curse of general insanity. Robespierre's vanity was flattered by the adoration of his brother, and he loved his worshipper sincerely. The young man was now at Lyons, propagating the doctrines of his party, and in his letters to him Robespierre mingled the confidential greetings of an affectionate brother with those furious demands for republican energy which flooded the streets of the towns of France with blood, and choked the rivers of France with the bodies of the French. "I still hope," he wrote, slowly considering the words as they fell from his pen, "for the day when this work will have been done, for the happy day when we shall feel that we have prevailed not only against our enemies, but over our own vices. But my heart nearly fails me when I think how little we have yet effected. I feel that among the friends whom we most trust, those who are actuated by patriotism alone are lukewarm. Lust, avarice, plunder, and personal revenge are the motives of those who are really energetic. It is very difficult for me to know my friends. This also preys heavily on my spirits. The gold of the Royalists is as plentiful as when the wretched woman, who is now about to die, was reveling in her voluptuous pride at Versailles. I know that the hands of many who call themselves patriots are even now grasping at the wages for which they are to betray the people. A day of reckoning shall come for all of them, though the list of their names is a long one. Were I to write the names of those whom I know to be true, I should be unable to insert in it above 5 or 6. I look for your return to Paris with more than my usual impatience. Eleanor's quiet zeal and propriety of demeanor is a great comfort to me, but even with her, I feel that I have some reserve. I blame myself that it is so, for she is most trustworthy, but as yet I cannot throw it off. With you alone I have none. Do not, however, leave the work undone. Remember that those who will not toil for us will assuredly toil against us. There can be none neutral in the battle we are now waging. A man can have committed no greater crime against the Republic than having done nothing to add to its strength. I know your tender heart grieves at the death of every traitor, though your patriotism owns the necessity of his fall. Remember that the prosperity of every aristocrat has been purchased by the infamy of above 100 slaves. How much better is it that one man should die than that 100 men should suffer worse than death?" When he had finished his letter, he read it accurately over, and then, having carefully wiped his pen and laid it near his inkstand, he leant back in his chair, and with his hand resting on the table, turned over in his mind the names and deeds of those who were accounted as his friends, but whom he suspected to be his enemies. He had close to his hand slips of paper on which were written notes of the most trivial doings of those by whom he was generally surrounded, and the very spies who gave him the information were themselves the unfortunate subjects of similar notices from others. The wretched man was tortured by distrust. As he had told his brother, there were not among the whole body of those associates by whose aid he had made himself the ruling power in France, half a dozen whom he did not believe to be eager for his downfall and his death. Thrice, while thus meditating, he stopped, and with his pencil put a dot against the name of a Republican. Unfortunate men, their patriotism did not avail them. Within a few weeks, the 3 had been added to the list of victims who perished under the judicial proceedings of Fouquier-Tinville. It had now become nearly dark, and Robespierre was unable longer to read the unfriendly notices which lay beneath his hand, and he therefore gave himself up entirely to reflection. He began to dream of nobler subjects, to look forward to happier days, when torrents of blood would be no longer necessary, when traitors should no longer find a market for their treason, when the age of reason should have prevailed, and France, happy, free, illustrious, and intellectual, should universally own how much she owed to her one incorruptible patriot. He thought to himself of living on his small paternal domain in Artois, receiving nothing from the country he had blessed but adoration, triumphant in the success of his theory, honored as more than mortal, evincing the grandeur of his soul by rejecting those worldly rewards which to his disposition offered no temptation. But before he had long indulged in this happy train of thought, he was called back to the realities of his troubled life by a low knock at his door, and on his answering it, a young woman, decently but very plainly dressed, entered the garret with a candle in her hand. This was Eleanor Duplay, and when Robespierre allowed himself to dream of a future home, she was the wife of his bosom and the mother of his children. End of section 23. Section 24 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 3, Chapter 2, Robespierre's Love. Eleanor Duplay was not a beautiful young woman, nor was there anything about her which marked her as being superior to those of her own station of life. But her countenance was modest and intelligent, and her heart was sincere. Such as she was, she had won the affection of him who was, certainly, at this time, the most powerful man in France. She was about 25 years of age, was the eldest of 4 sisters, and had passed her quiet existence in assisting her mother in her household, and in doing for her father so much of his work as was fitting for a woman's hand. Till Robespierre had become an inmate of her father's house, she had not paid more than ordinary attention to the politics of the troubled days in which she lived. But she had caught the infection from him, as the whole family had done. She had listened to his words as though they fell from inspired lips. The pseudo-philosophical dogmas, which are to us both repulsive and ridiculous, were to her invaluable truths, begotten by reason and capable of regenerating her fellow creatures. Robespierre was to her what her Savior should have been, and he rewarded her devotion by choosing her as the partner of his greatness. Robespierre's affection was not that of an impassioned lover. He did not show it by warm caresses or fervid vows, but yet he made her whom he had chosen understand that she was to him dearer than any other woman, and Eleanor was prouder of her affianced husband than though the handsomest youth of Paris was at her feet. As she entered his chamber, he was thinking partly of her, and he was not sorry to be thus interrupted. She carried a candle in one hand, and in the other a bouquet of fresh flowers, which she quietly laid among his papers. Robespierre either had, or affected, a taste for flowers, and as long as they were to be gotten, he was seldom seen without them, either in his hand or on his coat. "I thought you would want a light, Monsieur Robespierre," said she, for though she hoped to be closely connected with him, she seldom ventured on the familiarity of calling him by his Christian name. Had she been a man, her democratic principle would have taught her to discontinue the aristocratic monsieur. But even in 1793, the accustomed courtesy of that obnoxious word was allowed to woman's lips. "I thought you would want a light, or I would not have interrupted you at your work." "Thanks, Eleanor. I was not at work, though. My brain, my eyes, and hands were all tired. I have been sitting idle for, I believe, this half-hour." "Your eyes and hands may have been at rest," said she, sitting down at the end of the table, "but it is seldom that your thoughts are not at work." It is one of the high privileges of man that though his body needs repose, the faculties of his mind need never be entirely dormant. I know that I have reasoned in my sleep as lucidly as I have ever done awake, and though, when awake, I have forgotten what has passed through my mind, the work of my brain has not been lost. The same ideas have recurred to me again, and though in the recurrence I cannot remember when I have before employed myself with arranging them, still they come to me as old friends, with whom I am well acquainted. The mind will seldom complain of too much labor, if the body be not injured by indulgence or disease. But too much labor will bring on disease, said Eleanor, in a tone which plainly showed the sincerity of the anxiety which she expressed. We never get a walk with you now. Do you know that it is months since we were in the Champs-Élysées together? It was in May, and this is October now. Affairs must be greatly altered, Eleanor. Many things which are now undone must be completed before we walk again for our pleasure. A true patriot can no longer walk the streets of Paris in safety, while traitors can come and go in security, with their treason blazoned on their foreheads. And yet do not many traitors expiate their crimes daily? Many are condemned and die, but I fear not always those who have most deserved death. Much blood has been shed, and it has partly been in compliance with my counsel. I would that the vengeance of the Republic might now stay its hand, if it could be so, with safety to the people. I am sick of the unchanging sentences of the judges, and the verdicts of juries who are determined to convict. I doubt not that those who are brought before them are traitors or aristocrats. At any rate, they are not at heart republicans, and if so, they have deserved death. But I should be better pleased if now and then a victim was spared. He paused for a while and then added, The blood of traitors is very sickening, but there are those, Eleanor, in whose nostrils it has a sweet savor. There are butchers of the human kind who revel in the horrid shambles in which they are of necessity employed. Such men are to me accursed. Their breath reeks of human blood. Eleanor shuddered as she listened to him, but it was not the thought of all the blood which he whom she loved had shed which made her shudder. She had no idea that Robespierre was a sanguinary man. She sympathized with the weakness of humanity which he confessed, and loved him for the kindness of his heart. And he was not a hypocrite in his protestation. He believed that there was nothing in common between himself and the wretches who crowded round the last sufferings of the victims whom he had caused to ascend the scaffold. He little thought that, in a few years, he would be looked upon as the sole author of the barbarities of which he now complained. It was seldom that Robespierre had spoken so openly to Eleanor Duplay of his inmost thoughts. She was flattered and gratified to think he had thought her worthy of his confidence, that he had chosen her to listen to the secrets of his heart, and she felt that, if she had influence with him, it would become her as a woman to use it on behalf of those whom it might be in his power to save from a fearful death. "And are there many more who must die?" said she. "When I hear the wheels of that horrid cart as it carries the poor creatures who have been condemned on their last journey, my heart too sickens within me. Will these horrid executions go on much longer? There are still thousands upon thousands of men in France who would sooner be the slaves of a king than draw the breath of liberty," answered he. "But they can be taught the duties and feelings of men, cannot they? They think and feel now only as they have been brought up to think and feel. Had they not been too stubborn to learn, they have had a lesson written in letters of blood, which would have long since convinced them. If it be necessary, it must be repeated. I, for one, will not shrink from my duty. No, though I should sink beneath the horrid task which it imposes on me." They both then sat silent for a while. Though Robespierre had ventured to express to the girl, whom he knew to be so entirely devoted to him, a feeling somewhat akin to that of pity for his victims, he could not bear that even she should appear to throw a shadow of an imputation on the propriety and justness of his measures, although she only did so by repeating and appealing to the kindly expressions which had fallen from himself. He had become so used to the unmeasured praise of those among whom he lived, so painfully suspicious of those who in the remotest degree disapproved of any of his words or deeds, so confident of himself, so distrustful of all others, that even what she had said was painful to him, and though he himself hardly knew why, yet he felt that he was displeased with her. Eleanor, however, was altogether unconscious of having irritated his sore feelings, and relying on the kind tone of what he had said, and the confident manner in which he had spoken to her, she determined to obey the dictates of her heart, and intercede for mercy for her fellow creatures. Poor girl, she did not know the danger of coming near the lion's prey. She had heard much of the Vendéens, and though those who had spoken in her hearing of the doings of the royalist rebels were not likely to say much to excite sympathy on their behalf, still she had learnt that they were true to each other, faithful to their leaders, generous to their enemies, and brave in battle. The awful punishment to be inflicted on the doomed district had also been partially discussed in her hearing, and though the Republic had no more enthusiastic daughter than herself, her woman's heart could not endure the idea that even the innocent children of a large province should be condemned to slaughter for their father's want of patriotism. What work so fitting for the woman whom a ruler of the people had chosen for a wife as to implore the stern magistrate to temper justice with mercy? In what way could she use her influence so sweetly as to ask for the lives of women and children? And yet she felt afraid to make her innocent request. Robespierre had never yet been offended with her. Though he had given her counsel on almost every subject, he had never yet spoken to her one word of disapprobation. Still she knew that he had inspired her with fear. She made some attempts to begin the subject, which he did not notice, for he was still brooding over the unpleasant sensation which her words had occasioned. But at last she gathered courage and said, "The soldiers of the Republic have at last overcome the rebels of La Vendée, have they not, Monsieur Robespierre?" "It is not enough to conquer traitors," answered he. "They must be crushed before the country can be safe from their treachery." "Their treason must be crushed, I know." "Crimes between man and man can be atoned for by minor punishments. Crimes between citizens and their country can only be properly avenged by death. You may teach the murderer or the thief the iniquity of his fault, and when he has learnt to hate the deed he has committed, he may be pardoned. It is not so with traitors. Though the truest child of France should spend his life in the attempt, he would not be able to inspire one aristocrat with a spark of patriotism." "Must every royalist in La Vendée perish, then?" said Eleanor. Robespierre did not answer her immediately, but leaning his elbow on the table, he rested his forehead on his hand, so as nearly to conceal his face. Eleanor thought that he was meditating on her question, and remembering that he had declared that he should be pleased if now and then a victim might be spared, again commenced her difficult task of urging him to mercy. "They talk of shedding the blood of innocent children, of destroying peasant women who can only think and feel as their husbands bid them. You will not allow that this should be done, will you? Is the life of a woman more precious to her than that of a man? It is a false sentiment which teaches us to spare the iniquities of women because of their sex. Their weakness entitles them to our protection, their beauty begets our love, but neither their weakness or their beauty should be accepted as an excuse for their crimes." But poor innocent babes, it is not possible that they should have committed crimes. In the religion of Christ it is declared that the sins of the fathers shall be visited on the children to the third and fourth generation. The priests who made these laws and handed them down to their flocks as the very words of their God had closely studied human nature. I do not believe that an almighty Creator condescended to engrave on stone, with his own finger, these words as they would fain that he did do. But the law is not the less true. The children must expiate to the third and fourth generation the sins of their fathers. Nature, which is all benignant, wills that it should be so. If this be so, will not nature work out her own law? Will it not be punishment enough that so many women should lose their husbands, so many children their fathers? You, I know, are averse to shedding blood. You would spare life whenever your sense of duty would allow you to do so. Try what clemency will do in La Vendée. Try whether kindness will not put a stop to the bitterness of their enmity. Do, dearest, for my sake. It is possible that Eleanor had never before spoken to her lover in language so tender. It is also probable that she had never before asked of him any request in which aught of a political nature was concerned. Be that as it may, as soon as she had finished speaking, her face became suffused with scarlet, as though she had said something of which she was ashamed. One would think that there was nothing in the term of endearment which she had used which could have displeased a betrothed husband, nothing in the petition she had made which could have angered a political friend. Robespierre, however, soon showed that he was displeased and angered. Nay, worse still, that his black, unmanly suspicion was aroused. To his disordered brain it seemed that Eleanor was practicing on him her woman's wiles for some unworthy purpose, and that treason lurked in her show of humanity and affection. He believed that she, who had always believed in him, loved him, almost worshipped him, had become in an instant false and designing. He looked her steadily in the face for a moment or two before he answered, and she did not bear calmly the fierce glance of his eye. She saw at once that she had angered him, and in spite of her love, she could not but know how dark and terrible was his anger. "Who has set you on to talk to me of this?" he said slowly, still keeping his eyes fixed on hers. "Set me on, Monsieur Robespierre? What do you mean? Who should have set me on?" "There are hundreds, I grieve to say, ready to do so. Some of them are daily near you. I should have thought, though, that with you I might have been safe." "Safe with me? And do you doubt it now? Do you doubt that you are safe with me?" And as she spoke, she laid her hand upon his arm and attempted to appeal to his affection. He gently withdrew his arm from her grasp, and again concealed his face with his hand. "As I stand here alive before you," continued she, speaking with a more assured voice than she had hitherto used, "I have not whispered a word to man or woman upon this subject, but yourself." Eleanor had risen from her chair when her companion first expressed his suspicion, and she was now standing, but Robespierre remained seated, still shading his eyes with his hand, as though he had nothing further to say to her, and would wish to be alone. She, however, felt that she could not leave him without some further explanation on her part, some retraction on his, but she knew not how to set about it. The most eloquent men in France had found it difficult to explain anything to Robespierre's satisfaction. No one had yet been able to make him retract the word which he had spoken. "Say that you believe me, Monsieur Robespierre," said she. "For mercy's sake, say that you do not doubt me. Do you not know that I would always obey you, that your words are always to me the words of truth? I have done wrong, I doubt not, in speaking to you of public matters. I beg your pardon, and promise that I will not so transgress again. But before I leave you, Tell me that you do not distrust my fidelity. I would still wish to hope, Eleanor, that you are truly anxious for the welfare of your country and the safety of your friend, said he, still, however, without looking up. Indeed I am, most anxious above all things for your welfare and safety. I should think little of my life could I give it to promote the one or secure the other. Tell me then, I conjure you, who are they who have desired you to beg for the lives of these Vendéan rebels? And as he spoke, he leaped from his chair, and putting his hand upon her shoulder, looked sternly into her face. As God is my judge, bah! If neither love of your country or of me, nor yet fear of the punishment due to traitors, will keep you true, and he slightly shook her with his hand as he slowly uttered the last fearful words, the judgment of God will not have much effect upon you. True, said the poor girl, almost confounded with her horror at the charge against her amid the violence of the man. True, O sir, for mercy's sake, tell me what it is of which you accuse me. Tell me what it is that I have done. No man has spoken of you behind your back words which you might not yourself have heard. No man has desired me to ask you to spare the rebels. No man has even dared to hint to me that I should do or say aught in opposition to you. Some woman has done it then, said he. My God, that you should think so foully of me. No, sir, neither man nor woman nor child. You said that, were it possible, you would wish that the hand of the executioner might be stayed. It was your own words that set me on to say what I did. I did not dream that I should displease you. Tell me, Monsieur Robespierre, tell me that you are not angry with me, and I will forget it all. Forget it all. Yes, things trivial and of no concern are long remembered, but matters on which depend the life and death of those we ought to love are soon forgotten, if they are unpleasant. No, Eleanor, do not forget it all. Do not forget this. Remember that I never have, and never will, allow my feelings as a private man to influence my conduct as a public functionary. I have many duties to perform, duties which are arduous, disagreeable, and dangerous, but difficult as they are, I believe that I am able to perform them. I do not wish for advice, and I will not permit interference. Now go down, Eleanor. Our friends are below. I heard their steps a while since as they came in. I have but a few words to write, and I will join you. But you will tell me before I go that we are friends again, said the poor girl, now weeping. You will say that you do not distrust me. I do not believe that you meant evil to me, but you were indiscreet. Let that be sufficient now, and bear this in mind, Eleanor. You know the place you hold in my affections, but were you still nearer to me than you are, were you already my wife and the mother of my children, I would not stand between you and the punishment you would deserve if you were untrue to your country. After hearing this energetic warning, Eleanor Duplay left her lover's room, firmly believing that she had greatly sinned in speaking as she had done, but conscious at any rate of having intended no evil, either to him or to the unfortunate country, respecting which he expressed so constant a solicitude. As soon as she was gone, he again took up the papers which he had written, and reread them with great care. In the letter to the two commissioners, he underscored the passages which most forcibly urged them to energy in their work of destruction, and added a word here and there which showed more clearly his intention that mercy should be shown to none. He then turned to his letter to his brother. In that he said that Eleanor's conduct had been a source of great comfort to him, and that he blamed himself for still feeling any reserve with her. He now erased the passage and wrote in its stead, "Even with Eleanor Duplay I have some reserve, and I feel that I cannot throw it off with safety." And having done this, he laboriously copied, for the second time, the long letter which he had written. When he had finished his task, he left his own chamber and went down into a room below, in which the family were in the habit of assembling in the evening, and meeting such of Robespierre's friends as he wished to have admitted. The cabinet-maker and his wife and daughters, together with his son and nephew, who assisted him in his workshop, were always there, and few evenings passed without the attendance of some of his more intimate friends. They were at first merely in the habit of returning with him from the Jacobins' Club, but after a while their private meetings became so necessary to them that they assembled at Duplessis on those nights also on which the Jacobins did not meet. When Robespierre entered the humble salon, Lebas, Saint-Just, and Couthon were there, 3 men who were constant to him to the last, and died with him when he died. As far as we can judge of their characters, they were none of them naturally bad men. They were not men prone to lust or plunder. They betrayed no friends. They sought in their political views no private ends. They even frequently used the power with which they were invested to save the lives of multitudes, for whose blood the infuriate mob were eager. Lebas and Saint-Just were constant to the girls they loved, and Couthon, who was an object of pity as a cripple, was happy in the affection of a young wife whom he adored. And yet these were the men who assisted Robespierre in organizing the reign of terror, and with him share the infamy of the deeds which were then committed. They were all of them young when they died. They were men of education and a certain elevation of spirit, men who were able to sacrifice the pleasures of youth to the hard work of high political duties. Blood could not have been, was not, acceptable to them, yet under how great a load of infamy do their names now lie buried. "We thought you were going to seclude yourself tonight," said Lebas, "and we were regretting it." "What have you done with Eleanor," said Madame Duplessis, "that she does not come down to us?" "I thought to have found her here," answered he. "She left me some minutes since. She was not in good spirits, and has probably retired for the night. Tell me, Saint-Just, do they talk much of tomorrow's trial?" Robespierre alluded to the trial of Marie Antoinette, as the cruel farce, which was so called, was then to commence. The people were now thirsty after her blood, and thought themselves wronged in that she had been so long held back from their wrath. "They speak of her execution as a thing of course," said Saint-Just, "and they are right. Her sand has well nigh run itself out. I wish she were now at her nephew's court." "Wish rather that she had never come from thence," said Couthon. "She has brought great misfortunes on France. Could she die 1,000 deaths, she could not atone for what she has done. Not that I would have her die, if it were possible that she could be allowed to live." "It is not possible," said Robespierre. "To have been Queen of France is in itself a crime which it would have been necessary that she should expiate, even had she shown herself mistress of all the virtues which could adorn a woman." "And she is not possessed of one," said Lebas. "She was beautiful, but her beauty was a stain upon her, for she was voluptuous. She was talented, but her talents were all turned to evil, for they only enabled her to intrigue against her adopted country. She had the disposal of wealth, with which she might have commanded the blessings of the poor, and she wasted it in vain frivolities. She was gracious in demeanor, but she kept her smiles for those only who deserved her frowns. She had unbounded influence over her husband, and she persuaded him to falsehood, dishonesty, and treachery." "Do not deny that she has courage," said Saint-Just. "She has borne her adversity well, though she could not bear her prosperity." "She has courage," said Lebas, "and how has she used it? In fighting an ineffectual battle against the country who had received her with open arms. We must all be judged by posterity, but no historian will dare to say that Marie Antoinette did not deserve the doom which now awaits her." How little are men able to conceive what award posterity will make in judging of their actions, even when they act with pure motives and on what they consider to be high principles, and posterity is often as much in error in its indiscriminate condemnation of actions as are the actors in presuming themselves entitled to its praise. When years have rolled by and passions have cooled, the different motives and feelings of the persons concerned become known to all, and mankind is enabled to look upon public acts from every side. Not so the actors. They are not only in ignorance of facts, the knowledge of which is necessary to their judging rightly, but falsehoods dressed in the garb of facts are studiously brought forward to deceive them, and men thus groping in darkness are forced to form opinions and to act upon them. Public men are like soldiers fighting in a narrow valley. They see nothing but what is close around them, and that imperfectly, as everything is in motion. The historian is as the general who stands elevated on the high ground, and with telescope in hand sees plainly all the different movements of the troops. He would be an inconsiderate general who would expect that his officers in action should have had as clear an idea of what was going on as he himself had been able to obtain. There was no murder perpetrated during the French Revolution under the pretext of a judicial sentence, which has created more general disgust than has that of Marie Antoinette. She came as a stranger to the country, which on that account owed to her its special protection. She had been called to France to be a queen, and her greatest crime was that she would not give up the high station she had been invited to fill. She had been a faithful wife to a husband who did not love her till he knew her well, and who was slow in learning anything. She had been a good mother to the children who were born, as she believed, to rule the destinies of France. She had clung to a falling cause with a sense of duty which was as admirable as her courage, and at last she died with the devoted heroism which so well became her mother's daughter. But what we now look on as virtues were vices in the eyes of the Republicans who were her judges. Her constancy was stubbornness, and her courage was insolence. Her innocent mirth was called licentiousness, and the royal splendor which she had been taught to maintain was looked upon as iniquitous extravagance. Nor was this, even in those bloody days, enough to condemn her. Lies of the basest kind were, with care and difficulty, contrived to debase her character, lies which have now been proved to be so, but which were then not only credible, but sure to receive credit from those who already believed that all royal blood was, from its nature, capable of every abomination. When Lebas so confidently predicted the sentence which posterity would pass on the fall of Marie Antoinette, none of his auditors doubted the correctness of his prophecy. Posterity, however, more partial to the frivolities of courts than to the fury of revolutions, has acquitted the Queen, and passed, perhaps too heavy a sentence on the judges who condemned her, till the power of Satan over the world has been destroyed, and man is able to walk uprightly before his Maker. The virtues of one generation will be the vices of another. End of section 24. Section 25 of La Vendée by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Terrance Callan. Volume 3, Chapter 3, The Last Day at Durbellière. After the recapture of Durbellière and the liberation of Santerre, the Vendéans again assembled in arms in different portions of the revolted district, and fought their battles always with valor and not unfrequently with success. They did not, however, again form themselves into one body till the beginning of October, when news having reached them that a large army under fiercer leaders was to be sent by the Republic for their extermination, it became necessary to take some decided step for their own protection. The Vendéan generals then decided to call together all the men they could collect at Châtillon, a town in the very center of their country, and there also to prepare such a quantity of military stores and ammunition as would make the place a useful and secure basis for their movements. Some jealousy had arisen among the generals, and on the death of Cathelineau, D'Elbée had been chosen commander-in-chief through the influence of those who were envious of the popularity of Monsieur de Lescure. On the latter, however, the management of the war depended, and though his exertions were greatly impeded by the factious spirit which unfortunately prevailed among the Royalists, he nevertheless succeeded in collecting, equipping, and maintaining a considerable army. The Republican troops of L'Echelle and Thurot were not long in making their way to the devoted district, and tidings soon reached Châtillon that they were devastating the country round Douai and Vierre, and that parties of them had advanced to the neighborhood of Cholet. It was then determined at Châtillon that the Royalist army should advance towards the Republicans, that they should fight them on the first field of battle on which they could meet them, and that if beaten they should cross the Loire into Brittany and make their way to the coast to meet the succor which had been promised them from England. Every day that the battle was delayed, hundreds of children and women perished in cold blood. Numberless humble dwellings were reduced to ashes. The commands of Robespierre were being executed. The land was being saturated with the blood of its inhabitants. De Lescure and Larochejaquelin were both staying at Châtillon, but Châtillon is but a league or two from Durbellière, and one or the other of them was almost daily at the chateau. They had many cares upon them besides those of the army, cares which, though not productive of so much actual labor, sat, if possible, heavier on their hearts. What were they to do with those dear but weak friends who were still at the chateau? 3 loving and beloved women and an infirm old man, more helpless even than the women. They could not be left at Durbellière, for the chateau would doubtless, before long, be again taken by some marauding party of their enemies, and any death would be preferable to the fate which would there await them. Henri now felt the weight of those miseries which his father had foretold, when he, flushed with the victory at Saumur, returned home after the campaign in which he had first drawn his sword so gloriously. He felt that he had done his duty, and therefore he regretted nothing, but he also felt that he might probably soon be without the power of protecting those who were so much dearer to him than his life, and the suffering arising from such thoughts was almost more than he could bear. It was at last determined that the whole party should leave the chateau and go over to Châtillon. There would be at any rate a better chance of security there than at Durbellière, and also better means of escape should the town fall into the hands of their enemies. It was a grievous thing to tell that old man that he must leave the house where he had spent his quiet life and go to strange places to finish the short remainder of his days amid the turmoil of battles and the continual troubles and dangers of a moving army. Nevertheless, he bore it well. At first he beseeched them to leave him and old Momont among his birds and cherry trees, declaring that nothing that the blues could do to him would be to him so calamitous as his removal from the spot in which he had so long taken root. But his children soon made him understand that it was impossible that they could abandon him, a cripple as he was, unattended, and exposed to the certain fury of the Republicans. He yielded, therefore, and when the sad day came, he blamed no one, as they lifted him into the huge carriage in which he was removed to Châtillon. To the last he was proudly loyal to the king, and as he was carried over the threshold of his door, he said that if God would grant him another favor in this world, it would be that he might return once more to his own home, to welcome there some scion of his royal master's house. Henri de Lescure and the little Chevalier all came over to spend the last day at Durbellière, and a melancholy day it was. Madame de Lescure, Marie, and Agatha were also there, and all the servants, most of whom had been born in the family, and all of whom, excepting Chapeau and one maid, were now to be sent abroad to look for their living in a country in which the life itself of every native was in hourly danger. Hard they begged to be allowed to link their fate to that of their young mistress, declaring that they would never more complain, even though they were again called out to die, as they had been on that fearful evening when Santerre had found himself unable to give the fatal order. It was impossible. The safety of 4 women who would probably have to be carried backwards and forwards through a country bristling with hostile troops was a fearful burden to the young leaders. It would have been madness for them to increase it. The wretched girls, therefore, prepared to make their way to the homes of their relatives, knowing that those homes would soon be turned into heaps of ashes. It was a bright, warm autumn day, this, the last which the Larochejaquelin were to pass together in the mansion in which they had all been born. The men came over early and breakfasted at the chateau, and both Henri and Arthur worked hard to relieve the sadness of the party with some sparks of their accustomed gaiety. The attempt, however, was futile. They each felt that their hours of gaiety were gone by, and before the meal was over they had both resolved that any attempt at mirth that day would be a stretch of hypocrisy beyond their power. When breakfast was over, the Marquis begged that for the last time he might be wheeled round the garden walks, which he loved so well, and accordingly he was put into his chair, and, accompanied by his children and friends, was dragged through every alley and every little meandering path. He would not spare himself a single turn. He had a tear to give to every well-known tree, an adieu to make to every painted figure. To de Lescure and the others, the comic attitudes of these uncouth ornaments was, at the present moment, anything but interesting. But to the Marquis, each of them was an old and well-loved friend, whom even in his extremity he could hardly bring himself to desert. On their return into the house from the garden, they began to employ themselves with arranging and packing the little articles which they intended to take with them. They had all counted on having much to do during the short hours of this one last day, on being hurried and pressed, so as to be hardly able to get through their task. But instead of this, their work was soon done, and the minutes hung heavy on their hands. They would not talk of the things which were near their hearts, for they feared to add to each other's misery. They strove, therefore, to talk on indifferent subjects, and soon broke down in every attempt they made at conversation. Agatha never left her father's side for a moment, and though she seldom spoke to him, she did 1,000 little acts of sedulous attention which showed him that she was near to him. Her gentle touch was almost as precious to him as her voice. De Lescure sat near his wife the whole day, speaking to her from time to time in a whisper, and feeling the weight upon his spirits so great that even with her he could hardly talk freely. He was already without a roof which he could call his own, and he was aware his friends would soon be equally desolate. Such hitherto had been the result of their gallant enterprise. Henri had much to say, much that he had made up his mind to say to Marie before he left Durbellière, but he put off the moment of saying it from hour to hour, and it was not till near midnight that it was said. Marie herself bore herself more manfully, if I may say so, than any of them. She really employed herself, and thought of 1,000 things conducive to their future comfort, which would have been forgotten or neglected had she not been there. The little Chevalier tried hard to assist her, but the pale, sad face of Agatha and the silent tears which from time to time moistened the cheeks of the Marquis and told how acute were the sufferings which he tried in vain to hide, were too much for the poor boy. He soon betook himself alone into the cherry grove, where he wandered about unseen, and if the truth must be told, more than once threw himself on the ground and wept bitterly and aloud. They sat down to dinner about 3 o'clock, but their dinner was, if possible, a worse affair than their breakfast. They were not only sad, but worn out and jaded with sorrow. The very servants, as they moved the dishes, sobbed aloud. And at last Momont, who had vainly attempted to carry himself with propriety before the others, utterly gave way, and throwing himself onto a chair in the salon, declared that nothing but violence should separate him from his master. "It is 55 years," said he, sobbing, "since I first waited on Monseigneur. We were boys then, and now we are old men together. It is not natural that we should part. Where he goes, I will go. I will cling to his carriage, unless they cut me down with swords." No one could rebuke the old man, certainly not the master whom he loved so well, and though they knew that it would be impossible to provide for him, none of them at the moment had the heart to tell him so. By degrees the daylight faded away, and for the last time they watched the sun sink down among the cherry trees of Durbellière, and the Marquis, seated by the window, gazed into the west till not a streak of light was any longer visible. Then he felt that the sun of this world had set for him for good and all. Even though he might live out a few more weary years, even though the cause to which he was attached should be victorious, yet he knew that Durbellière would be destroyed, and it never could be anything to him how the sun set or rose in any other place. His warm heart yearned towards his house. The very chair on which he sat, the stool on which rested his crippled legs, were objects of an affection which he had before felt, but never till now acknowledged. Every object on which his eye rested gave him a new pang. Every article within his reach was a dear friend, whom he had long loved and was now to leave forever. Still he did not utter one word of complaint. He did not once murmur at his fate. He never reminded his son that he had, by his impetuosity, hurried on his old father to destruction. He never repined at the sacrifice he had made. I will not say for his king, for king at present he had none. The throne had been laid low, and the precious blood of him who should have filled it had been shed. No, his sacrifices had been to an abstract feeling of loyalty, which made fealty to the crown, whether worn or in abeyance, only second in his bosom to obedience to his God. The day faded away, and they still sat together in the room in which they had dined, each wrapped in his own thoughts, till the darkness of night was upon them, and still no one felt inclined to rise and ask for candles. After a long pause, Arthur made a bold attempt to break through the heaviness of the evening. "We are not so badly off, at any rate," said he, "as we were on that night when Santerre and his men were here, are we, Agatha?" "We are not badly off at all," said Henri. "We have now what we never had before, a fine army collected together in one spot, a promise of succor from faithful England, and a strong probability of ultimate success. After all, what are we giving up but an old barrack? Let the rascal blues burn it. Cannot we build a better Durbellière when the king shall have his own again?" "Ah, Henri," said the Marquis. It was the only reproach he uttered, though the words of his son, intended as they were to excite hope and to give comfort, had been to him most distasteful. Henri was in a moment at his father's feet. "Pardon me, father," said he. "You know that I did not mean to give you pain. We all love the old house, none of us so well as you, perhaps, but we all love it. Yet what can we do? Were we to remain here, we should only be smothered beneath its ashes." "God's will be done, my son. He knows that I do not begrudge my house in his service, and in that of my royal master. It is not likely that I should do so, when I have not begrudged the blood of my children." They were all to start on the following morning by break of day, and therefore the necessity of early rising gave them an excuse desired by all for retiring early for the night. They could not talk together, for every word that was spoken begot fresh sources of sorrow. They could not employ themselves, for their minds were unhinged and unfitted for employment. So they agreed that they would go to bed, and before 9 o'clock the family separated for the night. They did not, however, all go to rest. Henri, as he handed a light to his cousin, told her that he wanted to speak 2 words to her in his sister's room, and as she did not dissent, he followed the 2 girls thither. 2 words. It took nearly the whole long night to say those 2 words. Henri Larochejaquelin had thought long and deeply on the position in which he and his betrothed were now placed, before he made the request to which he asked her to listen that night, and it was from no selfish passion that he made it. In the presence of his sister, he asked her to marry him as soon as they reached Châtillon, so that when next the army separated, he might deem himself her natural protector. He had already asked and obtained de Lescure's permission. The brother gave it, not absolutely unwillingly, but with strong advice to Henri to take no new cares upon himself during the present crisis, and declaring that he would use no influence with his sister, either one way or the other. Marie, with a woman's instinct, anticipated the nature of Henri's 2 words, and in a moment resolved on the answer she would give him. If her lover was generous, so would she be. She would never consent to link herself to him at a moment when the union could only be to him a source of additional cares and new sorrow. Henri soon made his request. He did not do it, as he would have done in happier times, kneeling at her feet and looking into her eyes for that love which he might well know he should find there. He had not come to talk of the pleasures and endearments of affection, and to ask for her hand as the accomplishment of all his wishes, but he spoke of their marriage as a providential measure, called for by the calamitous necessities of the moment, and in every argument which he used, he appealed to Agatha to support him. "No, Henri," said Marie, after she had already answered him with a faint, but what she intended to be a firm, denial. "No, it must not, cannot, ought not be so. I am, I know, somewhat de trop in this tragedy we are playing. There are you and Charles, 2 good knights and true, and each of you has a lady whom it is his duty to protect. I am a poor forlorn young damsel, and though both of you are so gallant as to offer me a hand to help me over the perilous path we are treading, I know that I am grievously in the way." "You are joking now, love," said Henri, "and I am not only speaking, but thinking, in most true and sober earnest." "No, Henri, I am not joking, am I, Agatha? One need not be joking because one does not use harsh, grim words. What I say is true. I must be an additional burden either to you or Charles. You are already the heaviest laden, for you have your father to care for. Besides, I have a claim upon Charles. I have for 18 years been to him an obedient sister." "And have you no claim on me, Marie?" "A slight one as a cousin, but only in default of Charles. Don't look so unhappy," and she held out her little hand to him as she spoke. "The day may come when I shall have a still stronger claim upon you, when I have been to you for 18 years an obedient wife." "These are times when stern truths must be spoken," said Henri. "The lives of us all must now be in constant jeopardy, that is, of us who must go out to battle." "Aye, and of us women too. Don't be afraid of our lacking courage. Do not be afraid that the truth will frighten us. Agatha and Victorine and I have schooled ourselves to think of death without flinching." "To think without flinching of the death of others is the difficulty," said Agatha. "I fear we have none of us as yet brought ourselves to that." "But we must think of the death of others," said Henri. "Should de Lescure fall—" "May God Almighty in his mercy protect and guard him," said the sister. "But should he fall, and in battle there is none, I will not say so rash, but so forward as him, should he fall, will it not be a comfort to him to know that his sister has a husband to protect her, that his widow has a brother to whom she can turn? Should I fall, will it not be better for Agatha that you should be more closely knit together even than you are?" "That can never be, can it, Agatha? We can never be more entirely sisters than we are." "You talk like a child, Marie. You perhaps may never have a warmer love for each other than you now have, but that is not the question. You must see how great would be the advantage to us all of our union being at once completed. You should not now allow a fantasy of misplaced generosity to stand in the way of an arrangement which is so desirable." "Nay, Henri, now you are neither fair nor courteous. You are presuming a little on the affection which I have owned in arguing that I am prevented only by what you call generosity from so immediate a marriage. That is as much to say that if I consulted my own wishes only, I should marry you at once." "It is you that are now unfair," said Agatha. "You know that he did not mean to draw such a conclusion. You almost tempt me to say he might do so, without being far wrong. You are flirting now, Marie." "Heaven help me, then, but if so, I have committed that sin most unconsciously, and, I believe, for the first time in my life. I have had but one lover, and I accepted him the very moment that he spoke to me. I can, at any rate, have but little flirtation to answer for." "Alas, dearest love," said Henri, "we are both driven to think and talk of these things in a different tone from that which is usual in the world. If I was merely seeking to transplant you in days of peace from your own comfortable home to be the pride and ornament of mine, I would not curtail by one iota the privilege of your sex. I wouldn't presume to think that you could wish yourself to give up your girlish liberty. If you allowed me any hope, I would ascribe it all to the kindness of your disposition. Your word should be my law, and though I might pray for mercy, I would submissively take my fate from your lips. I would write odes to you if I were able, and would swear in every town in Poitou that you were the prettiest girl and sweetest angel in all France, Italy, or Spain." "Thanks, Henri, thanks. But now you have too much to do to trouble yourself with such tedious gallantries. Is not that to be the end of your fine speech?" "Trouble myself, Marie." "Yes, trouble yourself, Henri, and it would trouble me too. It is not that I regret such nonsense. I accept your manly love as it has been offered, and tell you that you have my whole heart. It is from no girlish squeamishness, from no wish to exercise my short-lived power, that I refuse to do what you now ask me. I would marry you tomorrow were you to ask me, did I not think that I should be wrong to do so. Am I now not frank and honest?" Henri put his arms round her waist and clasped her to his bosom before he answered her. You are, my own love. You were always true and honest and reasonable, so reasonable that— Ah, now you are going to encroach. I am going to ask you once again to think of what I have said. It is not to your love, but to your reason that I now appeal. Well, Henri, we will leave love aside and both of us appeal to reason. Here she sits, always calm, passionless, and wise, and Marie put her hand upon Agatha's arm. We will appeal to reason personified, and if reason says that were she situated as I am, she would do as you now wish me to do, I will be guided by reason and comply. Henri now turned round to his sister, but Marie stopped him from speaking and continued, I have pledged myself, and do you do likewise. If reason gives her judgment against you, you will yield without a word. Well, I will do so, said Henri. I'm sure, however, she will not. Agatha must see the importance of our being joined as closely together as is possible. You are attempting to influence Dame Reason, but it will be useless. And now, Reason, you are to remember, as of course you do, for Reason forgets nothing, that you are to think neither of brothers or of sisters. You are entirely to drop your feelings as Agatha, and to be pure Reason, undefiled by mortal taint. You are to say whether, were you, Reason, placed as I am now, you would marry this unreasonable young man as soon as he gets to Châtillon, which means tomorrow, or the day after that at the very latest. Now, Reason, speak, and speak wisely. You have given me a thankless task between you. I cannot decide without giving pain to one of you. Reason always has a thankless task, said Marie. Reason is her own reward, and a very unpleasant reward she usually has. Do you think, said Henri, it will give so much pain to Marie to be told that she is to marry the man whom she owns she loves? Ah, Henri, said Agatha, you are prejudiced. I do not mean as to Marie's love, but as to my award. I might perhaps not pain her so much by advising her to marry you at once, as I fear I shall pain you by telling her that in her place I should not do so. They both sat in breathless silence to hear their fate from Agatha's lips. Though Marie had appealed to her with a degree of playfulness, which gave to her an air of indifference on the subject, she was anything but indifferent. And yet it would have been difficult to analyze her wishes. She was quite decided that it was becoming in her to refuse Henri's prayer, nay, that it would be selfish in her to grant it. And yet, though she appealed to reason so confidently to confirm her refusal, there was a wish, almost a hope, near her heart, that Agatha might take her brother's part. They were, neither of them, perhaps, gratified by the decision. Reason has said it, said Marie, after a short pause, and reason shall be rewarded with a kiss. And she put her arms round her cousin's neck and kissed her. But why, Agatha? Tell me why, said Henri. He, at any rate, was not ashamed to show that he was disappointed. Do not be so inconsiderate as to ask reason for reasons, said Marie. I will tell you why, Henri. I would never consent to make myself a burden to a man at a moment when I could not make myself a comfort to him. Besides, the time of marriage should be a time of joy, and this is no time for joy. Again, there is a stronger and sadder reason still. Did you ever see a young widow who had not reached her 20th year? If so, did you ever see a sadder sight? Would you unnecessarily doom our dear Marie to that fate? I know you so well, my dear brother, that I do not fear to speak to you of the too probable lot of a brave soldier. That is enough, said Henri. I am convinced. Do not say that, Agatha, do not say that, said Marie, springing up and throwing herself into her lover's arms. Indeed, it was not of that I thought. Though we should never marry, yet were you to fall, your memory should be the same to me as that of a husband. I could never forget your love, your disinterested love. There is no treasure on this side the grave which I so value. It is the pride of my solitary hours, and the happiness of the few happy thoughts I have. The world would be nothing to me without you. When you are away, I pray to God to bring you back to me. When you are with us, I am dreading the moment that you will go. Oh, Agatha, Agatha, why did you say those last fearful words? You asked me for the truth, Marie, and it was right that I should tell it you. It was on my tongue to say the same to Henri before you appealed to me at all. You were right, dearest Agatha, said Henri, and now, God bless you, Marie. I value such love as yours highly as it is worth. I trust the day may come when I can again ask you for your hand. I will never refuse it again. You shall have it now, tomorrow, next day, any day that you will ask it. Oh, Agatha, my brain is so turned by what you have said, that I could almost go on my knees to beg him to accept it. "Come, Henri, leave us," said Agatha, "and prevent such a scandal as that would be. There are but a few hours for us to be in bed." Henri kissed his sister, and when he gave his hand to Marie, she did not turn her lips away from him, and as he threw himself on his bed, he hardly knew whether, if he could have his own way, he would marry her at once or not. End of section 25.